Welcome, everyone, this is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What if Deku ran a cafe while being a vigilante? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Alright, so, the new patrols are set up, the apartments are being watched. Police have a live feed to the security footage of the cafe and everyone has been made aware of his return. Anything else, Izuku? No, thanks Nezu. Izuku shook his head. I'm sorry, it's just, well, it's been 14 years since I saw a trace of him. The fact I know he's Yakuza now doesn't make it sit any better either. The principal hopped from his grandoise chair and moved around the desk to stand next to a dejected Izuku. It kinda puts a damper on everything, doesn't it? Nonsense, Izuku. We all have scars to show and burdens to bear. Some things we just can't face alone. You've helped a lot of people, it's time someone helped you. Thanks sensei, but this, he took a deep breath and sighed. This is something I need to solve on my own, if only just to get some closure. And you said in the email he spoke with your mother? He told me as much, which leads me to two conclusions. Number one, whoever his contact is only knows me as the owner of the cafe. Because neither my attendance at the school nor the second cafe opening on school grounds was heavily publicized, and number two, if he visited the old apartment and didn't find anyone, he must have assumed mom moved to live with me nearer the cafe. The Bakugos haven't seen him. Katsuki would kill the bastard if he even stepped near their front lawn. So he's unaware of her passing. Explains why he wasn't at the funeral. That or he believes I am unaware of it. Which is highly unlikely because he left you with her, and if he found it, it's a certain fact you'd know. My father is many things, an idiot is not one of them. He paused. No, I may need to retract that statement at some point in the future depending on what he does next. Aries' route to school also has several heroes on the way. They've been made aware and will remain subtle about watching her and Kai. Thank you, don't worry about it, Izuku. We can take preventative measure to ensure their safety for no reason. Let alone a high-ranking Yakuza member announcing their return and desire to meet you. Even if they are ignorant of living arrangements. A shaky breath from Izuku had Nezu changing subjects. Now the events of I Island. Can you explain what actually happened? He shrugged. Informative. I don't know, I wore my costume under the suit because I was feeling paranoid. Guns with guns come in, clearly not trained a day in their life and told to fire at whoever acts up. Disorganized arrangement of weapons and ammo. I mean pistol shots were next to their rifles and vice versa. I went non-lethal takedowns and inferred their mission when the honcho only dragged David's shield off. Obviously they'd be after something he developed or else they wouldn't attempt to kidnap him because of the risk. So while Tetsu and Eijiro went to find the security office and free the heroes, I went to the rooftop and caught Wolfram before he could reach the helicopter or use whatever he'd stolen. On our way down, Toshinori took him away and I got called by Kai, who told me to check my emails, which leads us here. You knew little of what was going on but stepped in anyway? Why did I not expect as much? Hey, it worked, didn't it? Yes, it did. Thank you for that, but next time at least try to know what's going on. It helps in the after reports. You got it, sensei. Izuku grinned. Now I was hoping to talk about the sports festival. Go on. Both teacher and student grinned with a conspiratorial gleam in their eye. ALLLL right, welcome everyone to the UA first year sports FESTIVAALLL. Please give a hand to the class that's already witnessed a villain attack. CLAAASSSSSONNNEEA. Izuku smiled as the class walked out into the sunshine, several of them covering their eyes from the harsh glare. These guys have been more in the dark but they're growing just as steadily, don't underestimate CLAAASSSS1B. Holding a handout, he high-fived Yatsetsu as the sister class made their way out. Now these guys will be fighting with their all to steal a place in one of these hero classes. Better keep an eye on the secretive threats in classes CEEE, DDDEEE and EEEE. The Greenette smiled as the hero classes joined in the applause for the three classes stepping into formation. Not done yet, better prepared to be amazed because we have some brilliant makers here from classes EEFFFFFFF, GEEE and HHHAICH. A few keen minds to be aware of. They were allowed support items they made, meaning they were adaptable, which made his job all the harder and more fun. These students aren't competing in the action but give them a hand anyway cause they're the ones making all the snacks and recreational games for everyone. Classes III, JJJAAYYYY and KKKKAAYYYYY. His students were doing brilliantly and today was more a test to see what they'd learnt. Honestly they believed themselves to be under some pressure to perform. All he wanted to know was if they'd been paying attention. Now this year we have a special threat. Better prepate for the worst everyone because this year we have Nezu's personal student. Get on out here. Taking a deep breath, Izuku stepped into the sunshine, walking to the center of the stadium. Deafening cheers on all sides as the hero classes also cheered for him. He stood beside Class 1A, taking a military at ease style of posture. Now down to you midnight. Thank you present Mike. The heroine was stood on the temporary stage. Now first off, can we please have Izuku Midoriya up on the stage to lead the student pledge? The greenette chuckled before walking onto the stage and taking the mic. Just like sensei to chuck me in the deep end. Can't tell you how many times he's already surprised me. A nervous chuckle set the tone. Now, when I look at the sight before me, I see a bunch of teens. I see heroes in the making. Mad scientists given a day to go buck wild. I see those who will rise to the top of whatever field they choose to run in. Now the question here is, are you planning on calling it quits already? Because if you are, this might not be the university for you. UA's all about pushing your limits, going over what you think you can do and doing more than that. If you're already giving up, get off the field. Nobody moved, so you're all going to give it everything you got plus more? Good, I'd expect nothing less from students of UA. To the business course students up in the stands, take time to celebrate your progress as well. You might not be down here but that's no excuse to not show exactly what you can do. Everyone here is going to be fighting their hardest, so don't go insulting anyone and just half-asses alright? Even if you don't make it past the first round, these guys will know you gave it the plus ultra treatment. I pledge to do my very hardest in the festival and I expect you all to do the same. Slotting the mic back into the stand, he walked off stage to a roar from the crowds and cheers from the students. A moving speech Midoriya, but it's time for the first stage to be chosen. Midnight cracked her whip as a large wheel spun. Everyone listened intently as it kept crackling as it slowed down until. And the first stage is an obstacle course. Students are going to have to run a 4-kilometer lap around the stadium, facing different challenges. As the heroine walked off the stage, it quickly collapsed into itself and was moved out of the way, revealing a small exit tunnel. Izuku grinned as he got into a runner's crouch. Iida would be his biggest threat here, Shoto next, Katsuki third, but if anyone asked, the blonde was highest priority. Get ready, 3, 2, go! Taking off as fast as he could, Izuku kept his eyes on the floor. As it started to go blue he took a wide stance. Landing on Shoto's ice, he wobbled for his balance back as people around him were trapped in it. Before reaching the unfrozen ground, he jumped and clicked his feet together. Inline skate wheels swung down from the base of soles of his shoes and he began to glide along the floor. And the other runners, he just needed to watch out of Katsuki and Iida, if the latter ever escaped the ice that is. And Midoriya glides into the lead. Is he on roller skates? Any students with access to the support workshop are able to use equipment they make for the festival, as you can see Mei Hatsume doing. Aizawa's voice droned tiredly. Well, we'll just have to see how he handles obstacle 1. RRRROBOINFERRRRNOO. Why did I agree to co-announce this with you? Izuku chuckled as he grew closer to the behemoth machines. Idly he picked up speed as one launched a fist to try and stop him. What's he planning, I wonder? Probably something asinine since he's Nezu's student. Jumping as the fist hit the ground, he tapped his feet together and ran up, dropping some items from his pocket. It took several seconds until the machine began sparking and buzzing. As I thought, he's just used pocket EMPs to fry its servers. He did what now? Basically, he's climbing up the robot as it turns into a giant ramp. What? Shut up. Izuku reached the shoulder of the machine and jumped, flipping in the air and gaining a good look at the coming course. A large canyon with several pillars and most likely a few wires. Further than that, the course seemed safe enough. That didn't sit right with him. His feet clicked again and he began sliding down the robot. Crouching low and keeping his arms behind his back. Was it dangerous? Yes. Should he not have done it? Probably. Did that stop him? Absolutely the fuck not. Cheering as he let the inner adrenaline junkie out, he dropped onto one of the great legs and grew closer to the treads. Pipes ran from the leg closer to the ground than the drop-off for the treads. Hopping up, he wobbled before successfully grinding down the pipe onto the ground, racing forwards with no speed lost. Holy shit, he's fast. No, it's just the momentum from the descent. He angled himself in such a way that most of the speed he gained falling was transferred to his horizontal movement, and since he most likely hit terminal velocity coming down, it's a lot of speed, even with the friction and resistance. That sounds badass. If he falls over, it's goodbye to his face. Never mind, be quiet. Well, now let's see how he handles the second obstacle. TTHHHEFFAAALLLLL. Ideally he wanted to keep as much speed as possible for as long as possible. Even Iida was struggling to catch up. If he wanted to win, he needed to keep the lead as large as possible. A few cords reached along the entire way and he was moving fast enough to make it, but it would be risky. A few of the columns extended further upwards to prevent people like Katsuki from just flying over the obstacle. Maybe he could. Nezu only gave him one grapple shot and that he should save it if possible, but it was never specified he only got the one for the entire festival. With a wild grin, he put one foot in front of the other and balanced along a rope, firing his cord to a column and leaning. What is he doing now? Trying to conserve as much speed as possible. Watch. The cord latched onto a pillar as he began falling, quickly turning the descent into a swing. He's a fast thinker, but he's also practical. The top of the columns are good platforms to cross on. Breaking into the open air, Izuku leant forwards and twirled. Style points. While the others are going to have to try and climb up the columns or tightrope across, he's been able to swing up to the very end, meaning he can regain lost speed balancing down a wire. The greenette did just that, locking his feet heel to toe, doing his best to remain level. Leaning forwards and locking his hands behind his hips, he began picking up speed again, and he's finished it as the others get to the start of the fall. Skating forwards, he looked over his shoulder for a brief second. A small platoon's worth of students were keeping pace behind him. Katsuki was leading them for the most part, dancing between the columns with concentrated explosions. Dekiru, you better get to the finals so I can get you back for the battle training. Well, good luck keeping up, cats. If you win we can celebrate with some house specials. Oh, it's on MOTHERFUCKER. Shoto was sliding along a straight cord line, pushed forward by his ice. Izuku has fucked no mothers, at least I don't think. No Shoto, it's just an insult. It's not a very good one, Izuku chuckled before looking ahead again. Time for obstacle number THREEE. Hang on to your hats, it's the MMMMINNNEFFFFIELLLLLD. If you don't shut up I will kill you. Locking his feet in front of each other again, Izuku scanned the floor. Earth was displaced for the mines. Not lumps or obvious, but lighter coloring and slight mounds. Not easy enough to see in a rush, but clear to those searching. Trying his best to weave around them, he put a hand in his pocket and chucked a couple spare nuts and bolts he'd put together over the ground, triggering several explosions of confetti. Trying to keep balance as the explosions pushed him forwards unevenly, Katsuki roared in annoyance as he was thrown to the ground and Shoto yelped as he was sent skyward for a moment. Pushing himself further, he kept his speed up, not far to go but he could still lose. Not looking over his shoulder he weaved between the mines, occasionally throwing scraps of metal around the field and triggering more chain explosions. Deek IRRRUUUUU, Katsuki screeched, I'm not out yet. Shoto called out, his ice cracking the floor as he propelled himself forward with his fire. The greenette just crouched low and jumped forwards, flipping in the air. Landing on a mine, he reacted as fast as he could, trying for a standing long jump as the explosive detonated. He was thrown forwards as both men either side of him fought to catch up. His feet clacked together unintentionally as he rolled along the floor, pushing himself off into a dead sprint. He'd either win or come third and he didn't like bronze. Controlling his breathing as much as he could, Izuku charged onwards as both boys got over their disorientation and barreled towards him. And in first ISSSSS, with reckless abandon, the greenette threw himself head first over the line, rolling once, twice, before getting to his feet and sliding to a stop. Izuku midoriyaaa. The crowd was screaming to the point he almost couldn't hear Yamada, with Katsuki Bakugo coming in an explosive second and Shoto Himura coming in an boiling hot third. I can't believe how tense it's getting, it's only the first round. Nerd, Katsuki walked over, a grin on his face, you did. Hang on, Izuku put his hands on his knees, panting heavily, gimme, second, spots, waving a hand in front of his eyes he smiled, need oxygen. Alright sports star, come on, supporting the greenette, Katsuki helped him walk towards the cool down area as he gulped down breaths. How's your head? Fuzzy, tired, too much energy used, arms? Fine, legs are worst, barely, stand. Fuck dude, you're a vigilante for 2 years and you can't run a dead sprint for what 100 meters? Eat A, bag O. Dix SSS, alright buddy. Katsuki chuckled as he carried the greenette to a bench and sat him down. You did good Dekiru, real good. 300 meters, what? I sprinted 300 meters, hunching over with his arms on his legs. Izuku shook his head as white spots floated along his vision. Need a minute. You catch your breath loser, we got a while before everyone trickles in anyway. We made quiet a lead, he stood up slowly. No, I'm good now. He took another deep inhale and nodded. Vision's fine, his legs are unsteady but I'll be good. For some reason they turned so his back was to the entry tunnel. Well, brace in 3, 2, Zuku. He made a noise as Itsuka and Momo suddenly tackled his back and flattened him. You big dumbass, what were you thinking, sprinting 300 meters? Momo scolded him as they laid in a pile. He wasn't thinking, that's meant it, I oughta beat you like a training dummy for all the dumb shit you just did. It's not even noon and you could have died twice, badly hurt yourself 5 times and broken something 3 times. But I didn't, he offered weakly. Both women huffed before climbing off his back and lifting him to his feet. No, you didn't, so we'll take little victories, Momo sighed as Katsuki shook his head. Little victories? Please, that was no progress at all, he still did the stupid shit. But he did it in a way that didn't carry too much of a risk this time. There's no fixing an adrenaline junkie, but we can at least make sure he can stay alive long enough to keep being one. AAALLLLLRIGHT, that's the first course DONNNEE, midnight down to you. Thanks again. Now, bad news, but only those in the top 42 places can move on to the next round. We're going to have a 20-minute break for contestants to rest and rehydrate. Then we'll get on to round number 2. Izuku put his hands behind his head as the group all met up. He needed to rest his legs. Pops, Kai, Nezu, All Might, Aizawa and Izuku walk into a room. No, it's not the start of a bad joke. Those 6 actually were in a room together. Normally you could only find a few of them in the same room for any reason. But this reason was a special case. This reason was Hasashi Midoriya, better known as Viridian Dragon of the Yakuza. It made his skin crawl to even think about the man, let alone talk about him. However, Pops and Chisaki has information for him. Nezu was present since he was actively involved. All Might was there out of a sense of duty, to protect the person that had aided him, and Aizawa was present because no one fucks with his students. Even if it is the problem child. My old contacts got hold of me a few minutes ago. Hasashi is back in Japan. He's not in Musutafu yet, but he is in the country. Pops folded his arms. He's apparently in touch with the bosses again. The Shi-Hisaki are desperate for a leader. Kai shook his head. They'll most likely allow him back in since records of his abandonment were destroyed. While they haven't forgotten, it's easier to forego honor in a time of desperation than work to solve the issue. A guilty look flashed over his face. I should know. You're kidding? You can't send any of your guys after him? Aizawa sat eyes wide in disbelief. I'm retired from the Yakuza, as is Kai. Sure, I could ask for something and they did out of honor and a life debt for my service, but they're dying out rapidly ever since 2 heads of the Shi-Hisaki left. The Yakuza lost their aces when we left. Even a few of my old contacts like Rappa have left. Last I heard from him, he's entered the fighting leagues like mixed martial and quirk arts, UFC and IFL. Others have gone clean and not looked back. My point is, the Yakuza are weak now, and their number 1 guy is returning. Sure, he left. We let him leave at the time, and when he ditched Inko we considered him a traitor and erased from Yakuza history. But if you throw a knife away and then find yourself in a sword fight without a weapon, You're going to want the knife back, no matter how bad it is. Nezu hummed quietly. Well, it's not good to say the least. The last thing we wish to do is clash with your old family. They're not family, both Pops and Kai spoke in tandem. They were a means to an end, something to fill the void until we met Izuku and were able to get our lives in gear, for our real Ramuli, for Eri. That makes my news all the more concerning then, Aizawa grunted. My informants are talking about a new villain on the rise. Bastard spits fire. Literally, he's not killed any heroes yet, but he's yet to be captured. So my old man's a bastard, a traitor, a coward, a Yakuza thug, and now he's a villain too? He's almost as talented as you, All Might joked, a therapist cum barista, who's also the CEO of his own business while studying as a hero student/business teacher. All while he's a vigilante, a dry chuckle. I'd argue being a thug and a villain are similar enough to be considered the same talent, Kai smirked. But being a traitor and a coward requires a special kind of stupid. As does alerting the one person who despises you to your presence, Aizawa nodded to Izuku's statement, if you find him, I don't care what happens, I get to beat him. Izuku, we know how you feel about this, but are you sure you should act in such anger? Let me make one thing clear here and now. Closing his eyes, the greenette stood up, his fingertips barely touching the surface. When Hasashi Midoriya shows his punchable face, I will be present, I will be armed and I will not be stopped. He is your last parent, he's a father, not a dad. As far as I'm concerned he is a sperm donor and nothing more. My family is that which I have made myself. He is not part of it and never will be. A bold statement. Aizawa leant back on his chair. Are you sure you are ready to cut somebody from your life that quickly? Izuku let out a hollow laugh. Aizawa, I can't cut him out of my life if he was never in it in the first place. With a shrug he sat back down. He has come back to leech of the success I poured blood, sweat and tears into, not for any other reason. He's already aligned himself with the people I am against in a twisted attempt to intimidate me. It may have shocked me at Island, but that's because it took me by surprise. The next time he tries to do anything against me, I will respond in kind. It was true, the email had rocked his core, because it was unexpected. Hasashi knew he had green tea coffee and thus knew where half his family lived, but he hadn't known Izuku was in Ua, nor that he had several dozen heroes on his side along with 2 years of experience in fighting. It's a very mature decision, and I know that when it comes to it, you will make the right decision. All Might nodded with a frown, because I will teach you to not act how I did when overcome by my emotions. Nezu put his paws together. You will have Ua on your side when the time comes. Thank you, but when the time comes, I wish to fight him on my own. A form of catharsism if you would. Sighing he waved his hands in a useless gesture. I just wish he'd stayed away. He needed to disappear. I want him to leave again and never come back. Excuse me if that sounds horrible or something. It's understandable, obviously you harbor negative feelings for a man that once abandoned you when you needed him and only returned when he heard of your success, seeking to live off it. Pops nodded gently. If I were still in the Yakuza, I'd kill the man myself. Never mind the need for a Shihisaki leader. He abandoned family and he abandoned the Yakuza, both of which have survived without him, one more so than the other though. Does anyone have any more information on the matter? A series of shaken head. Wonderful, then we can adjourn this meeting. Nezu grinned. Good luck Izuku. Thanks sensei, but I still have 10 minutes to relax, which I intend to use to the fullest. Melissa sighed from her room on screen. I don't know how you got through high school doing this Midoriya. There's so much paperwork, the greenette chuckled. After a while the amount shrinks until it's a few pages, by then you're used to it and good at it, so it only takes me 5 minutes now. And, it's taking me an hour and a half right now. How the hell you fit it around schoolwork and studying I have no idea. If you're struggling we can. No, it's fine, I'm ahead on the curriculum anyway, so don't worry about it. You sure? Midoriya, trust me, it's all fine. Melissa shook her head. Don't worry, I'm handling it. I've already got a few people working in the cafe. She smiled and made a calm down gesture with her hands. We're running ship shape here and it's all going fine. You focus on getting that sorry Sanuva bitch and winning the sports festival. Dad installed a TV in the cafe so we could all watch you. Thanks, riveting speech as well, had the room cheering for you, just watch me. We'll be watching you, good luck. The call dropped and Izuku let out a massive sigh. Island green tea coffee was going fine. All he had to focus on right now was the festival. He waited for his dad for 14 years. The bastard could wait a few days. Looking to the door as it opened, he smiled to Itsuka and Momo as they slowly eased themselves into the room. So the cafe's doing well? It's surviving. They're waiting the festival on a TV David got for it. Oh, how nice, Momo smiled. So, you ready for the second round? Not at all, but I'll manage. Pecking her on the lips, he slid an arm around both women's hips. After all, got this far haven't I? Indeed you have, Itsuka smiled as he kissed her too. Now, get your head in the game. We know you're worried about Hasashi, we'll catch him. Pops brought us up to speed. Momo addressed his clear confusion. Your dad's back in Japan, talking with villains and Yakuza. Heroes are on every block from Aries walk to school. Constant watch of the cafe. There's security tightening left, right and center. Izuku cleared his throat. I'd rather not talk about it right now. I'm currently first in the UA Sports Festival, with 2 gorgeous women by my side and school year's worth of ass to kick. If the bastard wants to watch, I am. At the very least he'll know what's coming to him. And at best? At best he'll do the only thing he's good for? Which is running away and never looking back. AAAANNNND. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. We are on to round 2 of our first year sports FESTIVAAAALLLLL. Izuku sighed as Yamada, better known as Present Mike, continued to blow out people's eardrums. The greenette sighed as the crowd cheered. We go down to midnight to announce the second ROUNNNNDDD. Alright, the second round is going to be decided by the spinner once again. The heroine began revolving the comedically oversized contraption as the remaining students began to anxiously fidget. Izuku tried his best to remain calm as the clicking of the machine reverberated around the anticipating arena. Truth be told, he was still shaky from his sprinting, but it was negligible now since he'd been able to rest for so long. Slowly the spinner came to a stop and everyone read numbly as Kayama yelled out, "And it's a cavalry battle for stage 2. Present Mike, can you explain for our audience today?" ISSURECANNN. Midnight. In the cavalry battle, our lovely competitors are divided into teams of 3, 4 or 5 and have a PREDETRMINED amount of points each. The cumulative total between the students is their team score. The top teams will move on to ROUDN 3 of our festival, ya dig? I despise both of you noisemakers, he shared Aizawa's sentiment. The points for each competitor was decided by their placement in the first round. Last place has 5 points and it goes up in multiples of 5 from there, except for first PLAAACCCEE. Oh, joy. Izuku felt his face fall at the detail Nezu had most likely left out on purpose. First place Midoriya Izuku gets the lucky target of 1,000,000 POINNNNNNTSSSSSS. The fact he heard Aizawa facepalm over the speakers gave him a mild sense of relief as his own homeroom teacher couldn't believe the moronic circumstances. He almost forgot about the multitude of eyes now staring at him with either a predatory or a commiserating stare. Now, Kayama shouted over the rabble, "You have 5 minutes to decide on teams, after that, come to me for the appropriately scored headband." Everyone split up. "Oi Dekiru, cats, you're going down, scrub." The blonde shot him a thumbs down with a competitive smirk. "We'll see about that, Pomeranian." The greenette cupped his hands either side of his mouth as he grinned. Now, to find a Zuku. Hey million pointer. Itsuka and Momo were cut off by a pink-haired woman that was laden down with machine parts. "You're the perfect." Not interested, smiling politely he shook his head and walked away. "But with my babies, you'd be guaranteed to. It's a festival, ma'am. Where's the fun in winning if you're not trying to?" Turning to his girlfriends he smiled. "You have a plan?" Momo raised an eyebrow. "What gave it away?" "Please honey," Itsuka just sighed. "Zuku, you always have a plan. We know you too well to believe otherwise at this point." He just chuckled before gesturing for them to lean in. "You best not leave me out of it." Mina suddenly jumped in on the group huddle. "The whole cafe family's got a rivalry going. Katsuki's got both hard boys and Awase with him. The others have all quadded up as well." "Alright, we can work with that." He spoke to her as she leant in opposite him. "Itsu, how large can you make your hands?" "AAAANNNND to me. Would the competitors please get RRRREAAADDYYYY?" Midoriya, what on earth? Aizawa softly sighed. I wish I could say I'm surprised. Whoa, it looks like the Green Bean team has gone for a totem pole of riders. That can't be safe, can it? No Mike, what they've done is tactical. With only one rider on their team, it could be as easy as just have one person piggyback the entire round. They've just taken it to the extreme in this case. Having Kendo hold both Yayorozu and Ishido in her hands. It leaves Midoriya free to be a lone agent. Both girls were comfortable encapsulated in the redhead's hands while Izuku was giving her a piggyback. If I'm right, she should just jump off from the starting klaxon sounded. Itsuka quickly climbed off his back as he charged into the thick of it. And there we go, with defeated vindication, Aizawa audibly slumped in his seat. Shoulda stayed in bed. Itsuka remained on the edge of the ring, avoiding the teams still coming for her. Izuku meanwhile was beginning to rack up a boatload of extra points. 42 participants, disqualify cats along with the girls, and that leaves 34 competitors. 10 threes in a 4 or 8 fours in a pair, disclude the 4 with 30 participants in 10 teams. Leaves. Divide 10 factorial to eliminate recounts, and 10 3 factorials for organization's sake is too complex. I need some paper to get them all down. No point thinking about it. Instead he began trying to figure out scores. The higher point players were obviously going to try working together with people they knew who also scored highly. Better chances of surviving to the next round that way. First place got 1,000,000, so it was only 41 times 5, that was a 205, cat score. Removing that along with the other 6 he knew left 34 again. Maying either 30 factorial combinations with a bonus 4 or 24 factorial and a spare pair for points. Too much for him to figure out right now, but by working his way through the crowd, he was eliminating permutations with each headband he swiped. 5 headbands all inverted around his neck eliminated 10 possible permutations each. It was still far too large to do without aid though. Plus eliminating 5 teams meant there was now only between 6 and 3 teams with any points left, depending on how they teamed up. Meaning there was unequivocally a disparity in points. Grinning as he stopped on his heel and jumped backwards, he barely avoided a hand trying to snatch a random headband away. Pivoting as he landed, the greenette bobbed and weaved through the crowds of teams, all vying to get a high-point headband from him. Dekiru, Katsuki was charging over, leaving Awase precariously balancing on Testu's and Eijiro's fused arms. His regular bandana was covered by the headband as he lowered himself to sit on the metallic and rocky bar, fusing himself to it as he did so. Hey, smart move. Anyway, back to the blonde charging him, gimme. They were running head onto each other. Izuku stopped dead and grinned. How about no? Dropping to his knees and leaning backwards, he folded just enough to let Katsuki fly over his head and skid to a halt behind him. Get back here. Want some? Come get some. Back on his feet and running again, he purposefully weaved between the teams. The blonde was forced to remain grounded to keep track of him but also had to defend his own collection of headbands as they zipped through the rabble. And we're in the final 10 seconds everyone. Let's get a countdown going everyone. 10. The stadium cheered as moves turned into final gambits. Izuku dashed back towards his own team as fast as he could. 9. Itsuka was being chased by Iida's team, slowly losing ground. 8. The BlueNet yelled something before his team quickly changed formation and he charged ahead. Shoto's team was also closing in as he froze the floor, barely giving enough time for Izuku to hop over the flash freeze. 7. There was a blur as he tackled Itsuka, her enlarged hands hitting the ground. He watched as Mina and Momo were roughly bounced out of her hold. 6. Mina hurriedly tried to throw Momo midair to give her those critical seconds of airtime. It wouldn't be enough to keep her airborne, but it was enough for him. 5. Momo flailed in the air, trying to figure out how to move while keeping her legs tucked close to her body. Throwing out his arms, Izuku kept running as fast as he could. 4. Mina landed on the ground, sprawling chest first and watching on in muted horror as the greenette raced towards the falling rider. 3. Itsuka tried to escape Iida's grapple, expanded a hand to try and catch Momo on even a finger. 2. Gritting his teeth and seeing no otate his hips, sliding on the floor. 1. Everyone stared as Momo closed her eyes. Everyone was making their last-ditch attempts to collect points. The whole arena was so chaotic nobody could tell what was going on. TME, as cheers erupted, the students fell silent and still. And let's look at the leaderboard to find out who's won. Momo cracked an eye open. And in first place it's the Green Beans lead team, Team MOMOOO. Looking around wildly, Momo tried to figure out how they'd not been disqualified. She definitely landed before time was called. That's when a hand patted her thigh and she looked down. She definitely landed. Just on Izuku's face. Quickly scrambling off of him, she helped him to his feet, neither of them registering the rest of the results. Sorry Izu. It's fine Momo, just save that for tonight alright? He grinned with a slight wink, chuckling as she began getting redder. Walking through the crowds, Izuku was having some quiet time on his own for a minute. Momo and Itsuka had taken Eri to get candy apples since the young girl had all but demanded to try one. He was slowly working his way down a stick of cotton candy, trying to keep as much out of his teeth as possible. Ah, there you are. Oh, Aizawa, what can I do for you? We need you in the staff room for a moment, there's been some bad news. Anything to do with Hasashi? Not yet, no it's about Ingenium and Crawler. What happened? Stain happened. With a nod both were off through the corridors and into the single room. Nezu, Toshinori and the faculty were all present along with Iida and Tuya for some reason. You're here, good, let's get started, why is? So, did Aizawa bring you up to speed at all? Stain, Ingenium and Crawler, that's all. Well, that's good I suppose, I'm sure this is going to upset you Izuku but Stain attacked Ingenium earlier today, roughly during the time of your opening speech. Nezu tapped papers on the table. Crawler was nearby at the time of the attack and attempted to intervene. Together they were able to force Stain to retreat, however not before inflicting some egregious wounds on the pair. Currently Tensai is in intensive surgery to try and close his various stab wounds. We expect a call for Chisaki to come in any minute now. Koichi is now in surgery to help realign the bones in his arms. I'll be going to them the moment they clear me. Kai nodded as he folded his arms. They've already told me about his damaged spinal cord and that I will definitely need to act in order to give him the ability to walk again. Why you can save him? Iida asked numbly. If the situation is bad enough time is of the essence. However the surgeons know not to remove any shards of bone no matter how dangerous it is, so that I can fully restore his body, though they will be dosing him on painkillers to make sure he won't feel it when I operate. Koichi's situation? Nothing lasting. Once they've done the surgery to realign they'll get him in an x-ray. If it's still bad I'll have to rewrite his bones to heal them. Izuku just sighed. So what's our next move? We need to catch this guy. We were hoping you would help us with that. We're trying to figure out his next possible steps. Ah, alright then, I suppose I can do it during the free periods I have after a festival. Free? Midoriya this is a, calm yourself Iida. I have other things I need to be doing, other than aiding you on a revenge quest. This man is a psychopath and, before or after he attacked your brother? The brunette paused. Come now Iida. You never said a word about this man before now. The only reason you want to go after him is to get revenge. Before you do that however, take a long good hard look in the mirror. Why? Your older brother couldn't beat him. What chance in hell do you have? Iida recoiled slightly before snarling. More chance than you ever kid, he spat, whirling on his heel and storming from the room. Aizawa stood up and moved for the door. Don't, Izuku, don't. He can't just, yeah well, he's not the first, won't be the last and is emotionally charged right now. Got see Tensai and Koichi. I doubt you won't find Tenya there at some point. Maybe cuff him round the head then and get Tensai on him as well. That being said, he's been against me since day one because I don't conform to the unspoken rules of society. If he does go after Stain, he'll only be a hypocrite, if he doesn't see that you can take over, the bedraggled man grumbled. I don't like this, you never do, Izuku retorted as Nezu coughed lightly. Well, we still have several minutes before the third event begins. In the meantime we should discuss possible retrains to ensure young Iida's safety at this time. Once I figure out where Stain will be going, I'll let you know, but for now double and triple check all minor hero agencies that send a request for the Iida heir. If you can cross-reference the locations against Stain's recent sightings you should see a correlation between the one Iida chooses and places nearby Stain's ambush locations. I'm sorry but can we please just go back to how casually you just dismissed quirkism from a classmate? Aizawa held up his hands. I can't be the only one who thinks that is a big deal, right? It doesn't matter, Aizawa, of course it does. I didn't put up with hours of your dry sarcasm over a costume for you to just wave off discrimination from a classmate. Especially when it's a classmate from my homeroom. I'm not that bad of a teacher, am I? It's not you, it's the way he's been brought up by society. Sure, his family might not have expressed those views, however they've made no attempt to tell him they're wrong. He doesn't want to change a view he's had for years. Nobody does. Open-mindedness is often taken from children by the close-minded adults around them. A teacher or some adult family member. If the views aren't challenged, the child will accept it as fact. He was in a private school, correct? Same, if memory serves. Izuku clicked his tongue. Private, expensive, quirkless in this day and age aren't all as wealthy or lucky as I am. You'll often find they're treated like trash in public schools. Since they can't get into private schools, it'll be even worse. In his mindset, I'm some drain or waste on society. Changing that takes time and patience. Luckily I have both at the moment. He sighed, my energy is better spent elsewhere, like finding the bastard I call a donor. Speaking of, have you had any contact with him recently? Nothing, he's gone GHO. His phone pinged in his pocket as he spoke. 1 second, clicking it into life. He rubbed his tongue over his teeth. I retract that statement. He's just sent me another email. Hang on. I'll read it out now. Tapping a few buttons, he began reading the text. Hi Izuku, it's your dad again. I'm kinda hurt you didn't respond to my last email. Your friend tells me you've got into UA? That's incredible. I'm super proud of you. He also tells me you made it onto the hero course? While you're running green tea coffee. You sure are something else, son. I've also heard through the grapevine you got old Pops working with you. It's about time, the old codger. Cowardly degenerate snake, Pops growled lowly. Hung up the mantle and give it to a younger man like myself. A brief snort. Anyways, your friend here is eager to see you again too. Maybe you can stencil a lunch date for the both of us? He's really excited to help us reconnect. Love and hugs, blah dad. He scrolled a bit further. Hang on, there's a picture attached. A black screen for several moments before a picture loaded and Izuku put his phone on the table as if it was on fire. Fuck shit, damn it. What is it? Aizawa grabbed the phone and looked before his eyes widened. God damn it. This is a massive problem. Turning the phone to show the others, Izuku tried his hardest to not grind his teeth together. Beside his green-haired absentee parent was a familiar, smug-looking boy dad. Hurdle after hurdle, Nezu sighed. Aizawa, I'm trusting you to get underground heroes to watch him and get information. Pops. Chisaki, you too. Whatever connections you have, can you please? Say no more, Nezu. We'll help find the bastard any way we can. Pops raised a hand and shook his head. All Might was still staring at the door after Iida had left. Perhaps I should go talk to young Iida. There's already so much you have on your plate, Izuku. I can. No thanks, All Might. I'll deal with him. Nezu, I want to ask a favor. A favor? The third round is a tournament, one-on-one. Put me against Iida first round. I'm afraid that's a bit difficult at the moment. He's already leaving due to a family emergency. It's highly unlikely. The greenette swiveled on his heel and marched from the room before breaking into a run. He was going to nip this in the bud before it became a problem. Hopefully. The bluenet was close to the ground's exit as Izuku caught up to him. Iida, he yelled out, causing his classmate to stop. The look of confusion was quickly wiped from his face as a punch so strong his glasses were knocked off landed on his cheek. Skidding to a stop, Izuku turned around to face him. Do not do what I know you are going to do. Because I know that you will not gain anything from it. It's not the right way of, there's nothing you can do to stop me. I can break your legs, You heard me, I'll snap your kneecaps like they're fucking Kit Kats. You would dare, and if I can even touch your legs, Stain can take them clean off. He could see the anger simmering below the surface as they stared each other down. Come on then, prove to me a stick up his ass, rulebook loving, order giving straight-laced soyboy has enough macho to fight the goddamned hero killer. Come on. He was asking for a punch in the face for those concerned. But he had good reason. Well, where's the damning anger, huh? Oh, that's right. You think it's righteous, huh? Bullshit. Shoo, make me, I'm giving you the opening, do it. You're full of talk and won't last a second against a brown belt. You're a leg fighter. Stain's a sword fighter. He got through Tensai's, he'll slice through yours. You can't do shit, Iida. Look me in the eye and tell me you. A barely out of puberty, Steel pull back string bean hormone high teen have even tied with your brother in a spar, folding his arms. Izuku waited with a frown, raising a single eyebrow in anger. Iida was the picture of malice, almost shaking with rage. No? So you haven't? It doesn't, face it Iida, right now you are useless, there's not a damn thing you. I am not like you. Izuku's face dropped into a snarl as Iida tried to tower over him, roaring in anger. I can actually do something unlike you. A finger pressed into his shoulder. I don't need to use everyone else to get to my goal, and I don't want one of your kind, telling me what is and isn't possible. Are you quite done throwing your temper tantrum? Izuku made no visible reaction. Does Bubby need mommy to help change his diaper yet? Or are you going to keep screaming like a little bitch? Checking his nails nonchalantly he pursed his lips. I, like. A little. Bitch, grabbing Iida's shirt he growled, letting himself appear nearly feral. Let's get this straight now, shall we? My kind aren't exactly seen as things in the eyes of the law. So if you think that little pissing contest means anything to me, don't flatter yourself. Right now you sound like a little whiny baby bitch that can't suck his thumb without help. I built a company with my own 2 hands after my father abandoned me and my mother died from a heart attack in my early teens. A company that both UA and I motherfucking Island want to host. I got David Shields' daughter working for me. What do you have going for you, huh? A legacy, good for you. You get a silver spoon to ram up your ass. Unlike you, I've had to work for what I've got. I don't get to say a last name and be treated like the next best thing. Nobody knows who I am. Pushing the blue net back he snarled. You want to go hunt for Stain? Go right the fuck ahead. But what next him? When you find him, what will you do then? I'll bring him to. Trained heroes with years of experience can't do it. I need more than just bring him to justice. How does his quirk work, huh? How does his fight? Do you know how to counter that? What about disarming him? Getting rid of all his weapons, even the ones he's hidden, you can do that. What about when UA expels you over unlicensed quirk usage because you knowingly ditched the hero you were interning with to fight a mass murderer? Let's go off to Candyland for a minute and assume by some miracle you not only survive your fight, but also win it. What then, huh? What happens after that? The tall boy just stared at him silently. You don't, he was silenced by a punch to his gut. Don't you dare tell me I don't understand. His low tone matched the dark look in his eyes. My mother was killed by her employer when they found out I was quirkless. They forced her to work extra time, do extra work, just so I could have an overpriced ready meal from the store because they made her work too much to cook. I will not have you who hasn't lost a single family member. Tell me what loss is. Now you are going to go see your brother. You're going to comfort your bereft mother and you're going to be a good little rule follower like you always have been, understand me? Turning on his heel, Izuku stalked away quietly. I'm giving you one chance, Iida. Do not go after Stain, never go after Stain, especially now. On your own, without experience, first and final warning. Moving quietly he left the teen reeling. Go see your brother. Mayab talked to him about this harebrained bullshit idea you don't understand the magnitude or consequences of. A hand over his shoulder. Know that I don't give 2 shits about you. I just don't want to see your brother broken when you get killed cause you're a selfish brat. Leaving in silence he put his hands back in his pockets and re-entered the stadium. Slouching in his seat, he grinned as Eri climbed into his lap. Momo and Itsuka took a seat either side of him, taking a hand gently. You okay? I should be fine. He leant his head back. There's just a lot going on now. Monom has found Dad. Deepest of joy there. Iida's going to go on some asinine revenge quest against a serial killer. I'm pretty sure that All Might's teacher wants to meet me to see why he's not picking a successor. Apparently Night Eye's having a hissy fit as well if the blonde's messages are anything to go by. You've been. No, he leaves his phone on and unlocked during meetings for some reason. It's very distracting reading a grown man be. His hands reflexively covered Eri's ears, itch about something that doesn't concern him, need his opinion or require his input, but hey ho. That's what the work placements are going to be about, so I'll have time to challenge another old fart when the time comes. Momo giggled lightly as Itsuka covered her grin with a hand. Something tells me you're going to come back very happy or very pissed off. Either way you're going to tear Night Eye a new one. Oh, I'll tear more than one, believe me. He won't be the same once I get my hands on him. Taking a deep breath he sighed. It doesn't matter right now. We're focusing on the sports festival right now, aren't we? There's no Hasashi, no Stain, no Night Eye, no legacy, nothing. Just some lovers, their daughter and some popcorn? Exactly, I don't want to waste time being anxious right now. That's perfectly reasonable, but you know that you can always ask us for help whenever you need it, right? Of course I do, Itsu. It's still difficult, you know, but I'm working on it. And that's all we could ask for. What you've been through is enough to make the best break down. The fact you've overcome so much already is a testament to how strong you are. Momo rubbed the back of his hand gently as he smiled. So, who's on first? It's center of the stadium. I don't know, as Momo answered. Izuku felt the opportunity to lighten the mood, hiding his sinister grin behind a nonchalant shrug. No, they're on third. Who's on first? What? He's second. Who? No, who's first? I don't know, third round. What? Itsuka shook her head as Izuku grinned. Again, he's on second. So, who's on first? Yup, Momo sighed and pinched her nose. Run us through the brackets please Izu. Who's on first, what's on second and I don't know is third. Both just stared at him. What's the guy's name fighting first? No, what's the guy's name fighting second? I don't know, it took all of his strength to keep from smiling. He's on third, how we get to the third round? He shrugged. You said his name, how? What, second round? Alright. Itsuka shook her head and lifted her arms to metaphorically stop them. Do you know their opponents' names? Of course, so what is their name? What's on second? Just stick to the opponents. Whose opponent is? Why? I don't know, just figured I'd ask, Itsuka growled sarcastically. I'm answering your question. As he grinned, Kaminari dropped into the seat behind him. Alright, so, who's on first? He shoveled a handful of popcorn into his mouth as Izuku pointed to him. See, he gets it. What's the name of the fighter on first? No, what's on second? Kaminari said nonchalantly as Izuku let his chest rack while the girls weren't looking at him. He bit his lips until his cheeks went red and took a deep breath. Thank you, finally someone else understands it. Alright Kaminari, can you tell us who is fighting first? Why? Izuku closed his eyes, willing himself not to laugh. Because, Momo spoke, nearly spitefully. Oh, he's second round. His voice nearly broke as both of them looked at him in shock and fury. He was so going to hell for this, but he needed this comic relief after Iida's tantrum. Who? Both men went to open their mouths before Itsuka growled. I'll break you arm if you say he's first. At this they both descended into full-on cackling fits. Kaminari's legs flailing as Eri cheered from the sudden boking of Izuku's lap. He felt tears drip down his face as the women just stared at him silently. Mo. Yeah, Suka? I think we've been got. I think so too. As the blonde and brunette calmed down, Izuku wiped a finger under his eye. Oh my god, nothing like a bit of Abbott and Costello, he wheezed. I didn't know anyone else even knew of pre-Quirk era comedy. Kaminari held out a hand for him to fist bump. They shared another smile before a feeling of dread crept down their spines. Say, Suka. Yeah Mo, how do you think we should pay them back for getting us? Izuku shivered. Kaminari, run, they may spare you if you get far enough Oh no hun, you've unleashed something that won't stop when you run, Momo grinned darkly. Eri, honey, go find Uncle Nezu quickly. Papa's going to need a hand soon. The small girl nodded and took off running. It seemed oddly ironic that she didn't look back this time. Looking back to his girlfriends he smiled weakly, they gave savage grins. I'm sorry. Bit late to be sorry, Itsuka sang, leaning in close to him. You'd best hope recovery girl is free. As they closed in on him, he gulped. Hasashi was the last thing on his mind. No, his only thought right now was his two very mad girlfriends. And how to survive their wrath. One-on-one fights, something Izuku wasn't entirely looking forward to. Though his sour mood was probably more from the fact he couldn't figure out how Monoma had met his shit-stain, textbook example of an absent father. The picture was haunting him as he stared at it with rage. Regrettably it had taken up most of his focus, meaning he didn't watch or analyze most of the fights in the first round. He didn't even notice Tenko coming over with a question about closing the cafe for the semifinals to after the final. Izuku just kept muttering to himself about the possible danger of his dad knowing where green tea coffee was and now the best time to attack it thanks to Monoma. Now he had to worry about his customer safety in the day and the Himuras being vulnerable there as all times. Nezu had already had Monoma's sign-in information scrubbed from the UA database. It meant that if push came to shove, The Himuras could move into the on-ground shop and he'd live in the street store. Sure, they'd all have to commute, but at least everyone else wouldn't be involved in his drama with his dad's bullshit. It got to the point where he was swapping between a list of possible scenarios and their solutions and just glaring at the picture in hatred. Everyone trying to get his attention failed and Tenko got so agitated he snatched Izuku's phone from his hand. "What's so important to you?" He froze as he saw the picture. How do you know this? Monster. The phone clattered to the ground as the greenette hummed. "I should invest in a phone case, Izuku." His shoulders were grabbed. "How do you know that man?" He's my father." "He's what?" Tenko stepped back. "That's your dad. How are you two?" "I've got his genes, nothing more. He's trying to worm his way back into my life so he can use me for money. Most likely to pay off his massive debts and live a life on Easy Street, which is why I'm trying to make sure his attempts to take over my company or intimidate me into working with him will all fail. He left of his own accord because he was a selfish bastard. Now he's come back on his knees for the same reasons. Well, I'm not letting him win this time, not when I have the power to stop him." A beat passed. "How do you know him?" He's the guy Sensei sent me to. When I asked about not being a villain, Sensei said the guy would help me see the true scum heroes were, but he just tortured me for days." "Wait, he's been in Japan for 2 years?" "No, at least I don't think so. Kurogiri warped me there every time I failed. If it was nighttime here, it'd be day there and vice versa. So he was in a different time zone, meaning he was probably still in America at the time." He hummed lightly. "This is seriously concerning. How well did your sensei really know him?" "Rather well, but he seemed reluctant to work with him. Kurogiri did all the talking. Sensei said it was drastic measures to make sure I understood our mission. I never told him it was literal torture since I thought he knew, but Kurogiri always seemed concerned when he collected me a couple days after dropping me off." Tenko shook his head. The bastard refused to call him sensei, stating they were like family and it meant he could call him whatever he wanted to. Dinosaur and senile codger were his favorites. Izuku grit his teeth. Any relation to All for One was seriously unwanted. It was yet another mystery to solve. He groaned and pulled out another piece of paper, about to write out his family tree when he realized. He didn't know it, it had always been him and his mom. He knew they didn't just pop into existence, he did have grandparents. Hasashi's parents had never even so much as sent a birthday card, so he considered them to be dead, or at least in a nursing home, but mom never spoke about her own parents, always waving his questions off, talking about how they'd never got on after he was born. Izuku had never been allowed to blame himself for it, but he did blame himself for never looking for a family tree. What if Hasashi was a disowned son of All for One? No, wait. He couldn't think like that, it would do him no good, he had a fight to prep for. Stepping into the ring opposite his many-armed opponent, Izuku grinned. "Shoji, you ready for this?" "As I'll ever be." "Good, don't hold back, I'm not going to." Shoji laughed at his statement, arms already spread out. "I wouldn't dream of it, boss." Izuku lifted his arm and nodded to Midnight. Izuku will be using a single zip wire device mounted on his wrist. For the sake of keeping the fight fair, he will be limited to 1 wire each fight and can't use it directly on his opponents. She announced to the stadium. "Are both fighters ready?" They each nodded. "Begin." Shoji charged first. "Sorry Izuku, but I can't let you get your bearings for even a second." Rolling over the larger man's back, Izuku grinned as he began playing mouse in their game. "It's fine Shoji, I don't want to give you time to think either." With a flick of his wrist as he ducked under a swipe, the cord latched onto the ground between Shoji's feet. Izuku quickly got behind the man and grinned as he turned around. "You're certainly light on your feet." A shrug, wiry build, keeps me lean. This time he was the one to run forwards, hitting the ground and sliding between his legs. Shoji bent over, watching in surprise as the greenette disappeared from his view. Getting to his feet fast, Izuku gave the cord a hard pull, taking Shoji's ankle out from under him and flooring the teen. Seconds later he scrambled onto his back and put him in a tight headlock. Tap out, tap out. Shoji slowly got to his feet and tried throwing him off, only for the cord to tighten and trip him over again. This time they fell backwards and Izuku grunted as he hit concrete. His legs locked over Shoiji's hips as he kept the hold. Shoiji's 6 hands kept slapping his face and arms uselessly, catching his cheeks, lip, nose and even managing to get his eye. Izuku ignored the sting and just kept his hold until his opponent tapped the ground 3 times in submission. Midoriya Izuku wins. Midnight yelled across the silent stadium, until cheers erupted from the hero course sections. Quickly the rest of the crowd took up the yells as he disentangled himself from Shoji. "You had a good plan," he grinned as he was helped to his feet. "You let yourself get tunnel vision though. Had you seen my wire hit the ground, you would have been able to avoid getting caught in the trap. Still, it was a good game plan. You nearly had me there. Just more reason to keep training, bossman. Maybe we can spar again sometime?" With pleasure, Shoji. They shook hands and walked off the arena to uproarious cheers. Walking from the changing room, he was staring at his phone again, white fury burning in his gut. The bastard had tortured Tenko. As if he list offenses wasn't long enough, they could add torturing All For One's host. Wait. His dad was in contact with All For One. Rewind a second. His dad was close to All For One? Tenko's words finally settled in as he raced towards the meeting room. Hopefully at least Nezu was in there. The door burst open and he was met with nothing. His teeth grit as he swore and ran off again. Aizawa could let him know now and they could have a meeting to solve the problem later. Opening the door to the announcer's booth, he found Present Mike announcing the next pair of fighters. The Erasure hero was nowhere to be found. Goddammit. Closing the door quietly, he raced off, pulling out his phone. He might not have Aizawa's number, but he knew who would. "Izuku, what's wrong? Kai, do you know where Aizawa is, or Nezu for that matter? I need to find them now." Nezu is on his way back to the main compound. He's flooded with paperwork right now. Aizawa is here with me. We're getting Eri candy apples, since she's never had one before. That's bull, we got her one a few minutes ago. Can you put Aizawa on please? A few muffled sentences before. What is it? Tenko just informed me. The man in the picture is the guy T father knows All For One. My father knows the kingpin of the underworld and is apparently close enough to call him family. That's bad. Yeah, it means there is a very real chance I'm related to the worst villain in history. Do you know how bad that would be for green tea coffee? I'd tank harder than the stock market in the early 21st century. It's alright, we'll get to the bottom of this, don't worry. I'm going to fucking worry Aizawa. You aren't the fucker that could be related to not one, but 2 sociopathic bastards. One of whom appears functionally immortal and the second appears to have balls enough to annoy the first. He ran a hand through his hair. Did Nezu try and trace the email already? Powerloader's doing it. Nezu devised a program to unscramble the signal and code, so even if he's got a VPN we'll know where he is in Japan to the city block. Good, that's good. It's better than good, Midoriya. It means that if he ever contacts you again, we'll be able to find where he is. Essentially he's going to be running constantly. He already does that, Aizawa. It's the only thing he's good at. Hopefully this time he doesn't stop though. Now don't you have another fight to prep for? Not yet. It's barely even the second round, plus I'm on last. I thought you were on third? I don't know is on third. What? He snapped out of the trance in a second and looked around. Sorry, just a joke, gotta go. Bye. Aizawa's farewell was cut off as he hung up and slipped his phone into his pocket. Itsuka and Momo hadn't done anything in the immediate wake of his joke, stating that hurting him before his fight would just be cruel, but now they were most lilkly gunning for him. They wouldn't do anything in front of the classes, so all he had to do was sneak back in. Found you, Itsuka sang in his ear. Izuku didn't scream. He didn't, honest, though he did jump, at least 2 feet, where Momo was waiting to catch him. They were both grinning at him evilly. You were very mean with that joke earlier, Izu, she purred into his ear. Itsuka closed in and ran a finger up his chest. Liading us on like that, just cruel, she whispered, and how are we going to get you back for it, huh, Zuku? Laughing about it with me and going on with our days? Itsuka opened a door beside them he didn't realize was there as Momo nibbled his earlobe. Not quite, Izu, you see, you made us very stressed with that little joke. He was shoved into the small janitorial closet with Itsuka grabbing him while Momo closed the door. Ray arm glowed as she created a door jam and locked it. So now you're going to help us, relieve that stress. Please don't hurt me, he whimpered as hands delicately began undoing his shirt. Momo was now creating rope to leave his wrists tied behind his back. We won't hurt you, Zuku. Itsuka's hand caressed his rising libido, causing him to moan lightly, screaming though. That's a different monster entirely." In a flash of arousal, he smirked back. "You two will break before I do." His shirt was now open entirely as Momo put a hand to his chest, forcing him to sit down. "We'll see about that." He stepped onto the stage with the goofiest grin on his face. Luckily he'd changed out of the disheveled and slightly stained uniform into the gym kit. Not that it didn't do anything for his messed up hair or the lipstick stains barely hidden by the collar of his jacket. The long sleeves could hide the hickeys on his shoulders without question, but the worry was that he'd accidentally show off his gut and the various hickeys they'd left there. The worst part was that he was fighting Shoto, who could torch his uniform off and expose him in front of everyone. Midnight went on to announce the match as he looked to his bicolored friend. If he was to keep his secrets, he'd need to win quickly. Shoto would go for an attack straight away, most likely a glacier to immobilize him. That meant he'd need a distraction, something for 30 seconds, so his wire could fix and he'd be able to land the first blow. Half his mind was still in the janitor's closet however, meaning that his distraction wasn't entirely thought through as Midnight yelled go and he lifted his hands to his mouth. "Yo show, do the curtains match the drapes?" Everything stopped as the man in question lowered his foot and stared numbly, completely unaware of the hook between his feet. "Midoriya, what the foo, what the hell?" Aizawa whispered into the mic softly. Shoto closed his mouth before blinking. "Wait, WH." Suddenly the greenette was off his feet and racing towards him. His fist collided powerfully with his cheek and knocked Shoto back a good few feet. "Psych!" Izuku laughed as he landed and lifted his foot to Spartan kick him out of the ring. "You hesitated." "Yeah, because you asked if my pubes were red and white," Shoto yelled, bright red in the face. "Like what was I supposed to do, huh? Say, let's check, shall we? And whip it out on national television? OG Izuku. I don't know what color they are, and look down my own pants? What the hell, dude? It was a distraction, dude. You know I'm in a happily committed relationship." "That doesn't change anything. You basically just said, hey Shoto, I know you are shy and all, but what about flashing all of Japan?" "You don't have to answer. I'm not telling you the color of my pubes on live television." "Midoriya, it appears that our next lesson is going to be one about the skill known as tact." Nezu's voice rang out from the speakers, such as asking a very private question on television, live television to say the least. Yeah, still one though. You asked me the color of my pubes in front of all Japan and that's your response?" Shoto growled. "Midnight, you better knock me out now because I'm about 3 seconds away from whooping his ass." "Look, I'm sorry, it was the first thing I could think of that would actually distract you." Yelling, "Hey Shoto, look, it's your dad," felt a bit cruel. "And asking about my pubes was better. Well duh, what else would get you to hesitate for long enough for me to land my hit in?" Shoto just stood still for a moment, staring in absolute shock, his left eye twitched. "I'm going to kill you, and then kill you again." "Alright Eggman," Izuku grinned, thinking he was just joking. Several beats of silence passed. "Yup, I'm gonna kill you. I'll rip your fucking throat out and wear it as a fucking necktie." You're joking, right Shoto? Right?" A step taken towards him. "I'm going to pluck you out, melt you down and make a fucking necklace." They both took another step. "Shoto, tell me, do you enjoy rocks in your stomach?" "Shoto, get back here Midoriya." The duo were suddenly running out of the arena, through the corridors of the stadium, neither one really listening as Midnight announced Izuku the winner to a shell-shocked stadium. It took several minutes for him to lose the Mad Himura. In that time Nezu had rung him. Aizawa made him aware of the possible connections between him and All for One. Nothing either villain did would in any way be tied back to him, nor would he be used to punish them. Momo and Itsuka had also fixed their appearances and rejoined the group at the sitting area. They'd both had their battles before they jumped him anyway. Sadly Momo was knocked out by Katsuki while Itsuka barely beat out Uraraka. Hitoshi would be Izuku's third opponent, then it'd be the finals. The Greenette hoped that Katsuki won his match so he didn't have to fight one of his girlfriends. On the other hand, he really didn't want to see Itsuka get hurt. Either way he had to focus on his fight against Shinso now, so as he stepped up to the field, the crowd gave mixed reactions. They were all wary of what he would say this time but at the same time excited for what he'd say this time. Neither of them spoke a word as they held eye contact. "Begin." Midnight's hand fell. Both boys began walking to their left, picking up speed until they were both stooped over Rudd the opposite side, both skid to a halt and charged to the middle. Their forearms collided before they jumped back and faced each other down. Shinso attacked first, darting forwards and swinging his body to bring a powerful kick down at him. Hopping to the side, Izuku barely dodged it as the foot met the concrete. He launched his own side kick as Shinso swept his foot from the ground. A solid kick landed in their ribs, causing them both to stumble away. Glad to know those martial arts lessons weren't a total waste of money. I say total because I'm still going to kick your ass. Shinso only smirked as he threw a punch, which the lavender-haired man deflected with the back of his hand. Wasting no time, he turned the punch into an open-handed chop that contacted with his ribs the moment he stopped redirecting it. Izuku grinned as he used the palm of his heel to strike Shinso's gut. Capitalizing on the winded man, he snaked an arm around his neck and kneed him in the chest. He felt his knee collide with a hand instead as he blocked the attack. The man pushed his leg back down faster than he was prepared for and threw him off balance. Shinso used this by wrapping his arms around Izuku's waist and lifting. Immediately Izuku released his grip and adjusted so that Shinso threw him over his shoulder instead of being able to slam him into the ground. Rolling once before facing his opponent yet again, he charged. Tackling Shinso, he prepared to straight up lob him from the edge of the ring until a pair of elbows slammed into his spine and he felt his hold falter. He was used as a springboard by the Lavender Man in order to get some distance between them. Standing back up, Izuku tilted his head to the side, clicking his neck with several loud pops before staring at Shinso. "Oh, it's gonna be that type of fucking game, that's cool." Shinso took a step backwards and aired for a moment. Izuku grinned and charged forwards. Sure, Shinso had several months of martial arts practice under his belt. Izuku had signed him up for the classes after all. But the Greenette had experience. Jade wasn't a pushover, wouldn't be a pushover. Izuku Midoriya knew how to fight dirty. Shinso didn't. Feigning to the left, Izuku watched him ready himself to take the hook, unaware of the fist barreling towards his gut. Shinso grunted before Izuku pivoted on his heel and struck with a powerful kick. He rolled with the attack and quickly got to his feet as the Greenette charged him again. Deflecting as many blows as he could, Shinso was still too slow to stop them all. A small wind whipped by his ear as he barely avoided a punch to his head before the arm it belonged to bent and an elbow struck the side of his head. Stumbling backwards, he left himself open for Izuku to sweep a foot out from under him while grabbing an arm. In a moment, Shinso was flipped over his shoulder and pinned on the ground. Yield. Never. The Greenette knelt on his spine, while holding his arm in a lock. Izuku decided not to talk again in case Shinso went to use his quirk. He struggled for a few seconds before heaving and going limp. "I yield," he grunted. Izuku Midoriya wins the match. Immediately he climbed off Shinso and helped him to his feet. "Nice try, Shinso," his opponent just huffed at him before grinning and shaking his hand. "We'll get you a coffee after all this is over." "I will follow you anywhere, so long as there's coffee." So long as there is coffee, both shared a laugh before walking off the stage. Iida never returned for the festival. Aizawa notified the class he would be out of class for the next day or two while he helped his brother get back into a work schedule. Not that he needed the help, Izuku scoffed. Tensai was incredibly capable and thanks to Kai, he was barely in hospital for half a day. In fact, protocol stated that he needed to spend more time in the hospital post-op than he did before Kai treated him. Iida was only taking time out of the course to try and hunt Stain. Most likely he'll use the internships next week as an excuse to go to Hosu and fight the serial killer. He aired the thought to Aizawa and Toshinori in their quick meeting between the third and fourth rounds. Nezu was listening through the speaker system and texting Aizawa to make sure no one overheard their plans. It was just after the meeting ended that he got another email from Hasashi. "Izuku, you know I can see that you've opened the emails, right? It's really rude to just ignore someone, son. Inko must have taught you better than that. I know you're busy with the tournament and all, but you could at least send something small like, 'Okay, sure,' or 'That's nice.' Look, I'm very hurt that you're just ignoring me. If you key up this childish rebellion, you'll force me to do something I don't want to do. You won't like that. All I'm asking for is an hour of your time at some point in the future. Maybe you could even introduce me to your lovely girlfriends and adopted daughter that your friend mentioned. I feel betrayed that you never told me I was a granddad already. I'd love to meet the little tyke. Well, good luck with the rest of your fights. Your old man Izuku's blood ran cold. It was easy to pick up on the subtext. Monoma told him about Momo, Itsuka and Eri. This was a very thinly veiled threat. He wasn't stupid. Monoma was teaming up with his sperm donor. Meaning they were going to target his partners and daughter, especially his daughter, since she would be off campus and unwatchable for 6 hours of the day. He screenshot the email and texted it to Nezu, not bothering to caption or add information to it. With a feral snarl, he decided to do the right thing and respond. Sperm donor. Fuck you, go near them and I'll turn your guts into a jump rope. Your bastard quirkless offspring. Turning his phone off, he slipped it into his pocket and kept moving to the changing rooms. If the sperm donor was watching, he was going to give him a reason to not even think about fucking with his family. A cold rage settled in his gut, something he tried to quell before the fight. Katsuki wasn't the person he was mad at, so he shouldn't let the anger come out in the fight. Instead he grit his teeth and took a deep breath. His donor would get what's coming to him, and until that time, Izuku would wait patiently, ready to kick his face in so hard it came out his ass. Adjusting his shirt once more to hide the now deep purple hickeys, he opened the door, letting a small smile adorn his face. Fight! Midnight yelled as Katsuki blasted straight at him. You're mine this time, Dekiru. He yelled with glee as Izuku got into a stance. I've been breaking all those old habits you used in the training exercise. As have I, old friend. Grinning, he put his hands forward as if he was ready to deflect the attack. The blonde was not expecting him to leap into the air and twist over his flying form. Getting over his surprise, he threw his hands forwards and used concentrated explosions to launch himself at the landing greenhead. Both grunted as their backs collided, sending Izuku sprawling onto the ground and Katsuki tumbling uncontrollably. Getting his wits about him, Izuku rolled to his feet and ran over to Katsuki with the intent to simply pin him. Until a small explosion near his chest caused him to stop and send his flailing leg into his head. Didn't think that through, Katsuki grunted as he ran his tongue over his teeth. Well, nothing lost, so it's not all bad. Lifting a hand, he clicked his jaw and smiled. You're better than you were, Dekiru. I could say the same for you cats. Now where'd that fire go, huh? That spark, come at me, full force. Oh, you want the big guns? I'll show you the big guns. They entered close combat before Katsuki used an explosion to knock Izuku over and launch himself away. You ready for this one, scrub? Bring it on, Pomer man. He rolled backwards onto his feet as Katsuki launched himself forwards. The blonde began blasting in a spiral, smoke forming a pipe-like shape. This is something we came up with back when we were kids, Dekiru. Now we've come by beating you with it. How'd Sir Impact then, one of the first super moves they'd ever come up with back when his quirk first came in. A massive buildup of explosive power. Even the knockback could launch him from the rain. All he had to do was avoid the arm and he could keep low to stop from getting blown out. No problem. No problem at all. Just don't get hit. Easy as pie. Running towards Katsuki, Izuku grit his teeth and watched the hand closing in on him. Howitzer. Just avoid the hand. Avoid the hand, no big deal. Time seemed to slow down as he took another step. It was either inevitable doom or an absolute win. It had to be perfect down to the second. Impact. The arm came closer to him. Katsuki was still in the air. One hand grabbed his head as Izuku launched into a backflip. The massive explosion triggered behind him, heat singeing his hair and the wind already buffeting his clothes. Letting go of his head, Izuku let himself get blown backwards and wrapped his arms around Katsuki's waist. He heaved, lifting Katsuki over his head as his feet finally hit the floor. Recoil bomba. Powerbombing Katsuki into the ground, he released his hold, letting the blonde fall into the floor. Dropping onto him, he sat on his back while lifting his legs back at an awkward angle. Katsuki was still dazed as Izuku put him in the lock. Bakugo, are you able to continue? Midnight asked, getting silence in return. Midoriya, Izuku wins. Rolling away from Katsuki, he got to his feet and helped his brother to his. Come on bro, let's get you to recovery girl. You power bombed him? The nurse waved her stick at him. Do you have any idea what that could have done to him? Dear God, what were you thinking? Wait, that's right, you weren't. I'm sorry, we agreed not to hold back, that doesn't mean try and break his spine. Chio, it's alright. I already reconstructed the vertebrae just to be sure, but in any case, Bakugo will be fine. Kai shook his head. Not that it wasn't a dumb move, creative sure, using his own momentum against him. But it was still probably the dumbest move I've ever seen. Recover girl sighed as Kai washed his hands, a small habit that helped him stay on top of his misophobia. I'll let you off with a warning this time, but next time you do something this stupid, I'm getting your teacher to bar you from physical training for a week. But, no buts, you need to rein it in, young man. Yes ma'am. It had been so long since he'd been scolded that he didn't know how to react. Just nodding and agreeing as he and Katsuki got up. He blonde being handed a couple painkillers before they both head to the podiums for the closing award ceremony. It was a smart move, you know, Katsuki nudged him. I barely had time to register you were moving, let alone formulate a plan to respond. I cut it close though, you nearly had my leg, which would have been bad. Bad? We would have been set sideways, most likely into the wall of the stadium. I'd have severe burns down it and several broken bones. You wouldn't have fared much better, the blonde paused. Guess we both got lucky I missed then, huh? I don't know, they would have called a tie and given us joint first, the greenette chuckled, and it's not exactly like I'm against sharing. Well, when I'm the #1 hero, I'll share it with the #1 cafe owner. I'll accept the #2 hero, just means you'll be the #2 customer. And tell me which one would come before me? Oh, they'll have to share, a good-natured smirk. Smug prick, so how are you going to lift Shoizaki's spirits? Ibara and IR, he shut his mouth as he realized the mistake. Izuku merely raised an eyebrow and smiled deviously. I'm taking her to a botanical gardens, nice place, quiet, and since she loves gardening from her quirk, it just seems perfect. Shinso met with them as they reached the podiums. Hey guys, rubbing a hand on the back of his head, he smiled. Izuku blinked twice. How mad is she, scale of 1 to 10? Oh, I don't. She's not mad, not very at least, lying straight through his teeth. What did you do? Plead the fifth. That's America. What did you do? I might have, sort of, yelled that she should try use her quirk to match Momo. His face went red. Match Momo how? Well, the thing is. You see, I wanted a response. To be fair, her response was, it was confident. Match Momo. How? Her figure? Izuku, please, you're killing me here, dude, Shinso pleaded, they're already going to kill me. Look me in the eye and tell me what you told my girlfriend should do to be like our other girlfriend. I said she should try use her quirk to match Momo's assessed, all right? His hand slapped over his mouth as his eyes went wide, stepping back as Izuku processed the information. He rubbed his temples before groaning. Get behind us, you've just unleashed a hell unlike any known to man. Fucking Christ, dude, don't compare them. That's the easiest way to unleash hell's fury. As he ducked behind the men, Momo and Itsuka both came around the corner. Where'd he go? Whatever he did, I'm sure he didn't mean it. It doesn't matter what he did. I'm still going to slap him upside the head. Momo frowned. What he did was cruel. It embarrassed both of us and humiliated Suka. And if he offered a heartfelt apology and offered a way to make it up to you too? We'll see how merciful we feel when we find him. They both began to move in the direction Izuku pointed them in. Once they were out of earshot, he turned around and whacked Shizno around the head. You didn't apologize immediately? What is wrong with you? I tried, but Momo was there on me the moment I was trying to say it. That oddly makes sense. Look, after the ceremony is over, go and apologize. Offer her a coupon to some spa day or something, or say you'll pay for us to have a nice dinner out. Yup, got it. I can do that. Shinso nodded as they climbed onto their podiums. They all looked up to the open hatch as their platforms began rising. Shinso's stopped first on Izuku's left. Katsuki's wasn't that far behind, stopping on his right. They all held their heads up high, backs straight and arms by their sides. Here are the winners of the first-year sports festival. Midnight announced to the roaring crowds. And now, the ceremony can begin now. Why? Because I am here. All Might landed beside Midnight with a box in his hands, to give the medals to our incredible competitors. The crowd somehow got louder. He was glad that they had listened to his suggestion of rehearsing this. The alternative would have been incredibly awkward. Shinso bowed his head as the bronze was draped around his neck. Young Hitoshi, you have proven something today. No matter what type of quirk you have, You can always find a way to do the right thing and come out victorious. I hope this only motivates you to try harder than before." As if I'd ever stop working All Might, the hero laughed. "That's the spirit, young man." He made his way over to Katsuki. "Young Bakugo, you have shown that no matter what, a good quirk is no substitute for hard work, and without patience, you can never grow. I hope this medal inspires you to keep improving. I'll never stop growing, All Might, not even when I come take that #1 spot from you. Such determination, I pray you never run out of that fire." Izuku looked up to the muscular blonde. "Young Midoriya, on this day you may have started something that will change the world. Today you have told the world, quirk or no, as long as you have the dedication and drive, you can achieve whatever you put your mind to. Take this medal as proof of that and show the world that even without a quirk, you can become a hero. Alright, your internships are coming up soon, so today we'll be working on your code names," Aizawa grunted to the class. "Or rather, Midnight will be going through your choices. You'll workshop them for today's lesson, and at the end you can either show it to the class or have the rest of the day to work on it. You must have something ready for your internships, which we will go through in tomorrow's homeroom. You can change it later on if you don't like it. However, a code name is how heroes build up recognition and become able to network with others. Like how the underground know you're a Razorhead but the overground don't. Exactly like that, Kirishima. My code name is one that was hard to spread due to the nature of my side of heroics. Getting people to know my hero name was difficult, however people talk, and once you reach that point, other people will start reaching out to you. Your name is your reputation. Overground heroics is slightly different as people already know your name, so you have to build up a reputation. All Might, for example. His debut was one that rocketed him into the charts. His debut and leader victories are what created his reputation and earned him the #1 spot. Endeavor is another example. His reputation was one of collateral damage and uncaring of civilian lives or the loss thereof. Or his family, Shoto called out, raising his hand. Or his family, Aizawa nodded in agreement. Another example is sat in this very room, Midoriya. Present, the greenette nodded from his seat next to Momo. Your cafe gained traction rather quickly, didn't it? Yes, in the beginning it was due to the fact it was on the high street. Lots of people could see it and try it. Then it was word of mouth. People began talking about it, telling their friends. Then we got an online presence, something that most heroes have. After that it was the growth into UA and I Island that gave rise to the name of green tea coffee. Your time as Jade also earned you a reputation, didn't it? Yup, as a vigilante it was even more important that word of mouth spread my existence. Being online is traceable. I'm not supposed to be seen. All anyone is ever meant to know is my capture rate in any time I've broken a law. He made a pointed look towards the silent Iida, which is of course, 0 times. Not true. I distinctly remember the time you and an accomplice launched Endeavor halfway across Musutafu. In my defense, he played the game and lost. On the other hand, he ended up with a broken arm and melting the concrete into molten slag 5 meters away. Ah well, he's behind bars now, isn't he? The fact still remains you actively resisted arrest. It may have been thrown out because it was Endeavor making the arrest, but you resisted nonetheless. And aren't we glad I did? No comment. The in green tea coffee chuckled lightly at the banter before the door slid open and Midnight walked in. Good luck. Behave and try not to cause a villain attack. One time. It happened one time, Katsuki argued. You're in your first year, it was your first trip and it was the first time it's happened in a very very long time, he retorts with a flat face, already crawling into his yellow sleeping bag. Don't be too loud, or else you're all in detention. So, does anyone have ideas for their names already? Midoriya? I'm going to be sticking with Jade if that's alright, Midnight shrugged. It's a well-known underground name. I'd recommend another limelight name as well as a separate costume for the duration of your time in UA. That goes for anyone trying for underground heroics. Shinso nodded along with a few others while Izuku hummed. Alright, I have it. Without even writing anything on his board, he put a hand on Katsuki's shoulder. That seemed to be enough of a clue as he softly spoke. Dekiru, you know it'll be a permanent thing, right? Most names are cats, might as well make it my own. He turned at the podium and looked at the class. As you all know, I'm quirkless. Let's lead to a lot of issues and pain growing up. From grief at Aldera to a whole heap of things for my business. Ranging from verbal abuse, physical assault and on the really bad days, suicide baiting. On the last day I was at Aldera, I found a bouquet of spider lilies on my desk. A more colorful way to tell me to kill myself. The room visibly recoiled. In fact, one kid in our year could shapeshift to the person they last touched. They high-fived cats just before school ended and lured me over with my best friend's face. The blonde's face darkened. Izuku had made a point to never tell him this story. Until now. They used his face and voice to tell me to take a swan dive from the roof. Hoping for a quirk in my next life. Of course I knew it wasn't him because our friend had enlisted his help to do some yard work while I went straight to the cafe. No one else knew of this until now, and I'm taking the name they used on me, to try and beat me down, and I'm turning it into something else, something that means you can do it. Katsuki kept his head down as he smiled to the class. My hero name is Deku. Deku. Dekiru, Shoji muttered. Hey Bakugo. What is it, Ben 10? Did you call him Dekiru because they called him Deku? So what if I did? I told him that no matter what the others said, so long as he knew he could do it, the extras could go fuck themselves. Dekiru and I will beat all their asses and be the top heroes. Oi oi. Oi oi. Izuku nodded with a grin. So during lessons if you could all call me Jade but out on the field call me Deku, I'd really appreciate it. Everyone nodded in understanding as he sat back in his seat. Momo gently held his hand under the table, and if anyone saw her eyes go a little red, well, it was none of their business. Before we do this, do not be discouraged if you didn't get many offers. Do not be disappointed if someone got more than you. Everyone in this class will be interning under a professional hero next week. Ua has contacted a few just in case you can't make a decision. Izuku just shrunk in his seat. He wasn't looking forward to this. Ua had been forced to tell the heroes requesting he intern with them that he actually had no quirk, for safety reasons. Nezu warned him that it could reduce the amount of offers he had, but then Ua would be able to open cases of discrimination on his behalf. He'd agreed to it obviously, better weed out the problem before it rots the tree, but it still stung. Midoriya. Huh. Brought from his musings, he looked to his teacher. As I just said, everyone has a folder containing the offers from heroes. Please come and get your first so that you don't prevent others from getting theirs. Okay. Sliding from his seat next to Momo, he walked to the front of the class. Aizawa reached under the table with both hands and pulled a comically oversized binder from under it. He was clearly straining to lift it, judging by the look on his face and the way he gripped it. Izuku just looked at it for a moment, absorbing the sheer size of it. It's bigger than my head. No fucking shit problem, child. You're the first quirkless hero course student, took first in the sports festival and Nezu's second only personal student. Who's the first? I'd prefer not to answer. Come now Aizawa, surely it wasn't that traumatizing. Nezu chuckled over the intercom. You did pass. The erasure hero made a point to ignore the voice. You were Nezu's first student, first and I hope last, but lo and behold, you appeared, letting him create another version of himself, something he couldn't quite get right with me. Senpai. I will hang you from the tower by your big toe with my capture scarf if you ever call me that again. Understand, Kahai? Izuku just chuckled. Sure. He heaved the binder from the desk and turned around. I got it. His toe caught the heel of his other foot. I don't got it. And so he fell forwards. The world moved slowly as he faced his inevitable doom. Welp. At least Recovery Girl couldn't scold him for breaking his no-shea binder slid out of his hands and landed on the floor with a thud, as fabric wrapped around his midsection, stopping him from face-planting. And be careful, Recovery Girl would have my head if you got hurt because I gave you paperwork. Glad to know you care Aizawa, you and I both know asking you not to get hurt is liking asking fire not to burn. He's got a point Izu, Momo added quietly looking out the window. He pouted as he heaved the folder back to the desk and dropped it onto the desk. Alright, then you can help me pick an internship where I won't get hurt. A smug grin as the desk groaned under the weight of the binder. Momo's eyebrow just twitched as he sat down. Let's get started, shall we? Izuku steepled his fingers and took a deep breath. Closing his eyes to help himself calm down, he tilted his fingers to point at Toshinori. Let me get this straight, an application came in late. The blonde nodded. You know the guy personally and are afraid of him? A second nod. Yet you immediately accept on my behalf? Yeah? That's about the long and short of it. Cleaning detail for a month, Toshinori wilted. Damn it, a hand on his shoulder. Thank you for trying to be helpful, but if you could leave it to me next time please, I'd really appreciate it. Sorry, who's the old fart anyway? Lifting the paper up, he scanned it quickly. Gran Torino? He is one of my old mentors. He was never a user, but he was a close friend of Nana's. He knew about it and the fact it was passed on to me. He also knows I am no longer passing it on. He's rather irked about it. However, Mirai seems a lot more pissed off. Well, Night, I can go dive in a ball pit for all I care. Toshinori remains silent for a second, staring at him. A ball pit? Pink eye? His mouth opened in a silent, oh. Still don't get it. Izuku facepalmed and groaned. It's an eye joke, pink eye, meaning his eyes are hard to open. So he's fucked. His shoulders dropped as the clueless look on his employee's face. I'm basically saying he can go get fucked. Then why not just say that? Because I have a sense of humor that needs more than 2 brain cells. You laugh at sex jokes. Toshinori looked him directly in the eye as his own widened. Okay, we are not having that conversation. Gran Torino, how bad is he? From the file, the greenette could gather that he was a stout old man. His hero costume was 2 different shades of yellow. Still obnoxious. And he had a black domino mask. His quirk was called Jet. Using the breath from his lungs, he could fire it from holes in the soles of his feet and launch himself at high speeds. He's still rated to be one of the fastest heroes, even though he's semi-retired. I say semi-retired because he occasionally beats the gangs around his neighborhood. Alright, I'll work with Creaky McFeetstink, Izuku sighed, putting the paper back down. Since he's going to call you again, make sure to tell him that I'm not afraid to beat an elder if he pushes my buttons. Toshinori cringed. You're joking. Several beats of silence. You're joking, right? Izuku leant in and smiled. He pisses me off, the greenette whispered, and his kneecaps are mine. The blonde gulped as Izuku stood back up. Thanks for the talk, bye Toshinori. He left the room silent as the number 1 hero mentally debated who would be traumatized during the internships. Gran Torino, Izuku. Or would they team up and traumatize him? I still can't believe you both chose to go with Uwabami. Even after we all warned you. Izuku sighed as he hugged his girlfriends. Look, if she's really that bad, you can say told you so and we'll listen to your suggestions next time, alright? Itsuka appeased. But we have to at least see what a top heroine can teach us. Momo nodded in agreement. If it's really that rubbish, you and Nezu can get her internship license revoked. Sounds like a plan to me. He kissed them both before they walked to their train together. Several members of the classes had broken off for their own trains. The numbers were whittling down until only a few remained. Shoto was one of the group as he was still hesitant to get on his train. The train bound for the new Flamin' Hero Agency, the agency formed by all of the staff and heroes in Endeavor's dissolved agency. There he would be able to catch up his flame control to that of his ice control, however it would be at the cost of bringing back unpleasant and sore memories. Hey, he spoke softly as he put a hand on the teen's shoulder, you got this. I got this. He replied, obviously unsure. You got this. Izuku repeated with a more serious tone. Shoto nodded. I got this. Go get him, Shoto. Show them what we traumatized bastards are capable of. With a grim smile, the bichromatic man nodded and walked to his train, before the instilled confidence could waver. Midoriya, Aizawa's voice came from behind him. He turned to find the teacher stood partially behind a rigid and rather annoyed-looking Iida. Iida has something he wants to say to you. The bespecked oust hero hopeful opened his mouth. No, Izuku cut in, his voice even, words are cheap, brother of Ingenium. You can spout whatever you want, but until you look me in my eyes and say you're sorry, I won't believe a word out of your mouth. His eyes narrowed. Now, last chance. If you survive this kamikaze hunt for Stain, I will take your kneecaps. The brunette closed his mouth and fumed silently before turning on his heel and stalking towards his train. Great, no, really brilliant, Aizawa grumbled. Add fuel to the fire, why don't you? Iida wants everyone to follow the rules, but the moment he gets a reason, he'll disregard them faster than most. He's a hypocrite, and if he does go after Stain, he'll be expelled on vigilante charges, if he lives anyhow. You mean if a hero saves him instead of you? I already said. I'm taking his kneecaps when I see him. He thinks it'll be after his revenge quest. But I'll find him before the week's out. He hummed, oh, and quickly. Hasashi asked me to give this to you. A small bag was lifted into Aizawa's peripheral. It's a bag of the beans we use. Since I can't give you the pick-me-ups, you'll have to brew them yourself. My advice, boil the water and then press the beans. It'll be stronger that way. You get extra credit, Aizawa spoke as he took the bag. Izuku smirked as he walked to his own train as it pulled in. See you in a week, Aizawa, don't run my store out of stock before then. Rubbing his temples as he stared into the room, he sighed, get up or I'm out of here, Grandpa. I'm alive. The head snapped up with an insane grin, which quickly dropped as he saw Izuku's indifferent face. You didn't care? I've seen blood, that's ketchup, those entrails are frozen sausages, trust me. I've been shot before, I know when someone is faking an injury. Alright. Well, let's see what you can do since you knocked some sense into Toshinori. The word was said in a sarcastic tone that rubbed Izuku the wrong way. Let's go, brat. He sighed again and dropped forwards into a roll, avoiding a kick aimed at his cheek. Jumping. He flipped as Gran Torino raced under him and changed direction to miss again. His hair trigger reflexes were honed, dodging things worse than a pensioner flying around his living room. Leaning backwards, he grabbed the man's cape as he flew past. I'm sure I asked Toshinori to warn you, if you can't act like an adult, your kneecaps will be repossessed. You've made your point, brat, have I? Because you seem to think beating your student is the best way to teach them. It's the only way you get things through his thick. Not really, I changed his mind after 2 conversations and a diagram. You were a teacher for what, 1 year? Yeah, that means you're pretty shit at it. Aizawa's been a teacher for a while, even he's better than you, and he used to use rational deceptions on his students. Oh, and just what did you say to the oaf? Well, for one, I explained it to him in a way he'd understand, NS I know to sound smart, old-timer, and I didn't hit him when he didn't understand, so he could ask me a question or two. Gran Torino just glowered as he hung in the air, arms folded. Bah, the oaf never understood. I also never demeaned him, or made him feel stupid, because if a fish is told it's stupid for failing to climb a tree, it'll die trying for the approval. His eyes narrowed. Sound familiar? Toshinori was injured in his quest for vengeance. Yeah, he was motivated by anger, wanted to get back at him for Nana, I understand that, but he also wanted to prove himself, to the teacher that consistently told him he was dumb, stupid and inadequate. Turing said nothing. You don't deny it? Interesting, tell me, how many times did you compare him to his master, huh? Twice? 10 times? 30 times? Over 1 million? He told me you'd talk about Nana at least once a day. That's an awful lot of comparisons. He needed to be ready, he needed to be taught, not beaten down. If you're only used to ignoring pain instead of fighting, you'll win, but at a very high cost. Toshinori told me that by the time he fought All for One. You'd trained him so much he couldn't feel the broken bones. He barely felt his guts being torn out. You beat him that badly. Still, he was able to beat the bastard once and for All for One is still alive. He kidnapped one of my close friends and works with the sperm donor I call a father. The tone of the room shifted as his fist clenched. Gran Torino's eyes widened. What did you say your name was? Sonny? Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya, son of Inko Midoriya and Hasashi Midoriya, the Viridian dragon. Gran Torino's face flashed for a second, just long enough for Izuku to catch it. I'm in no way affiliated with that bastard. I'm working with Nezu, Toshinori and some business partners to try and track him down. Oh really? How'd I know that? By not being a senile old man. I have you by your cape. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it already. Plus, who could ever pull a fast one on Nezu? Many have tried and all have failed. Be serious, you're just using your age and experiences to get away with biases and being a prick. Let me down, we're going to get some sparring in and then eat, since you're such a fast bugger already. Some field practice should do you some improvement. Izuku smirked. Gran really had no idea what he got himself into. The train carriage was silent. Several people kept glancing at him as he sat next to Gran, who was idly kicking his feet. Hosu's a seedy place. There's no end to the thugs looking for trouble. We'll patrol for a few hours and then head back, alright? Got it, he nodded, staring out the window in front of him. Something seemed off about the reflection behind him, so he whirled his head around and paled. Everyone get down. The civilians all dropped, moved as the side of the carriage was busted in and a twisted humanoid body stood looking around. A Nomu, here? Turning to the yellow hero he grunted, bioweapon. All for One's work as far as we can tell. It'll get up no matter what, so hit it hard enough it forgets what it's doing. Right, Pipsqueak, you and… where are you going? You're a pro, you got this, Izuku called back as he ran off across the nearby rooftops. I've got some kneecaps to claim. With a grim frown, he pocketed his phone. His screen pinged with a signal from Iida's armor. Koichi had been able to put a sensor on Stain without him noticing, and Powerloader had snuck a receiver on Iida's armor. Once the two were in close enough proximity, the location would be sent to his phone. Luckily it wasn't very far away, the issue was that it had pinged several minutes ago on the train. Now Izuku was running on his two best fuels. Anxiety and spite. Both of them mixed with the adrenaline flooding his system and kept him going over alleys and under air vents. Hosu might not be his stomping ground, but it shouldn't be too hard to navigate. Flipping over another alleyway, he shared the location to Nezu and Aizawa, telling them he'd hold off as long as he could since Nomu were in Hosu for whatever reason. I thought that preening the false heroes in the media would reclaim the true nature of heroes, but you have shown me today that the rot has spread even to the roots. Fear not, child, your death will be swift, much like the other false heroes in training. Iida! Izuku roared as he dropped into the alleyway. Stain leapt away from the prone Bluenet as he took in the scene. Iida seemed to have found Stain in the midst of attacking another hero. Native if his memory served. Staring at the serial killer he frowned and held out a hand. Gimme the sword. What? Give me the sword? No, give me the damn sword. Stain began clutching it like a toddler would clutch a teddy bear. No, Izuku groaned. Are you another FAK? Ah, 1 second. He turned to Iida. I warned you, did I not? Using his foot, he rolled him over onto his back. Come on. Did I or did I not warn you? What are you doing here? Coming to gloat before our inevitable deaths? On the contrary, I'm here to save your quirkist ass, from his psychotic ass and maybe just maybe, live long enough to bury my foot so far up your ass, I'll have to tie my laces in your mouth. Shush. A finger raised to Stain, Iida scoffed. You think the likes of you can beat him? A-. Izuku silenced the killer again. I don't have to beat him, I have to keep him distracted long enough for other heroes to arrive. Excuse, now you just wait. Izuku barked, shocking the sociopath into silence. I'm busy. Attempting to intimidate a murderous psycho. Iida laughed humorlessly. That'll work. That's enough out of your gob, Izuku growled, pulling a rollover bandage out of his pocket and turning it into a makeshift gag. There, now as I was saying, I'm not aiming to beat him, I'm aiming to keep you and me alive long enough for us to be rescued, and since you're dumb enough to not signal your location when you're in danger, I decided to do it for us. Reinforcements are 10 minutes out because a group of Nomu have been released in the city. Iida made a noise through his gag in shock. Izuku slipped his phone onto the floor by him. When there's a minute left, scream, loud as you can. Through that all right? He got several indignant noises though the fabric, none of which were coherent sounds. Good, now do as you say and listen. Turning back to Stain he moved into a fighting stance. You say reinforcements will arrive in 10 minutes? That's all the time I need to remove the fakers from this society? You keep running your mouth, Stendhal. Knuckleduster told me you were good at that. You know Knuckleduster? I work with him. Well, in a way, he works at my cafe. I patrol with him. Perhaps you've heard of me? Pulling his mask up, he locked it into place. Jewel of the underground, Vigilante Jade. At your service. Or hero in training Jade now anyway. A vigilante known for being effective yet untraceable and invisible. You embody what a hero should be, helping because it's right. Oh, don't get me wrong, Stendhal. I help because it's right, but I also help to prove that my quirklessness doesn't mean I'm less than you. Quirkless too? Listen, fake hero. You should look to your classmate for what it truly means to be a hero. His eyes narrowed as the sword was leveled at Izuku. He called you quirkist, meaning you've been discriminatory to him. Yet he still risks his life to save yours. One you were going to throw away in the name of revenge. Revenge that was pointless, because Ingenium is already back up and running, getting back to patrols soon. Impossible. Oh Stendhal, you have no idea of what's possible. Izuku charged. Ua have known who I was for a long time. In fact, several of the teachers have taught me a lot of things. Eraserhead has taught me blade combat. Especially how to fight a blade barehanded. He dodged a stab and punched him in the gut. Dodging was their favorite time, because they got to chase me for an hour WMPING away as Stain swung. He made contact with the wall and jumped off it. Twisting in the air, he avoided the throwing knives Stain tossed. They clattered to the ground as he landed and immediately rolled backwards out of Stain's reach. I haven't analyzed your quirk just yet, but judged from the fact Iida still hasn't moved and that he's got a bloody wound, I'm guessing that letting you cut me is a big no-no. Picking up one of the knives, he held it in a reverse grip. Good thing I promised to not get hurt, a cheeky grin as Stain growled. I do not want to kill such a true hero, however if I must first bring you down to cull the fake idols, then so be it. The murderer charged forwards, swinging widely. Lifting his borrowed weapon, Izuku blocked the blow and punched Stain in the face. His head snapped back for a moment, arm faltering. Pushing the sword off, he stepped forwards and kneed Stain in the gut. The knife clattered to the floor as he tossed it aside, planting his hands on Stain's shoulders. His raised foot stomped down, his other foot lifting backwards, before swinging forwards with the power of a pendulum. Striking Stain straight in the family jewels. Your philosophy is correct. Your methods are flawed. You understand that what you are doing is immoral yet are willing to face the consequences. Stain remained silent as his sword was dropped. Right in the berries, he whined at an octave Izuku thought no man could ever achieve. Look, I'm going to give you a choice right here, right now. I can help you Stendhal. Your work as a vigilante and the crimes you helped solve will have a good case. Along with the lives you have saved, we can work with it all. You'll spend the rest of your life doing something constructive. Building a better world instead of burning the current one down. But I need you to work with me, alright? Stain stared him in the eye. Akaguro, I need you to work with me here. Got it? Or you will never see the light of day again. You would aid the hero killer? Do you really lack such sense? Iida barked, having successfully ungagged himself. Stum it you. Izuku turned to him for a second, or so help me I will literally take your kneecaps. The brunette wisely remained silent. Can you work with me here, Akaguro? If you want to help the world change, I urge you to work with me. What do I need to do? Release your quirk on Iida and Native. Iida, get Native to the nearest hospital. Native? The hero dying over there, that you clearly didn't see in your tunnel vision of red, a growl. Move. He scrambled to his feet and scooped up the bleeding hero before turning back to Izuku. His face held a myriad of emotions. Izuku gave him a slow nod before he raced off onto the streets. Now Stendhal, you are about to help me save a lot of lives, but I need to know. Can I trust you? It wasn't looking good. The Nomu were keeping the heroes on their toes. Hardly any time to think meant defense was their sole option. Many of them were wounded as it was. Gran was trying to take out a flying Nomu that just kept searching the streets around them. Fortunately the heroes were in control enough to prevent any fires from breaking out. Civilians were evacuating by the bucket load, all screaming and charging away. The cavalry has arrived. Izuku yelled as he leapt off a rooftop, firing a wire to swing to the street. Brat, Gran yelled, almost relieved, you're finally here. And I'm not alone. On cue, Stendhal followed him from the rooftop. He grabbed onto the greenette's free arm as they swung low. He latched onto a Nomu and pulled out the taser Izuku loaned him, sticking it into the creature's exposed brain. The shock would cause it to stop its rampage and become docile, meaning Kai and Eri would be able to work their magic on it. Izuku moved into the air again and flew towards another Nomu, launching a taser round into its open gray matter. If it was one thing the twisted humans had in common, it was the lack of a complete skull. There was only 5 or 6 Nomu, but that handful could have easily taken out any of these heroes if it was one-on-one. His feet hit the ground and he slid to a stop. Come on muscle brains, I'm right here. If he was right, Hasashi would force all for one to make at least one of these things hunt him down. His luck turned when the 4 multi-quirk mutants all turned to him with low growls. The flying one even croaked out a Midori Yaa. His final opponents were a pair of Nomu with 4 eyes, one that had no eyes and the 4th winged one. The eyeless Nomu was bulkier than the lean 4-eyed Nomus. He fired another taser round into the first 4-eyed Nomu. He was running towards the charging monsters as he jumped up. Sliding towards him, the first shocked Nomu was used as a footstool. The second 4 eyes felt a third taser round. He stepped up onto that one as well. The no eyes tried to grab him. Instead, he threw his body up and over, pulling out his taser and dragging it across the center of its brain. The entire body spasmed as he flipped in the air. The winged Nomu dove for him. It collided with his legs, causing his knees to bend and lock his ankles together behind its neck. Midori Yaa. He lifted his body up, jamming the taser in its brain. The body convulsed before they fell to the flute, the Nomu rolling to take the crash landing on its back. Its arms moved in a way to almost protect the sudden passenger before he was thrown to the street and got to his feet. The other Nomu had already been restrained as heroes moved in to capture the last one. For some reason, he couldn't look away as the eyes locked onto his. A weight settled into his dropping gut as it stared at him. In a moment the world around them ceased to exist as two words clawed their way from its throat. Medium, la tte. Two words that would be classified as nonsense to and from anyone or thing else. It would be written off as it saying garble it pulled from a barely functioning brain. Izuku though, he knew otherwise. The three only words the Nomu spoke clicked into a single sentence. A sentence that, along with the gently moving wings protruding from its back, led him to a disturbing revelation. His vision blurred as he could only respond in a mixture of shock, horror and fear. Subasa. So let's go through this story one more time. Kenji Suragame, the chief of police, sighed as he held his notepad out. You, Izuku Midoriya, knew that Ingium, Tensai Iida, had been grievously hurt by Stain after he found the killer attacking another hero. The Greenette nodded. You also knew, Tenya Iida, the younger brother of Tensai, would lash out in rage, not listening to any reason even though it was all he preached? Correct. You warned several heroes but also remained vigilant in case you needed to step in, which helped because your beacon pinged and let you arrive in time to save Tenya's life. Right, at which point you scolded Iida, told Stain to hand over his sword as if he were a child with a toy, told Iida and I quote, shove your foot so far up his ass, you would have to tie your laces in his mouth, before telling Stain, the murderous sociopath, to wait because you were busy, gagged Iida and fought Stain. Those words were said to those people, yes, and he wasn't going to take back a single one of them. You then fought Stain using one of the discarded knives he'd thrown at you and finished the fight by, Suragame squinted at his paper, I'm sorry, you won by kicking Stain in the testicles? Yup, and got him right in the cherries. The police chief winced before his hand drifted apathetically to his groin. It got him to listen to me at least. Following all of this, you then offered Stain a choice. Either you could help him and he'd follow a set of rules, or you'd let him be locked up in Tartarus for the rest of his life. I did also get him to release his quirk on Iida and Native, allowing them to rush to Hosu hospital, so there's that. Stain agreed to help you. No, Stendhal agreed to help me. Stain I beat when he was kicked in the gulas, Suragame coughed. Right, Stendhal helped you. The two of you made your way to the main fight and arrived to see 6 Nomu fighting the heroes? Yeah, I gave him a taser since we knew Nomu were going to be there anyway, Izuku shrugged. You then took out all the Nomu with an electric shock to the brain, using tasers? I also used the taser rounds that the support department provided for me as support gear. There was no quirk involved. Well, that clears up your possible charges, but there's still the fact Stendhal worked with you. Chizome Akaguro has done a lot of good and a lot of bad things. Nezu and I are already working on a case to put him in UA's new rehabilitation program. If you can, good luck with that. Now if you could please come with me so we could discuss Tenya Iida's current situation. Together they left the small hospital room acting as their interview room. They walked through several halls, meeting up with Nezu, Aizawa and Toshinori. The blonde coughing before taking a handful of notes from Aizawa. What was that about? The Greenette raised an eyebrow as the quintet walked down the last few halls. Oh, Aizawa and I had a bet going. He thought you'd end up fighting both Iida and Stain, while I bet you'd find a way to hogtie Iida and focus on Stain. Hasashi said you'd kick someone in the nuts, so we both owe him 1,000 yen, Aizawa grunted. Did you honestly threaten to take young Iida's kneecaps, Midoriya? Toshinori asked nervously. More than once. I also told Creaky McFeetstink to act his age or I'd do the same thing to him. You are in a rather bad mood, aren't you, Midoriya? Nezu hummed. Honestly, I'm just tired of people thinking they know better because of some reason like age. Gran Torino watched as the world became dependent on All Might's existence. He should have known that passing on the torch would only reinforce that dependency on the successor. Japan can't just depend on one person. We're stopping it before it becomes too problematic, but it's still going to be a difficult transition, or people like Iida, that think I can't just because I haven't got a certain genome in my code. Yes, well, I believe that last night has proven almost all of the doubters wrong, Suragame noted. Here we are. They all stopped at the door to Tenya's room. As Aizawa reached for the handle, they could hear a voice. Of all the stupid and reckless things, didn't I warn you? Stain has years more experience. He can't take away the one thing that you depend on. Tensai's voice greeted them. I told you. The revenge quest would get you killed. Did I not? It's only thanks to the classmate you demeaned that you're alive for me, Mom and Dad to scold. I was doing what was right, you were delusional. Tensai retorted, give me one reason you thought that you could beat Stain, when you have no experience, no practice and no other skills. We are Iida's Tenya. We use movement to fight, open spaces, not cramped alleyways, not to mention the fact you seem adamant that you don't need to learn hand to hand because your legs are all you need. A loud sigh. Jesus H. Christ, I hope this knocked some sense into you. But it's just shown me how deluded that school made you. I need to speak with Hound Dog. I don't need therapy. No, you need your brain to be cleaned. I'll have to start looking into Same apparently. What do you mean, look into it? It might just be a higher class version of Aldera. Impossible. Same would never become so biased or hateful. Really? Izuku slid open the door, because every word out of your mouth has echoed everything they've ever told me. Midoriya, Tensai strode over to him. Bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle. I'm sorry for all the trouble and pain my brother has caused you. Thank you for saving him even though you had no obligation to. The greenette just shook his head. No need, I'm sure anyone else would have done the same thing. Still, Dr. Chisaki told me about how you're the one that put him on the path of medicine. I guess that means I also owe you thanks since I am still able to walk after my incident. Now Nezu. I know I probably have no room to talk. No, it's young Tenya that has no room. You have the floor. The principal shot a look to the younger Iida, who didn't meet his eye. My parents and I have come to a decision. We wish to pull him from UA. What? Why you can't be as serious? Tenya sat bolt upright. That's not fair. He's having vigilante charges against him. Manuel himself didn't want to originally, but we spoke as a group and he must face the consequences of his actions. I was doing was right. You broke the law, in a very serious manner. Aizawa glared. For someone dead set on having the class follow the rules, you seem rather eager to break much more important laws when it suited you. He nearly killed my brother, he didn't want to kill me. Tensai snapped, as I tried explaining to you in the hospital. Stain was trying to keep me from saving the faker he was attacking. While I was recovering I went over the paperwork and found that yes, the hero he attacked was involved in a drug ring, using his support shipments to sneak Class A drugs in and having some sidekicks go on patrol routes as dealers. One of his many bases has several cannabis farms. In fact, when I asked a few sidekicks to look into it, we had enough evidence to take down the entire ring. Several pimps are also now jailed without bail because of it. Stain didn't mean to paralyze you, did he? Izuku hummed. No, he did not. He even tried limiting blood loss once he'd realized what he'd done, claiming that I was something of a true hero and Japan needed more like me and the Iidan team. Nezu rubbed his chin as Tensai spoke. You wish for young Iida to be removed from UA? We could easily expel him for the charges. What about him? Tenya pointed to Izuku. He fought Stain as well. He's already been acting as a vigilante for several years yet he can stand amongst all of you? Midoriya, is that true? Are you a vigilante? Tensai tensed, huh? Technically, Izuku waved a hand. Due to my quirkless nature and the fact I don't start fights, I'm not legally a vigilante, more of a person doing their civic duty. Call me a vigilante as it's easier to identify me that way. I plan on remaining underground when I leave UA though, so I'm keeping the name. Then you have broken no laws. Suragame shook his dog-like head. Without a quirk to use, you haven't broken quirk usage laws. No matter how long you were a vigilante. If all of your adventures are like last night's, then you haven't assaulted anyone either. Just intervening in fights or acting in self-defense. Tenya paled. Midoriya hasn't broken any laws. Now Iida. Did you get permission from Manuel to use your quirk in a fight last night? The silence rang out. That is a no. Meaning you have broken the law or two around quirk usage. In fact, we could technically classify you as a villain since you used your quirk without permission to instigate a fight against someone else. You threw the first kick, which means the fault of the fight lies with you. If I had it my way, you'd be expelled and arrested for vigilante bordering villainous behavior. Sure, your brother was attacked, but there was no lasting damage. You could have easily just waited until you got your license and then hunted Stain, if he was still out there that is. But you had to turn your back on everything. Every word out of your mouth before now means nothing. Like Midoriya said, your words are cheap, Iida. Aizawa snapped. You told someone off for so much as running through the halls, yet you think you were allowed to go and fight a wanted killer without help, without an SOS beacon, without permission? You are just lucky it is Nezu in charge instead of me. As it stands, we will be moving young Iida into the general education course, with mandatory sessions with Hound Dog until he is cleared for heroic lessons. If he does anything like this again in that time, we will expel him. Add some community service hours in and the police will accept it. That's not fair, Tenya paled. No, what's not fair is being told you are lesser than someone else, simply due to genetics, and yet, even when you saved that person, they still consider you lesser. Did you ever thank Midoriya for risking his neck to save you? Will you ever try? From what I heard, Aizawa had to force you to apologize, and even then you got angry when Midoriya saw right through it. Tensai turned on his heel. What's not fair is having one son get injured in a fight that could have had serious ramifications, only to have the second son charge into a fight with the same opponent uncaring if he dies or not. You were so absorbed in a cloud of red that you didn't even consider the consequences of your actions. How mom and dad would feel, how I would feel, how your friends would feel, if you died on some suicidal revenge quest. You better start thinking of a hero name soon, because there's no way I can give you the Ingenium name anymore. Is that everything, you guys? Mom and dad still have to talk to him. Ah, yes, sorry about that, Tensai. We'll be getting out of your hair now. Good day to you. See you back in school, young Iida. Nezu waved cheerily as the group left the room. We have all the Nomus ready to go. You say your help will be here to meet us? Izuku checked his watch as Tsuragame looked at him in the rearview mirror. It is currently after school hours, so yes, the Wonder Duo should be along to help us at any point. In fact, we should meet them there. His phone buzzed, causing him to pull it out and quickly read it. Yeah, they're already waiting for us. Good thing we're here then. The car slowed to a stop. Everyone climbed out and walked into the police station. The Nomu were all restrained in their own holding cells. As they walked through the doors, he was charged by a small blur of white. Papa, Eri cheered. Uncle Kai said we had to save some more people today. Can I? A light chuckle. Of course, Eri. Kai walked over and shook hands with the various men. Dr. Chisaki, they all greeted, until Izuku and he clapped their hands and hugged in signature bromance style. Kai, hey bossman, Midoriya, do you know Dr. Chisaki? He put me through medical school, sir. Without him and green tea coffee, I would be in a much darker place right now. Even then, I work weekends at the cafe that saved my life by putting me on the right path. The police chief nodded in understanding. Well, if you wouldn't mind following me, he began to lead them through the various holding cells. The Nomu all turned out to be low-level street thugs, all of them not actually wanted for anything more serious than breaking and entering or mugging. They accepted the witness protections and community service readily and cried of joy as they got to reintegrate into society instead of being those cursed monsters. It was the sixth one that Izuku was not looking forward to. In the last cell was the winged Nomu, staring silently at the wall behind the bars. Its head turned to them as the cell door creaked open. It locked onto him and groaned out. "Mi-do-ri-ya." The group all turned to him. "Do you know this one, Midoriya?" Sugaramai asked slowly. "There's a very high chance it's a friend of mine, one that went missing 2 years ago." Subara Ujiko, with a serious nod. He let Kai and Eri move towards it, together working to undo what damage had been done to the boy, man. Kai was removing the inserted genomes, taking them out and turning the matter into whatever was needed to heal the body, which was most a new skull, which formed around the brain. Eri was rewinding the changes to the muscle structure, turning back the edits made to keep the body functioning under the incredible stress of multiple quirks. The loose eyes appeared to move on their own, falling across the pink surface and hovering as the eye sockets regrew around them. It wasn't a pleasant sight, but Izuku kept watching as the body turned back into that of a boy he once knew. He stepped forwards as the boy looked around, scared and confused. He opened his mouth to talk when Eri whispered his words. "Uncle Subasa." His head swiveled to face her. The two had often shared lunch during the weekends while everyone ran the cafe. He'd bring her coloring books or give her pointers in maths since it was his best subject. Telling her he'd gone missing had been the hardest news to break. "Eri, you've gotten so big, but if you're here." Izuku stepped forwards again as Subasa refocused onto him. Izuku. You look older. I am Subasa, by 2 years, his friend choked on his breath. 2 years? But I was just moving away yesterday. Subasa, you've been missing for the last 2 years. You were turned into a bioweapon called a Nomu. Katsuki, Kaneki and I all thought you were missing or worse. Izuku hugged his friend. God, Katsuki is so going to rub this in my face. What happened while I was gone? They both leant away for a moment. A lot really, green tea coffee has taken off. Kaneki got a girlfriend, Katsuki and I got into UA. Kaneki got a girlfriend, you must be a villain trying to trick me. Izuku laughed to try and keep the tears away as the men behind him looked between themselves. You find your friend getting a partner to be the most incredulous part of this story? Toshinori raised a hand. Oh, big word, Aizawa snarked, sorry sir, but you didn't know Kaneki growing up. My man couldn't keep his face out of a book long enough to eat anything other than a snack. Did he not get into UA? Never applied, he decided to go to Shiketsu and get a detective license when you went missing. Are you still? He's in the cafe all the time, him and Tuka. What else have I missed? Izuku hugged him again as the tears dropped. Not too much, I can bring you up to speed later, once we figure out how to protect you. Nezu needed no invitation. UA will gladly organize to catch you up on your missed education. But I'll still be 2 years younger, I can help Uncle Subasa. Eri cheered. Can I help? Please Nezu Oji-san? The principal melted at the name and just nodded. If you think you can, please do Eri. Izuku stepped wet yellow and Subasa's body changed again. His hair grew longer, a few inches added to his height. A little acne appeared on his forehead and his fingernails got that little longer. I did it. The small girl cheered as she danced in a circle. What exactly did you do Eri? Subasa looked at his body. I made Uncle Subasa the same age as Papa. Papa? Izuku got a raised eyebrow. Okay, maybe a few things happened while you were gone. He let out a wet chuckle. Look, Nezu and I have some paperwork left to do here. You and Eri go with Kai here and I'll come get you moved into UA, alright? You got it, man. They both wiped their eyes and took some breath to calm down before Eri practically jumped into Subasa's arms and Kai led him from the room. Izuku closed his eyes for a minute, taking a deep breath. Right, onto Akaguro then. A knife was thudding loudly as he walked into the apartment with Eri. Quickly sending her to play in her room, he walked over to the kitchen and smiled. Sue, how were your internships? Momo had her back to him as she cut vegetables for the curry she and Itsuka were making. Oh fine, nothing wild really happened. The ravenette managed as she kept slicing the poor plants with a scorned fury. Yeah, it was pretty boring actually. Itsuka got out. What about you? Anything mad happen? Did you keep your promise? Actually yeah, bullshit. Momo stabbed the knife into the cutting board before turning around to face him. Your outing has made headline news, he gulped. UA first-year champion saves Hosu, or UA's newest rookie caught long-wanted stain. Itsuka kept her back to him as she watched the rice cooker. There's no way you didn't get hurt. But I didn't, you can ask Iida when we… Oh, shit. What happened to Iida? Well, he got taken out of the hero course, cause he ditched manual and attacked the hero killer. He's had vigilante charges pressed. Nezu's moved him into general education and well, he's got to do therapy and community service for a while and he might never get back on the hero course. But more the point, you can ask Aizawa if I got hurt, since he came with the police when I got to the hospital to meet Iida. And assuming you didn't get hurt, miraculously, what the hell happened to Stain? I've convinced him to go on a redemption journey. Nezu and I organized to have him on a rehab program. You tried getting a serial killer off scot-free? What? God no, not in the slightest. He's got the next year in prison followed by close monitoring for a year and if he behaves he'll be out on parole. Then we'll get him a job and after a while he'll be allowed to live a normal life. So you've put a long-term plan in place for him to join your cafe? And if he passes several psychological profiles and tests he'll be able to get a teaching degree, so he can actually help change the world. You'd help him get a certificate that lets him be in a room of small children? Izuku shrunk as he realized he didn't know how they'd react. Luckily, his savior came in the form of Katsuki kicking in his door. Someone better pick up that phone because I gosh darn called it. Still censoring himself for Eri, the blonde triumphantly walked to them, grinning madly. I'm a genius. I'm a genius and you didn't trust me, but it's paid off in the end, 'cause I get to do this now." Taking a deep breath, he grinned. "You're wrong, son. Your mother-loving wrong, son. I win. My win? Bakugo wins. Wings wins. Dekiru wins. I'm legitimately scared right now." Momo shied behind Izuku lightly as the two men stared at each other. It took several seconds of silence before they burst into laughter. They used it to help hide the wave of relief washing over them as tears pricked their eyes. Neither would admit, but they were being overtaken by the feeling of having their friend back. Subasa had disappeared from their lives suddenly 2 years ago, and after finding out his fate, they'd managed to get him back. 2 years of trying to grieve a friend they weren't even sure had a fate, and now he'd returned to their lives. Neither was sure when they'd started crying or hugging, but they didn't pull apart or try and stop. Izuku acutely heard Itsuka and Momo move to leave them alone and give them a moment of privacy. Katsuki was first to speak, wiping his nose with his sleeve. "I told you he was alive." Izuku nodded slowly as he dried his eyes. "Yeah, I know you did. I know, buddy. Come on, I'll brew us something to help us calm down. Ray gave me a herbal tea recipe recently." Pulling 2 mugs out of the cupboard, he set the kettle to boil. His internship had gone like a blur, especially since he'd barely gotten a day before they were cancelled. Thanks a million, Iida. Now it was time to just slowly unwind. "Kaneki's got the good news too. Me and Subasa are heading to the high street store so we can all meet up again." "Works for me. How is fingers anyway?" Shiketsu's pushing him, but in the good way, not like us, who have had to face a villain attack already. Katsuki snorted as he poured the drinks. "You mean how you faced a villain attack already and how you saved a student from a serial killer before you worked with them, so save a city?" He opened his mouth. Yeah, I got nothing, but at least no one's been traumatized yet." "Yeah, all of that happened before oi, not just you, Peppermint's there too." Any more?" The blonde paused to think sarcastically at his comment. "Nope, we got our trauma buddies right." His fingers snapped. "Eye bags and fangs. I would throw Quispy in, but he's not in our year, or school." "What are his qualifications again?" "He finished high school. You don't need a diploma to work a coffee machine, as evidenced by the entirety of the Bakugo household." A brief silence. "You know she can't come back though, don't you?" "Yeah, I know." Katsuki put his mug down on the counter he was leaning on. Are you alright? I know it's going to make you revisit something you'd rather not." "You mean making me go back to the memories of seeing my mother's malnourished body laying in a crappy casket some prick overcharged me for during a service no child should have had to organize? Yeah, I've had to go back there. I spent the entirety of last night back there. It's going to be a while before I stop going back there when something like this happens." He sighed. "What? I'm not doing the same thing to Eri, am I? Where's this coming from?" "No clue. Between running the business, doing the schoolwork and training, I don't really have much time to myself anymore. That's how Mom's descent started. We tried making meal plans but nothing fit her mad schedule. She didn't even have time for meal prep, it got that bad. I'm not falling down the same path, am I?" "No, God no, Izuku. Are you insane?" "No. Have you seen yourself? I can count on one hand how many evenings you haven't been here, sitting with Eri as the whole group do their own thing before I have to head home. If you want we could always, dude, if you're about to offer me a job and an apartment I may punch you. You coulda just said no. You know how I feel about being given things. If I don't earn it, what good is it? And you said Aldera never gave you anything. A self-worth issue technically classifies as trauma," he teased, causing the abrasive boy to scoff. "Alright, maybe I am part of the little club, but that doesn't mean anything. Katsuki Bakugo, as your friend, I want to give you a part-time job that comes with accommodation. If it helps you have your own space if you ever want Ibara over." Crimson eyes stared at him. "Don't give me that look. We both know Auntie Mitsuki would start a shouting match about bringing a girl home and ask her if you strong-armed her into anything. Honestly, that hag thinks I can't do anything nice. I mean, you looked out for me for years, yeah, but we were kids. Why the fuck should brats get away with locking you in a broom cub come a teacher says you deserved it for being quirkless and then locking you in there again? Still, you didn't need to pick that lock, or start that fight, or blow up that desk, or blow up that bench, or blow up that table, or that other desk, that bin, another desk, that lunch table, the fourth desk, that other bench, that locker. Why did you blow that up anyway? I was inside of it." Fucking pricks said the key to get you out of the broom cupboard was in there but it had been glued shut. You were gagged after all. I couldn't hear you making noise in there. Fair point, but you didn't need to blow it up, or that other bin, or that tree, or that fifth desk, or that massive bench, or that teacher's desk, or that other locker. I'm beginning to think you just like blowing things up. So what? If it helps keep people safe, I don't see the harm in it. True, but still you didn't need to do all those things for me. Midoriya, our parents may not have been related or whatever. But we are still brothers, ever since we could walk and talk. You have been nothing but a brother to me, so don't you dare tell me I didn't need to do those things, because yeah, sure, I didn't have to, but I wanted to. I wanted to make sure my brother wasn't suffering for something out of his control, out of his power. You didn't decide the hand you were dealt with, but that didn't mean I wasn't going to help you make the best of it. Now look at us. Who could have ever thought we'd get here? Not me, that's for sure. The Greenette nodded. Look, you don't have to take the job, but I do want you to. A way to support you after everything you've helped me through. Plus you do get a nice discount and we both know it's the only stuff that gets you through the day. Fuck it, you're right, he groaned. Alright. I'll talk it over with the hag and old man. Let me get back to you on it, alright? Yeah, sure. I doubt they'll stop you. Sure, but if I just up and move out they'll probably get upset I didn't tell them. Izuku nodded lightly. Fair point. How's the search for the bastard anyway? Nothing new right now. All we can figure out is that he's met Monoma and now they're both working with some shadowy puppet master. Same fuck who made the Nomu. Pausing for a second he hummed. Apparently he's also related to me in some form or another, so I'm beginning to wonder if villainy is genetic at this point. Well, if it is clearly you didn't get that gene, Izuku just made a small noise in agreement. So are they looking for whoever took Subasa? From what he remembers, it was his grandfather, who was using a fake name to run the hospital and set up many charities, making himself seem like the gold standard person while he was busy kidnapping and turning people into Nomu for the puppet master. At least that is what we think. Many of his deceased patients may well be Nomu, so there's several detectives and underground heroes all working to infiltrate the hospital he heads up as well as a few of the charities. Shit dude, that sounds horrible, I know, but people are already working to bring him down. Hopefully at the end of it, they can get someone who actually means well to take over. It would be a shame if they were all shut down because he turns out to be a bastard. They stood in silence for a minute before Izuku realized something. Not a damn thing has changed. What? Since we were kids. Not a damn thing has changed. Still got the same boys that grew up back to back still do the same things. Same team from day one. Not one of them has been replaced. Fighting against bastards that think they're better than us because they got lucky with genetics. Not a damn thing changed. Staying to how we grew up, Katsuki shrugged. It's how we were raised. How about for now, we just focus on the fact we did our internships and that our exams are coming up soon? Izuku just laughed. I completely forgot about those. They both grabbed their mugs back from the side and held them in both hands. Well then, let's focus on that, shall we? It doesn't matter how many Nomu and villains are out there. Once we get our licenses we'll go city to city and wipe them all up, right? He raised an eyebrow. And you'll open a cafe on every block, obviously. Bet on it, I'd rather not lose the money thanks. They clinked their drinks together as the door burst open. Subasa was there dragging a bewildered Kaneki behind him. The latter had a visitor ID hung around his neck as he just remained in quiet shock. Right, it's been ages since the four of us had a talk. You better flip the kettle on Midoriya, because I'm not leaving until you guys have told me everything. The stout man grinned wildly. Katsuki and he just laughed for a moment as he prepped to make more hot drinks. What? Nothing, Subasa, just amused. Honestly, everything was so wild recently it's been hard to zoom out. So, we're just happy that nothing's changed. It's still the four of us here. And it always will be from now on, I promise. No more going anywhere. Subasa held out a thumbs up. Kaneki still remained silent, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a fiction book. As the four boys spoke, Izuku felt the back of his mind lighten. Sure, the cafe had grown. He'd ended up on the hero course. His dad was back in Japan causing him trouble and he might be related to the worst boogeyman ever, but right here, right now? With the four boys just relaxing and talking together? Absolutely nothing had changed, and he liked it that way. Your end-of-term exams are going to be happening soon. Midoriya, Nezu will explain in more detail to you. Everyone else, I will explain after Midoriya has left the classroom. Aizawa delivered in his monotone voice. Izuku slouched in his seat childishly. Spoil sport, heard that, you were meant to, Momo nudged him. Stop being a child, and sensei stopped trying to arise from him. Both men huffed under her glare but dutifully responded. Yes Momo. How come you listen to her sensei? Kaminari raised his hand. Simple Kaminari, she's one of the very few that can keep Midoriya in line, therefore if he can haunt my nightmares, what can she do? The blonde froze before lowering his arm slowly. Exactly, so if there's ever something you fear, it is wise to be wary of anything it fears. I don't fear Momo, Izuku protested, I just fear what she'd do to me if I made her angry. Touché, Aizawa nodded, I'm not that scary, you and Itsuka nearly broke my back to stop me from walking when I tore a muscle. We did not, do not lie about things like that. You tied me to the bed for a day after I came home late one night. You'd been stabbed, multiple times at that, not deep. Dude, what the shit? Shoto murmured, Dekiru, can you please have your domestic elsewhere? Katsuki grunted. He and Momo quickly went red as they remembered where they were, the class staring at them in silence. Do I need to teach you guys about basic self-preservation? I'm still alive, aren't I? Itsuka, and I had to wrap you in bandages after you passed out from blood loss since you kept deliriously arguing against us helping. I say again, dude, what the shit? Shoto shook his head. Alright then, Aizawa clapped his hands, new plan. Today we are going to be teaching you about assessing damage, namely damage done to yourself. Sensei, Hitoshi raised his hand. How come Iida isn't here this morning? Normally he's first in. Aizawa sighed, slowly turning it into a groan. I was hoping I had another day or two before anyone asked. As I'm sure many of you have seen, Midoriya caught Stain. While that is the end of the story, it begins with Iida leaving the hero he was interning to attack Stain on his own in a dark alleyway, using his quirk without permission and starting the fight. If Stain's version of events is to be believed, Iida also had the intent on killing the man. In essence what Iida did is vigilantism, similar to what Izuku did/does. Except he's not technically a vigilante because he has no quirk to break the quirk usage laws with. Suyu lifted her hand. He said so in the battle trials on our first heroics lesson. Good to know at least one person listens to me. Rude, the person they all knew Aizawa was talking about folded his arms and sulked as his girlfriend just gave him an, "Are you serious?" look. But yes, Midoriya is only classified as a vigilante so that it is easier to identify him. Most officers are already aware he doesn't have a quirk to use and will often have a donut or coffee with him during their breaks. I miss Officer Diago, the greenette mused. He knew the best donut place but never told me the name. Digressing aside, it's time to get onto our actual topic of homeroom. The whole class groaned as he turned to write something on the board. Alright. Good luck everyone. Izuku waved from the bus as everyone else got off. He still didn't know what their exams were going to be, but according to some second years, it was fighting robots like in the regular entrance exam. Not that he believed it. Nezu was the type to change everything just to screw with a couple people. The bus stopped again and he climbed off, looking around the area. Midoriya. The Chimera was walking over to him grinning. Welcome to your exam. Once it begins you'll enter this mock city behind me and have to make it to the exit gate the other side. Alright. Sounds straightforward enough. What's the difficulty? Well, normally we'd be waiting until later to introduce you, but today you're going to be fighting a few third years. So getting to the gate wasn't his pass. I know it might seem unfair but if anyone can do it, you can. Conditions? You have a guy in the chair, me actually. While I test a few of your classmates, I'll be aiding you like a support technician would while trying to fight another battle. So he couldn't depend on Nezu 100%. Everything had to come with a grain of salt. Treat this like a regular patrol if you would. Incapacitate who he could, capture who he couldn't. Do I get to meet these third years? He raised an eyebrow. Of course, you can come on out you three. Into his peripheral came a familiar trio. The dark blue introvert he recognized as Tamaki, the periwinkle and the blonde he couldn't name but knew were returning customers of his cafe. Hey, this is the cafe guy, the periwinkle spoke. He's a hero course student too? When do you find time to run the cafe? Are you on the business course? Are you allowed BB on both courses? When did you start the cafe? How'd you start the cafe? Why did you start the cafe? You must have a quirk to handle the workload. Oh, what's your quirk? The blonde laughed loudly, interrupting her. Come on Nijire, don't bombard him with, I'm a hero course student. I don't need to find the time. There's not tons of paperwork. I'm helping teach the business course. There's such a thing as a dual student, but I'm not one. I started the cafe when I was 15. I used the funds I got from a lawsuit over my mother's death. I started it to help people. I don't need a quirk to handle the workload, and I don't have a quirk. Izuku kept his voice as level as he could. Happy? Nijire at least had the decency to look embarrassed. Or are there any more invasive questions you need answers to? Hey now, there's no, the blonde began. No, Mirio, he's right. Nijire spoke with a hollow tone. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was you. Izuku paused. You know who I am? Midoriya Izuku, right? I heard about the case of Bakugo vs Aldera and how it tied into the case about your mother. It kinda gave me the push to be a heroine. A small smile. Ever since I saw it, I've been doing my best to make sure no one goes through what you did. My name's Hato Nijire. Call me Nijire. Amajiki Tamaki. Tamaki gave his full name. Either name is fine. And I'm Tagata Mirio. Call me Mirio. The blonde held out a hand with a massive grin. Izuku shook it hesitantly and smiled. Midoriya Izuku. Call me whatever. If you could refer to me as Jade during this exam but Deku out on the field, I'd greatly appreciate it. They all gave a different method of confirmation. Since you know mine, can I know yours? Manifest. I can take the proper properties of the animal I eat. Tamaki kept his head bowed. Mine is wave motion. I can turn my vitality into energy spiral and fire it at people. I can also use it to fly. Nijire smiled, back to her peppy self. I got permeation. It's pretty self-explanatory. Mirio nearly boasted. Izuku hummed, lightly before nodding. Alright, bring it on. Let's see why they call you the Big Three. Taking the lead, he marched into the cityscape. They sprung on him the moment he'd cleared the first block of buildings, Mirio shooting from the ground at incredible speeds. The blonde would be the hardest to hit, since he could literally phase through every attack. Depending on Tamaki's breakfast, he could have a great offense and defense. Nijire would tire if she put everything into her attacks though, so they probably had a trifecta plan to beat him. Mirio would keep him on his toes, acting as the distraction, hard and fast. Tamaki was the tank. Take the punches Nijire couldn't while she was the heavy, using large chunks of her stamina to hit him when his attacks to Tamaki left him open. The greenette Simulpi avoided Mirio's tackle by trying to punch him in the face. That meant his entire body needed to become intangible unless he wanted him to fuck with his int that. However, it also meant Izuku had to be careful with his dodges. A drawback of being able to go through everything is that everything goes through you. Meaning while his quirk was active, Mirio was blind, deaf and holding his breath. Deactivating it while underground was most likely the thing launching him. Since he technically shouldn't be there, the matter would force him out. The further in he was, the faster he'd exit, or he could skim like a stone and get incredible speed built up. Izuku began formulating his plan as he continued to run, occasionally just throwing an attack at the oncoming third year, forcing him to call of his assault. He twisted to a stop as Mirio surfaced again. Here I come, Kahai. He called out with a grin. Izuku took a deep breath. His timing would have to be perfect. Mirio had trained a lot, meaning he could hold his breath for incredibly long. It also meant he could function well on shallow, quick breaths to chain intangible moves together. This was a very small window of opportunity. He needed to get this right. Mirio's fist was inches from his face as Izuku jabbed the prongs of his taser into the blonde's wrist and triggered as much power as he could. Blue arcs raced down the arm and across his opponent's body. And there you go, senpai. He turned the device off, before reaching for his capture tape. Lemillion, he jumped back to avoid. An octopus tentacle? Who has calamari for breakfast? Of course, he was an idiot. Tamaki said whatever animal he ate, not the most recent, so as long as it was in his body, he could manifest it. Meaning any animal he's eaten within 2 to 5 days was at his disposal. He'd have to ask Tamaki specifics when he got the time, but for now he needed to play on the real defensive side. He did not want to be caught by human-sized chicken feet, no thank you. While he was in the air, a yellow swirl of energy struck his chest, knocking him off balance and sending him back down flat on his back. In his analysis of Mirio, he'd completely forgotten the other two were chasing them. Groaning as he got back up, he turned to run. Splitting them up would be difficult. If Tamaki had chicken in the last few days, he'd be able to assist Nijire in the air. meaning anywhere he was couldn't become a one-on-one. Well, Tamaki was the most versatile, so he should focus on getting rid of him before getting high and taping her. Then he could focus on outmaneuvering Mirio to the exit. Getting any of them alone was a no-go, so he had to confuse them and strike before they had a chance to figure out where he was. Nijire continued to fly at him as he reached into his pocket and tossed a small cylinder at her. Flashbang! She yelled, trying to warn the other two. However, human psychology meant they'd look in the direction of the noise, so instead of looking away, the two men looked directly at it. Izuku's mask expanded to cover his ears from the noise as his goggles darkened before he looked away. Nijire crashed to the ground, hands over her eyes as Tamaki stared at the floor. Mirio, who had still been recovering from his electric shock, was completely unable to phase in time, meaning he took the full bright explosion to his face and was most likely blind for several seconds. The precious several seconds he needed to charge over Nijire and get straight for Tamaki, tape catching his wrist and circling the man's body. Senator has been incapacitated, a robotic voice announced. He tilted his head up and made a face. Izuku was guessing he was trying to groan but didn't realize he was being silent. Instead of hanging around though, Izuku was back off running again, taking full advantage of Nijire's recovery while Mirio tried to get to his feet without seeing anything. All three would have trouble hearing his quiet footsteps over the ringing in their ears, so he had enough time to get away before the remaining two chased him. Using a lamppost as an anchor, he fired a wire and pulled himself off the streets. Nijire would find him on the rooftops first, but using her quirk for a prolonged period of time meant she'd have less to attack with or risk falling tens of stories onto concrete. He could do this. He could do this. Jumping over another alley, he rolled to a stop and looked around. Neither of his opponents seemed to be hunting him, which was worrying because if he didn't know they were following him, that meant they were following him very well. His concern was confirmed as Mirio shot up from the floor. Hiya! Izuku stepped backwards and tripped, falling as he stared at the emerging blonde. Bye! The blonde shot from the floor and rocketed skywards. Of course, he was coming from the ground floor, meaning he'd been accelerating up several floors, especially if he'd come up through a wall. Cursing as he quickly got to his feet, Nijire appeared over the edge and landed on the roof. He could see she was trying to hide a growing fatigue. All he had to do was outlast her. So, we got a few minutes until he's reliably on the roof. Care to show me what you got? He smirked under his mask. Alright Kahai, I won't go easy on you. She fired a spiral at him. They weren't particularly fast, so he could dodge them without cutting it too close. He charged forwards again and jumped up. Bad idea. Her smile got him to realize his mistake as he rolled in the air. Mirio collided with him and he hit the rooftop, shivering as Mirio passed through his spine. Rolling to the side, he avoided Nijire's hands as she tried to restrain him. Planting his hands down firmly, he swung his body around and took Nijire's feet out from under her. Grabbing his capture tape, he wrapped it around both her wrists as fast as he could. Nijire-chan has been incapacitated. Oh poop, well, good moves Jade. Giving a nod, he turned and ran, leaping from the rooftop. Swinging away he didn't look back, hoping that he'd get far enough that Mirio would be looking for him until he reached the end. Mirio couldn't get him easily if he remained in the air. Sadly his arms would be very sore after he was done. Nezu, where is the exit? North, your left. A few city block. Swinging around the corner, he tried picking up speed. Mirio popped from the building next to him, forcing him to drop to avoid the attack. Throwing his arms out, he caught the top of a street lamp. His arms screamed as he almost dislocated his shoulders, throwing himself towards the end. Mirio tried dropping onto him again, but they missed each other by millimeters. Another wire and he swung again, lifting his body as high as he could, launching himself at the apex. All he had to do was avoid Mirio now. He could see the exit. The blonde struck his back. Gotcha. Nope. He forced them to roll as far as he could, getting their backs to the ground. Mirio phased through the concrete as Izuku crashed into it. He gasped out in pain, lying still for a moment. Turning onto his chest, he coughed and spat out the building's saliva. Groaning slowly he got to his feet. Alright, come on Jade, you gotta surrender now, you can't take more of this. You don't know what I can take, I've been shot and outrun a razorhead, bring it on bitch. Turning around, He chucked another flashbang over his shoulder and dropped a smoke bomb from his hip. "That won't work a second time," Mirio shouted, moments before the flashbang went off. Izuku didn't wait to see if he dropped through the ground or if he just used his quirk on everything except his feet. Either way, as he ran, the smoke bomb fizzed and twirled as it spread thick plumes of dark green smoke. With a wire he was back into the air, swinging away. Come on, his arm were screaming at him to stop, his back a dot waiting to be drawn. Fortunately he didn't taste blood in his mouth, so he was still in a capable state. The gate was so close, he was almost there. He fired another wire as a white blur whizzed past him. "That's far enough, Jade." Lemillion, the blonde hero, had grabbed the end of his wire before it could land, pulling him down towards a ready banner of capture tape. "Talk too much." Izuku's body and firing the wire from his other arm again. As he tried to pull Mirio towards the gate, the wire grew taut. Looking back, he found the man was pulling him back, trying in a desperate gamble to stop him. They ended up in a tug-of-war. Izuku trying to pull Lemillion off his feet as he stopped the wire holding him up from going slack. One of his shoulders was definitely going to be dislocated after this. A loud cracking had Izuku looking back at the gate to see the chunk of cement his wire was anchored into was beginning to crumble. Mirio kept pulling as hard as he could, the cracking getting more and more concerning. Fuck it, letting go of the wire he clenched his fist around his thumb, his grappler getting ejected from his wrist. It was a one-use move that would require his suit be taken for repairs for a few hours. Lemillion fell backwards as Izuku rocketed away, the concrete holding him up crumbling away entirely. He entered freefall as he passed through the gate, a siren blaring as he ate dirt. Jade has escaped. Midoriya Izuku has passed the exam. He had just enough time to cheer it quiet. Yay, before passing out on the ground. Kai was rubbing his temples, glaring at Izuku. The greenette smiled nervously. 3 fractures, 7 torn muscles and 3 internal bruises. I've already crucified Mirio for his gung-ho approach and reminded him, nobody should be body slammed from the 3rd story, or at 30 miles an hour. If you had put any more strain on your arms, you would have dislocated both of your shoulders. As it stands, you only dislocated one. At least it wasn't surgery? Kai closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It was very close. If I wasn't here, we would have needed to book you a room to help straighten out your ribs. The clipboard thunked his head softly. One of these days, you'll do damage I can't rewrite. I won't, don't worry. I can tell before I cross the line. I haven't got there yet. But what happens when you do, huh? I won't be there. Of course you will. It's not like I'm going to be too far away. I've got 3 years to find my limits, Kai sighed. Dude, come on, you've got a cafe to run, students to teach, women to love and a daughter to raise. Stop acting as if you don't care about death. But I don't fear death. I lost that a long time ago. Then fear leaving them behind, fear leaving them to the pain and misery of losing you, he swallowed thickly. Yeah, not the best is it. Hopefully this means you won't be so willing to crack your spine in half from now on. I'll be careful, fine, no need to get the emotional blackmail out, Christ dude. Well, it seems to be the only thing you respond to, since everything else hasn't worked, Kai chastised. Honestly, it was an exam, you didn't need to break yourself. I didn't. Let me reiterate, 3 fractures, 7 tears and 3 internal bruises. Fractures, not breaks, tears not breaks, bruises not breaks. I'm going to break this clipboard over your head if you don't shut up, it was raised threateningly. But the Hippocratic Oath, above all else do no harm. To your patients, you're not my patient, you're my boss. Izuku sunk into his bed and sulked. Bastard, Papa. The door was thrown open as Eri came charging in. Mama and Moma said you got hurt again. I didn't get hurt that bad. Uncle Kai said you almost needed Opital. Hospital Eri, but yes, he nearly did. Momo corrected as she and Itsuka walked in behind her. How'd your exams go? I had to work with Shoto to take down Aizawa. We passed, luckily. We got our exams tomorrow. Any pointers? Can't say. You might not even be fighting Aizawa, or whoever Izuku had to go up against. The big 3, the adults in the room froze. I'm going to turn Nezu into a rug. Kai growled. I said. I told him, all 3 was a bad idea. I told him, having you fight the 3 biggest fighters was a. I beat 2 of them. You what? Yeah. I used a flashbang to get to Maki and got Nijire by surprise. Alright, I rescind that statement, however I still warned Nezu that all three of them was just unfair. It was meant to be, I wasn't actually supposed to get to the gate. What do you mean? Itsuka leant over him. I was supposed to lose, give it my all and fall short, so I knew I had to improve. Except you've already had a few years to learn HWO to fight. They got me a few times, I'll admit. Nijire landed the first solid blow. I got to Maki before he could get me. Mirio was the main problem. So Nijire is the bruising, Mirio is the tears and breaks? Yup, Kai's face went flat and he took a deep breath. I'm sorry, I have a blonde to skin. Please leave whenever they say you can. He gestured to Itsuka and Momo who were smiling at him. After the door was closed, Eri was lifted onto the bed as they looked at him. Better get comfortable, Itsuka grinned as they lowered the sides down. They both lifted his arms and laid down either side of him, resting their heads on his arms. Eri curled up on his chest, falling asleep rather quickly as his partners snuggled into his sides. You've been out of it for a while. Everyone was wondering where you were at dinner. Aizawa nearly had an aneurysm when Nezu told him what your exam had been. Iida came to the class after school ended. He didn't tell anybody what happened but asked Aizawa if the decision could be reversed yet. That really confirmed most people's suspicions. When he was refused, he asked to take the seat of whoever had failed the exam, because the seat next to me was open. He assumed whoever had failed had been expelled. He sighed. Yeah. Mina asked if it was true you'd been expelled. Iida's face lit up. He said, and I quote, "I'm not going to like this, am I?" Izuku cringed. "Neither of you are, sorry babe, babe." She kissed his cheek and stretched to peck Itsuka's forehead. He said, since it's now obvious that his place on the course was wrong, surely that means the decision must be repealed and I can reclaim my rightful seat. I imagine he was nearly killed on the spot, Itsuka spat. Aizawa confirmed to Mina you'd passed and he paled. He then told Iida he had no rightful place on the course and he'd have to earn the seat back if he wanted to be on the course. Further, that you'd passed a much harder exam than the rest of us, while Iida was now beginning to drop behind in his other subjects according to the reports he and Nezu had been getting. Both he and Itsuka began chuckling. Eri grumbled and changed position before going back to sleep. I swear, even during hero training, I've never seen him run so fast. Oh, so he's running in the corridors now. Never thought I'd see the day. Izuku, you knew he was going to go Vigilante. Yes, but he still hadn't run in the corridors yet. Momo chuckled lightly. True, but at least he's no Monoma, there is that. Izuku nodded. But I'm still worried that he'll do something else stupid. Hey, Aizawa said it himself, if he does anything out of line again, he'll be expelled and will serve the prison time for vigilantism, Momo assured him. Itsuka just nodded. Plus if he does do something wrong, he'll have most of the hero course to answer to anyway. She smiled. You've got a massive support group, babe. Half the group isn't even here. You've got a store full of people in the street cafe ready to fight for you. I know, but look, Aldera was shitty. I feel like Same may have been worse because there was no quirkless there for them to vilify. They may have just made the lesser glass person thing a totally new level. It's not him, it's the things he's been told, what they said, who said it, and the fact no one said otherwise. You want to give him a chance? If he can look me in the eye and say he's wrong, maybe, but until then I'm not listening to a word he says. A light shrug. So you guys excited about summer camp? Yeah, sounds like it's going to be great. Vlad King's made a joke about keeping a few feet away from Class A at all times since you guys are a magnet for trout, our fault, and now we get typecast because of Iida? Izuku scoffed. Gimme a break. What are you going to do? Stop serving him coffee? No, but he's getting nothing but Americanos until he takes that back. Ooh, I'll let him know to beg for forgiveness. She giggled. Come on, it's time to sleep. We need to be up early so we can go home and get ready for classes. Fine, good night. He kissed them both before resting his head down. Good night. Momo smiled to him and leant over to kiss Itsuka, who met her halfway. Night, you too. She squeezed Izuku slightly before meeting Momo for the kiss. Izuku bit his lip. My god, I'm lucky to have two beautiful women by my sides. They both giggled before kissing his cheeks and settling down next to him. Smooth talker, Momo closed her eyes. Just wait until we have bed hair. Itsuka smirked before getting comfortable. Together the three slowly began to join their daughter in a deep sleep. You guys alright? He stood by Mina's table where Shiro, Kaminari and she were seeming to commiserate something together. Sorry boss, Mina didn't meet his eye. We don't get to come to summer camp. We failed the practicals. Izuku gave her one look and raised an eyebrow. Bullshit, you'll be doing makeup sessions in addition to everything else. It's one of his logical ruses, or whatever to try bring out your best. He rolled his eyes. Don't worry Mina, you did great, but, how are there 3 of you? Surely there should be 4. No, Shiro frowned. I was with Mineta and he ended up saving my ass and passing for both of us. Really? Yeah, the purple-haired teen joined them. Izuku looked at the smiling man, realizing he'd grown a few inches since the incident in the locker rooms. A small chain of purple balls could be seen peeping from below his ears now. It was thanks to the exercise we've been doing together boss. I was able to keep myself from staring at midnight for her quirk to take effect. Shiro got caught by surprise, so there's that. Don't sugarcoat it Mineta, she came at me and I was just staring at her. Izuku rubbed his teeth. That's understandable, without Midoriya, I probably would have suffered a similar fate. Hell, I probably would have just go to her and accepted it if I'd been left to my old ways. I probably would have stared too though, Kaminari shrugged. I mean it's only natural. Izuku rolled his eyes. You know that good habits and some self-discipline can stop that, you know, give you some more self-control, right? What? Mineta nodded at their confusion. Thanks to Midoriya giving me a job, I started exercising regularly, I eated healthier. As you can see I've started getting some growth spurts now. I even spoke to Powerloader about changing my costume. Unfortunately I've still got to wear it while my new one is being made. But Powerloader has promised that we can burn it when the new one is done. He grinned. I'm really looking forward to getting rid of that diaper-looking thing. You have grown taller, Mina nodded. You used to be thigh-high, now you're at least at my midriff. Hopefully before long, I'll be the same height as you guys, or at least average. Actually, that reminds me, look into getting some moisturizer. You'll get stretch marks on your back if you shoot up quickly. It should prevent them from being too obvious. Oh, that's a good idea. Thanks boss. Mineta pulled out his phone and began scrolling. What was your exam anyway? Oh, I had to fight the big 3. Got Saniter and Nijire-chan. Lemillion nearly beat me but I was able to get away from him. Was in the infirmary until early this morning. He rolled his shoulder. Still a bit stiff though. Can we go back to how you managed to improve Mineta just by getting him a job? How'd you even get him a job? Kaminari wailed. I didn't get him a job. I gave him a job. Remember, I owned the cafe on site and a store on the high street. Momo, Kirishima, Shoto, Mina, Shinso and Mezzo all work for me. Momo doesn't count, she's a manager, plus it's nepotism, she's your girlfriend. She earned her position, she worked for the cafe a lot longer than you Mina. Plus Shoto's older brother is the one I left in charge of the high street store and I'm certainly not in a relationship with him. I helped Mineta with a diet plan and a workout routine to get him in shape. I need my employees in their top shape after all so we all work out together. Dude, that's so awesome, man I wish I'd gotten a job before coming here. Hell I can't even get my own place now since mom and dad charge me rent, Kaminari complained. If you don't have a job how do you pay rent? They pay me to help around the house and then a portion of that is taken as rent. I'm in the same boat dude, I don't even have the time to take a job because I'm helping them all weekend, Shiro sighed. Izuku smirked as Mineta and Mina shared a look, they knew what was coming next. Well, there are apartments above the cafe so we got to move in there, Mina shrugged. And we still get paid enough to cover our rent without thinking about it, Mineta shrugged, and we're given enough time to keep up studying, working out and have our own free time. Especially the weekend, she lounged against the back of her seat, since there's so many of us, we get to do rotas so that everyone gets at least a day off. Plus we get discounts on the food and drink there at lunch, he rolled his eyes. But I don't have any flatmates yet, it's such a shame that I can't share my 2LDK with anyone yeah. Kaminari and Shiro were both staring in awe and jealousy. Izuku chuckled lightly as he put a hand on each man's shoulder. Kaminari, Shiro, how would you two like a job? You're all going to summer camp. Aizawa announced to the class. Shiro, Kaminari and Mina made no move. No noise, did you not hear me? I said. We heard you sensei, Kaminari raised his hand, but we already kinda figured out that you'd lied to us about it. I did not lie, The bedraggled man paused as he processed what Kaminari said. Wait, you figured it out? How? No offense sir, but you used expulsion on the first day as a, quote, logical ruse. Honestly we aren't sure when you mean a punishment and when it's hyperbole now. Shiro nodded. Plus Midoriya clued us in. Of course Midoriya told you, Aizawa. I watched as you expelled a class last year, enrolled half of them and then traumatized them enough to the point they can barely trust each other's word. Izuku spoke slowly. And how did they know you're not lying? The only time he ever lies, sensei, is about his own injuries. Momo organized her stationery inside of her pencil case. If you can give him an example of whenever he's lied for no reason, I'll tell everyone you mean it when you give us another logical ruse. Hell, if you can do it, I'll brainwash them into believing the logical ruse. Hitoshi grinned in an eerily similar way to their sensei. Aizawa stared. He lied about being Jade to the UA staff. Izuku blew a raspberry. Nah, I never told you, it was an omission of truth. I didn't lie because I didn't tell you. Yeah, in the meeting I originally denied it, but that's because someone had a hate boner for me. Because we were unaware of your quirkless nature and assumed you were just another egoist thinking you were above the law. Iida, Katsuki's cough did not go unnoticed, and to be quite honest, Jade is sassy and rude until he gets to know you. Untrusting nature plus fake names and sometimes even a mask means it takes a very long time to earn trust, plus you did try and arrest me when we first met. Again, you had just launched Endeavor across the town. After punching his face like a roulette wheel, looking back it is very therapeutic to watch his face in shock as he flied away. Aizawa sighed. Now you're all going to the summer camp. We'll be there for 2 weeks, you'll need some supplies. Ingredient will be provided as well as sleeping arrangements, but if you want to bring bedding or a sleeping bag, you're free too. Comfortable clothes too. Simple in-branded workout gear would be best. Did someone say mauled trip? Not yet Ashido, calm down, Aizawa smirked. Now you hellions, you're all going to be worked hard at the camp. We'll most likely have to cook our own food as well, right? That's why you said ingredients, not meals, Katsuki smirked, leaning back in his seat. Good ears, Aizawa nodded. Yes, you will be in charge of your own dinners. No Midoriya, there aren't any coffee machines. Is there a coffee grinder? You want to make the coffee by hand? Sensei, you're going to be there. Let's be honest, if I don't you will. Damn it, you're right, but anyway, those on the supplementary course will have to miss out on the recreational activities for the first few nights. You will get at least the weekend to have fun though, so do not panic. Wait, we need to buy our own supplies? Kaminari groaned. Great, now I have to ask my folks for even more money. Izuku coughed lightly, all heads turned to face him. Since half the class is on my payroll, I may as well fund this little outing. You don't have half the class under your thumb. Alright fine, since 9 of 19 work for me, I'll fund the trip. That's fair. Wait 9? Did you hire Katsuki? No, Kaminari and Shiro have joined the team, this morning actually. Are you sure you have enough income to cover 2 courses worth of students, plus your high street workers and the Island guys? Why, you do know I haven't just kept those 3 stores, right? Like I opened one in Hosu after the incident. I've got one in Musutafu where Aldera used to be. There's one that's just opened up in Tokyo I took a weekend to set up. I've had a lot of downtime, sensei. I have cafes opening up and down the country. Plus the first store's been expanding. The Himura Relaxation Corner was a hit too. I'm actually wondering if Ray would mind journeying to open another one in another cafe. How rich are you? Dark Shadow whispered. I don't keep track. I can afford to cover a camping trip for 20 people though, it's fine. Did you two know about this? Aizawa looked at Momo and Katsuki. The latter shook his head while the former nodded. I'm the one that helps him figure out the right place. Itsuka and I always go with him to check it out. We make it a family day out and take Eri with us before going to the park or something. Fine, you do that then, but please wait until the weekend to put your classmates in your debt, Izuku chuckled. Debt? Do you think I'd be that cruel? This is just how I'm celebrating everyone passing the written exams. Will you also be covering Class 1B? Considering you have Shishida, Toga, Komori, Tetsu, Awase and Kendo working for you, Katsuki snorted. A bar has been helping grow produce so you can sell confectionaries as well. Yeah, Itsuka's been handling it, but from what I can tell, we've got a range of salads to sell now thanks to your partner. Izuku nodded, throwing an eye to Aizawa. You should try it sometime. It's this thing, full of fruits or vegetables. You have to use this stuff called cutlery to eat it. His homeroom teacher stared him directly in the eye as he slowly pulled a jelly pouch out and emptied it in one breath before slowly putting it away. I've been meaning to try and recruit more of Class B anyway. He had 6 apartments, all 2 bedrooms, 12 rooms, 24 occupants. 6 from Class B plus 9 from a add-on him and Eri, 17 people currently living in the apartments. He could wrangle another 7 students, easy. For the sake of fairness, he'd have to have the same from A and B take off him and Eri because they weren't in either class. More technically for him, 22 occupants, 11 from each class. So, 2 more from A and 5 from B, 2 and 5 made 7. So his maths was in fact correct. Now, who to hire from the classes, or more accurately, who could he help under the guise of giving a job? Dekiru, I know you aren't thinking about adding more people to your chaos. What? Me, chaos? No, never. Kirishima took one look at him as Mina began giggling. Shoto's chest quickly began spasming as one of Mezzo's hands changed to grin at him. You sure about that, boss? Even Shinso was quietly chuckling. Mineta just shrugged. You are a bit chaotic, boss. When you're not doing paperwork, normally you're fighting villains. It's happened twice, it's purely coincidence. You actively sought out Stain. I was searching for Iida, but yes, I was prepared to fight Stain, yet I didn't seek out the USJ, did I? No, fair point, however you still went to fight in it. I needed to rescue someone. Shit, he'd forgotten Tenko in the count. That was 18 people in the apartments. He only had space for 6 left. Crap, that meant 1 less from one of the classes. Unless something came along to give him more space. But Nezu wouldn't be willing to expand anymore, would he? No, it'd take something big to get him to approve it. Ah well, he just had to make do for now then. You also sought out the Nomu after fighting Stain as well. Oh fuck it, Subasa too, meaning he had space for 5, so 1 off both classes now. That's fine, maybe he could talk to Nezu about expanding the cafe so he could get more people in. The teachers were all regulars, so hiring them was a no-go. Maybe he could get a radio so they could play Present Mike's radio show. Most of the business course were working for him now. The general students didn't want to talk to him because he's a hero student. Ironic, maybe he could get the support students as workers? If not, they'd at least become regulars since most of them had caffeine addictions that put Aizawa to shame. Says your costume is ready for pickup. Head to the support studio when you can. Perfect. Before he could reach the door, a large explosion blasted it across the hallway. Staring wide-eyed, Izuku thanks whatever deity it was that decided to make his shoelace come undone on his way over. 30 seconds earlier and he would have ended up sandwiched between the concrete and apparently solid steel. Hatsume. A voice yelled. I keep telling you to be careful, that's the 15th explosion today. Hatsume. Why did he recognize that? Oh, right. Mei Hatsume, inventor and completely socially inept. Powerloader often praised her mind and damned her recklessness. Many an explosion had caused him to invest in ear defenders for his ear defenders. His hands rubbed together as a plan formed. This could work for him. Yo, Powerloader, Aizawa said you had my suit done. Ah, Izuku, about your, it's you, a pink blur charged at him, million points. So is it done, Powerloader? Well, yes and no, Izuku raised an eyebrow. Look, I was doing it, but Hatsume stole it and kept it hidden. She's been working on it after school, without supervision. Because, you weren't doing it right, sensei, I should think. He has more expertise than you. The greenette kept his tone sharp. Besides, I did ask him to repair it for me. Now unless you can calm down, either give him back my suit so he can make sure it's safe, or I'll just have a new one made, without your input. But, I've got so many. I saw the explosion just now. That was the 15th today. You don't seem very qualified to me. Explosions are part of progress. No, failure is part of progress. Risking the lives of yourself and those around you is selfish. So, as long as the, so, his glare silenced her. Are you aware of what profession you're going into? Support? And what good is a hero if they're killed by their own equipment? But it won't explode. That's why it's exploding now. It shouldn't explode, period, he snapped. If it's got the risk of exploding, it's not support, it's offense. What you're doing is creating grenades and explosives, not support equipment. Do you think the heart monitor ever exploded while it was being designed? No, she replied in a small voice. What about the bike, or the mobile phone, or even the landline for that matter? Do you think they exploded during the prototype stages? No, they didn't. Do you think penicillin exploded when they studied it? No, but that's an organic. The sandbox tree has plants that explode and launch seeds as far as 100 meters, but that's not what we're on about right now. Leaning over her, he frowned. If you want to make explosives, go work for the military. Don't sit here and yell about progress while endangering the lives of your classmates and your sensei. Alright Midoriya, you've made your point. I don't think I have Higari. She's been doing this since the start of the year, yes? He nodded. Exactly. You've let her run around blowing up several things for ages. Not for trying. I've been trying to stop her. You know that. You're in the meetings with me, May gasped. You're that student. The guy who owns the cafe. Teaches the business course. Yeah, and you nearly blew me up just now. Not a good first impression. Just wait, I'll make something so amazing that. Is my suit field tested? No. Powerloader shook his head. Unfortunately Hatsume has refused testing it until she's added everything. Take it off, what? But I don't care. My suit has worked for me since I was 16. I don't need any superiority complex engineer putting their 2 yen in. I left it to your sensei because he's familiar with it. Touch it again and I'll use my teacher privileges to show you how serious I am. She's already banned from the studio for a few days Midoriya, don't add salt to the wound. A few days, BB but sensei, I have to work on my babies. That's enough May, I already told you, rein in the explosions. It was only 15 though, that's already less than. Powerloader held up his hand. I mean try and keep it to 3 or 4, not just less, that means you're banned for 5 days, I warned you. Every 3 explosions and you lose a day. B but everyone else, no, none of their projects explode, they spark, fizzle, maybe even crackle and pop. But they do not explode with any force. Let alone enough force to blow the bloody doors off. WWW what am I going to do for 5 days, please sensei? No, you've been given 1,000 chances, go and find something to do. I don't care what, just not making anything or blowing anything up. Powerloader, I don't suppose you had a Rubik's Cube on you do you? On my desk, you know that Midoriya, go grab it if you want it, I'll start taking the untested gear off your suit, should only take me 5 minutes. The greenette nodded and walked over to the desk, picking up the multicolored cube and scrambled it as he returned to May. Here, solve this. What? She caught the cube and looked at it. Alright, twisting sides, she hummed an AHHED with no real idea of what she was doing. I can't, I should. He took it from her. You said solve it. Yes, not make a machine to solve it. She huffed in indignation. It's rather easy, there's even an algorithm for it. Several actually depending on how fast you want to do it. There's a basic one I've memorized to solve in just over a minute. I think my record is something like 70 seconds. It clicked and clunked several times as he solved it before holding it up. See? But, how? Everyone needs a hobby, mine is puzzles and problems. Nezu-sensei likes to give me random challenges during our lessons. Hell, he had me do Sudoku while hacking into a mock database. Yes, mock database. Totally not the HPSC archives that held every piece of dirt on every hero. And it didn't accidentally find its way to Tsukachi, who was still sorting through the paperwork to completely dissolve the department and arrest the villains in hiding. Totally not. He sighed, scrambling it again. Look. Here you go Izuku. It shouldn't explode on you now. Thanks Powerloader, I'm taking Hatsume, another one. Really? Just as long as her studies don't drop. He apparently already had an idea of what was going to happen as he handed the greenette the case. It's time she got out anyway. I see you in here in the next 5 days and you'll lose it for 2 weeks Hatsume. Throwing the cube at her, Izuku smirked. Walk with me. Their footsteps were accompanied by the noise of the toy clicking and twisting. You're hyperactive, but laser focused, any idea why? I just like making my babies. You mean your gadgets and inventions? Why yeah, I made them, so they're my babies. Fair, green tea coffee is my baby, but I prefer to call it my project. Now why are you focused but hyperactive? No reason, doubt it, you're energetic, it's like you're addicted to making things. Especially with the pile of things I saw by your desk. I'm not addicted, I just have a lot of ideas. Izuku rolled his eyes. What? I do. No, you don't, you're just afraid of doing nothing, so you keep making things and feeding your addiction. What do you know? I helped a Yakuza head overcome his deep-rooted prejudice against hero society and got him a medical license. I helped an abused family find safety and peace getting their abuser jailed. I've disassembled drug nests and human trafficking rings. I know plenty about helping you with an addiction. I'm not addicted, really, then how come you've already solved the Rubik's Cube? What? She stared at the completed cube in shock, but I. Your hands were moving because you aren't making something. You've conditioned yourself to always be doing something with your hands, which feeds your addiction to making things and makes you more afraid of doing nothing. They stepped into the open air out of Ua. Well, we can do two things. One, you can get for me. We'll have you on a schedule doing nothing but stock work, or you make a habit of you coming to the cafe and sitting at a table with a nice brew while maybe reading or just sitting on the patio and looking over the view. Smiling gently, he led her to the cafe. Either way, you need to stop building so much and learn to enjoy doing nothing. Why? Because it's good for you. In the cafe you'll learn social skills and how to be an approachable person. Who's going to want a support technician who's always yelling in their face and never listening? She gave a small quiet noise. And here we are. They stopped in front of the cafe. Now, you got two choice. Walk in there and order a decaf before getting a table, or follow me to the office and have an impromptu interview with me to get a job in the stock and delivery room. He shrugged. Either way is fine with me, but you need to be here regularly to learn. Actually, never mind. Come with me. Once again she was helpless to just follow him as they walked in. He nodded to the student manning the counter as others darted around, carrying trays of drinks and food. The noise dimmed considerably as they walked into the office and closed the door behind him. What are you doing? Well, simply put, Hatsume, I don't trust you to come here without reason, so I'm giving you a reason. Starting today you're going to be working for me. Your schedule will include 3 hours after school on weekdays and 12 until closing on weekends. But classes aren't, Hatsume, it's a university, not a high school. There's arguably more students here over the weekend considering how the courses all work. Hell, each course aside from general ed have optional lessons students go to just to fill time. Why do you think you are? We're allowed to stay in the studio all day every day? She remained silent. Exactly, so does this sound acceptable? Pay? Average, sick days? What about holidays? Someone knows what they're on about, he smirked. You get sick days, sick pay is a quarter of normal pay. You get 10 days holiday as a start, after a while it'll go up. A few of the more experienced workers get 3 weeks, holiday is half pay. No-shows are a 3-strike system, 4 no-shows in a row and you're fired. Alright, you must also be clean when working here, meaning that when you're back in the studio, you need to shower before you leave. I know there are showers there, so you have no excuse. I see one stain, at all. You'll be sent home for the day, no pay, got it? Got it, good, welcome aboard. There'll be a uniform waiting for you to start tomorrow. A handshake and the job was done. The mall. Izuku stared down the promenade with spite. He hated the mall, all the little pop-up stores, those little food courts full of the fast food fuckers. He'd never liked Subway and Burger King was overpriced. McDonald's had tried to buy green tea coffee from him and Domino's had gone for his location. Papa John's had the whole incident back in the early 21st century that started a whole chain of scandals the company still hadn't grown back out of America. Dunkin' was alright, but Starbucks had tried stealing his drinks and suing him for it. That was a very aggravating month. Dairy Queen always got his order wrong and Pizza Hut was always late. Otherwise the mall was alright. His only issue was the clearly fake smiles plastered on workers' face for customer satisfaction. It irked him, but for today he could cope. Both classes had gathered together to go shopping today. Eri was more than happy to spend the day with the Himuras on the street store. Right, everyone knows what they need and I've given you a certain amount of cash. I believe the term is, go wild. You have my number so you know to call if you need me. I'll be wandering around so I won't be far away at any point. We meet in the food court for lunch, everyone good? Hi, yes, came the chorused response. Izuku nodded as he jokingly raised his hands. Then charge, several of the more light-hearted students, like Kaminari, Shiro, Mina, Awase and a few others jokingly ran forwards, the rest casually walking away. Mo, Itsu. You guys can go wander, I'm just going to browse the comic and bookstores, so go do your things. You're sure? You guys know I'm not the biggest fan of shopping, go have fun, he smiled, they kissed his cheeks. See you at lunch. See you then, Itsuka grinned as they were soon lost in the crowds. Izuku put his headphones in and began walking around, occasionally stopping to look inside a shop and debate going in. Normally it came to a no and he'd just keep going until he found another place that interested him. He was in a bookstore when it happened. Just finishing the blurb of a fantasy novel he slotted into place as a hand came down on his shoulder. Crossing his arms, he didn't turn his head. "Hey, it's you, the tournament winner, right? Izuku Midoriya? It's been a while since we met." A drawl he recognized ticked one box. "I'd recognize the green hair anywhere, just like his mother's." The hand forcefully turned him around. Hasashi and Monoma found a gun aimed at each of them. "You sure you want to go waving those about?" His father smirked as he kept a cigarette in the corner of his mouth. Monoma had a knife near his neck, a smug snarl on his punchable face. "I got the license when I was 17, old man. I've been able to carry these for a year thanks to Snipe." Or you'd put a shot in your dear old dad?" "Look, sperm donor, you may be my father, but you sure as hell aren't my dad. I already told Ua, if anyone stops me from killing you, they'll suffer too." Without taking his eyes off his father, he spoke to Monoma. "As for you, well, anyone that insults my women loses their kneecap privileges, so either hand him over or I take them." "We just came with a warning is all, Midoriya," Monoma smirked. "You're going to sign over green tea coffee to your daddy dearest and he's going to partner it with Monoma Corporation. That way my parents acknowledge my abilities and you're left up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. UA will have to expel you and they'll let me back onto the hero course and I can finally be with my darling Momo." Izuku's hand twitched. Monoma shrieked, suddenly hopping up and down on one foot, clutching his other one that now had a bullet wound. "I forgot to tell you, these buttes, made by Ua, completely silenced, automatic pistols." His own foot quickly trapped the knife and dragged it until he was actually stood on it. "Another word and the next one goes through your kneecap. Understand me? Silence. Good, now, you." The gun pointing to his father waved around. "What exactly are you going to do if I say no?" "You don't want to know, creative, really? Well, let me tell you what's going to happen if you don't fuck off and leave the people I care about alone." Monoma leant on the nearest bookcase, still staring murderously at him. "Firstly, both of you will lose your kneecaps, then you'll walk a mile barefoot on broken glass." Hasashi, "I'll hang by his hair and watch as he drops into a pool of acid, while his hair is slowly pulled out, not enough to kill you but enough to make you wish for death." Monoma, "I'll hang you by your nails, fingers and toes, until you fall into a vat of lemon juice. You'll both get to marinate for a few days and then I'll strap you down to chairs. Rip your cardiovascular system out through your nose and hang you from the rafters with them. Am I understood?" Neither said a word. "I asked you a question. Good luck doing that when you're burnt to a crossing." Crack! Hasashi fell over as his knee caved in. Izuku didn't take the gun off him. "Am I understood?" His foot not trapping the knife stomped on the cigarette, extinguishing it with a hiss. His father could only growl as Monoma nodded frantically. "Good, now you have a working pair of legs between you. I suggest you use them to get lost." The blonde hurriedly helped his father onto his working leg as they limped together out of the store. Stowing his guns away again, he turned shopping when he found a large group of his classmates, led by Momo and Itsuka, staring in shock. I can explain. We saw everything." Momo shook herself from her stupor. "Dude, remind us never to piss you off." Kaminari had gone pale. "Is that really your dad?" "Genetically, yes. But as far as I'm concerned I had one parent, Inko Midoriya, and she raised me to not give in to bastards like him." "That was so manly, standing up to them like that." Ajiro grinned. "Hell yeah it was. Even I was scared." Tetsu raised a thumb. "You had a whole aura about you, dude." Indeed, it was as if wrath had taken form in you likeness for a moment. Ibara clasped her hands together. "I pray they meet the suffering they have caused." Izuku chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. "Yeah, but people like Iida would have something to say about it. Such threatening behavior is unbecoming of a future hero." Katsuki squawked before he began chuckling. "Man, who gives a shit? Those dudes deserve it. Why are you all here anyway? We wanted to try and thank you for covering this trip for us, so we were going to band together and buy you a book series Momo and Itsuka mentioned you were interested in." Shoji smiled. "We saw the backs of them as we came in and snuck around behind them in case you needed backup." "Which, evidently you didn't," Awase grinned. "Man, how anyone was stupid enough to try bully you is beyond me. You're terrifying when you want to be." "Thank you, Awase. Now," he checked his phone, "it's time for lunch, so who's hungry?" A chorus of cheers as the group walked from the store, carving a path through the crowd en route for the food court. Each of the shops suddenly gained a fearful look in their eyes at the sight of 40 students all figuring out where to have lunch. Izuku once again got the largest table he could while everyone else got food. He'd need to talk to Nezu about this encounter. The trip was beginning to look more and more like a vacation. Hopefully he could relax like he's on one too. Alright Rugrats, we're at a rest stop. Get off in an organized line and we'll hit the road again in 20. He didn't trust the small smile Aizawa was trying to hide during that announcement. So, he stood up. What kind of services put themselves near a blind bend on a cliffside? The kind that use remote locations to trap travelers into paying extortionate prices, Aizawa grunted. Off the bus, Izuku folded his arms and stared. No, you're holding the rest of the class up. Don't care, not getting off the bus. Midoriya, get off the bus. You can't make me. Wanna bet? They had a stare down for several seconds before Izuku grit his teeth. Logical ruse. Everyone dove back into their seats, immediately latching their seatbelts back into place before his capture scarf could nab any one of them. Aizawa grunted and frowned at the greenette. Alright, I guess I'll just start unloading your luggage now. Good luck, sensei. Uraraka cheered. I made it all weightless so the bus wouldn't use up as much fuel. The bedraggled sensei groaned and quietly let out a motherfuckers, Izuku has fucked no mothers, Shoto called out. Nor has anyone else in the class, right? A chorus of chuckles was his response as he leant back into his seat with a smug grin. Ahem, Momo coughed lightly into her hand. I feel the need to remind you that we do have an adopted child, with a second woman in our relationship, so technically. We are not discussing the sex lives of my classmates and employers. Thank you very much, Shinso interrupted suddenly with a nervous cry. I mean the whole building can hear you and, nope, Katsuki screeched before Izuku could finish, we're getting away from sex now. Just cause you're a virgin, Momo teased, IMN. His hands clamped over his mouth as he realized his blunder. There was a chorus of oohs before more giggling. Izuku guffawed. No way, Katsuki Bakugo, you have not managed to get that pious devout girl in bed already. Unless she's worshipping something else now. Mineta shot as the whole bus erupted into full-on fits of laughter. The teen was still growing thanks to his regime, now standing at the average shoulder height of the class, his body bulking up to prevent his limbs from looking like disproportionate twigs. Even his jawline had become more defined thanks to the workout, the baby fat shaving off his chin. You little grapeshit. Despite his words, Katsuki had a grin on his face. If you are quite done, we must get off the bus, Aizawa interrupted. Not going to lie, totally forgot he was here. Zero admitted no so quietly, garnering a round of small chuckles. Off the bus, he insisted. No, came his childish reply, because you're lying, there's no building near this place. There is, the wild we. I knew it. Izuku cheered as Aizawa cut himself off. It was a logical ruse to get us off the bus so you could put us in some bullshit scenario like having to walk all the way to the outpost under the guise of measuring our potential, Aizawa sighed. Fine, you got me, but the bus was only chartered to go this. Then what happens to our luggage, huh? We can't lug that the last 50 miles, Kami Denki called out from the back. The class nodded and uttered agreements all starring down their teacher. Enough, I am the teacher and I'm telling you to get off the bus. We are the students and we aren't listening, Mizo argued back. I blame you for this. Aizawa pointed to Izuku, who grinned back smugly. Last place will be expelled. Those who fail won't be going to the camp. Sound familiar? Blame me all you like. You did this to yourself, Aizawa. The man growled, literally growled, like a cat, before throwing himself back into his seat. Drive, he told the robot driver. The bus hissed before it began moving again. And that, my friends, is the will of the people and the strength of a united front. Izuku grinned as the bus cheered. Quietly he leant over the bar and whispered, don't think I don't see the proud smirk, sensei. You're a little shit, Midoriya, but you're the good kind of little shit, better still. You're my little shit, I'm proud of how far you've come. No, he did not tear up at those words. He did not, and Katsuki is nothing but a filthy liar for saying otherwise. They disembarked to a shocked hero group and a confused Class B. Why, you actually brought them the entire way. Get back, kids, it's an imposter. Don't bother, Mandalay. I tried, but they saw right through it. They didn't buy it or the backup either. Damn Rugrats are smarter than they were in the beginning. Nah, we've just wisened up to your tricks, sensei. Ejiro retorted as he helped people unload their bags from the bus. You'll have to think up better tricks to get this manly. Ahem. This courageous class. The redhead quickly corrected at Mina's warning. Ooh, you got some spunk in this class, Razor. Can't wait to break them in. At this, the couples all partnered up. What's this? Sorry Pixie Bob, but a few of them are already taken. Itsuka growled as she walked past the hero troop and grabbed Momo's waist, pulling their bodies flush together as he dragged Izuku into a kiss by his jaw. He heard a quiet "sinful" from Abara before he was released to breathe. He watched from the corner of his eye as Katsuki just rolled his eyes and pulled the vine-haired woman into their own kiss. His attention was drawn away when he saw a small child off to the side, standing by the building. Excusing himself for a second, he walked over and crouched. Hey, my name's Midoriya. What's yours? His smile dropped as he reacted to the punch aimed directly for his face. Now that's just rude. Holding the fist, he raised an eyebrow as the kid fought against his grip. Let go of me. Loser. Idiot. Dumbass. Why are you even here? To learn from that lot about working in teams and pushing ourselves to be better. Why? You're all going to die anyway. His whole body froze. Koda, one of the pussycats yelled, you don't. It's fine, I understand why he did it, more than he knows I think. He let go of the boy's fist. Talk or walk. Either way stop lashing out because you're upset with life. Their eyes narrowed at each other. Whatever, train to die, I don't care, Koda, these are. It's fine Mandalay, it's important he airs his feelings. They all watch as Koda stormed into the building. He's alone, how long ago did he lose them? Huh? Whoever left him alone, how long ago did they leave? 2. He was 3 when do not tell me who they are, that is for him to admit, not you, it's his grief, not yours. They were my family too, so were you there for him? Of course I was, it's my job to. Were you there as family? Katsuki growled. Mandalay fell silent. And there is your problem, you didn't help him at all. Izuku stood back up straight, getting worried looks from Katsuki, Momo and Itsuka along with some sad understanding from the other class members. You just made him feel more alone. He looked at the sky. Alright guys, it's gonna be lunch soon, so let's get to cooking. As if a switch had been flipped, the mood changed. Food. Several people called out, taking the hint to inject the joy into the rest of them. Mandalay walked over to him. You're Midoriya, right? I'll get Koda too. No, you won't. And if you try he won't anyway because words are cheap to people like us. I'm sorry and it gets better mean nothing anymore. I will talk to him if I run into him again. Training kept him busier than he thought it would. Thanks to his status as Nezu's personal student, no corners were cut for his training. Instead he was given a full 3rd year's level challenge. Tag every member of both classes before Ragdoll could catch him. Her quirk search made it easy for her to track him but it didn't mean she could keep up with him. Oh sure, his parkour skills were based around more concrete jungles, but the thing about spatial awareness is that it's a permanent skill. After getting halfway through THHAD told him he had a bonus challenge of tagging the teachers and the other pussycats. Each hero tagged meant Ragdoll would stop searching for a minute. He was allowed to use this minute to tag other students or try and tag Ragdoll, ending his exercise. The heroes all put up a fight though. Tiger unfortunately underestimated him, practically giving him a free minute. Pixie Bob was able to block his direct path to her, but couldn't stop him going through the other students, tagging them all too until he was able to swipe her. Aizawa was the most matched fight. In fact Ragdoll nearly caught him because their fight took so long. Lucky for him, she came from the hero's side, giving Izuku a 30-second opening to tag him and dart back into the trees, putting as much distance as possible between them. Vlad King protected himself with a shield of blood that let him climb over the blood hero and tag Mandalay instead before dropping into the group of students sparring against him and using them as a Trojan horse to tag him. Returning to the building, he bent over to catch his breath and pull a flask from his belt. Getting tired? Ragdoll grinned as she left the forest. Not even close, I have my own kid to look after all. She's more hyperactive than anything you can throw at me. You already got a kid? Adopted. 5. Family friend got her out of a bad home and brought her to mine. Since I was the only Midoriya left, I took her in. You were? My family isn't one limited to blood Ragdoll. Midori is a title to those I care about. You'll find each member has green somewhere subtle in their work clothes, be it hero uniform, scrubs or something else. Anyway, I've got everyone else, now it's just you left. Oh no, whatever shall I do? He rolled away from her leap attack and turned on his heel, trying to keep her in his line of sight. The wild pussycats were a quartet. Tiger was the muscle to fight the bad guy, Mandalay was their communications. Pixie Bob was on the rescue side of the search and rescue, leaving Ragdoll as the searcher. For maximum effect she'd have to be in the center of the area, so fighting while using her quirk was a must. However, she still had to avoid as much fighting as possible to avoid confusing the bad guys for those needing help. It put her at levels below Tiger, but better than the random civvy. The problem was, she was also below a Razorhead, and Izuku could go toe-to-toe for a hot minute with the man. His fighting style wasn't a recognized martial art but a mix of several moves from various teachings in the style of street fighting. Was it enough to win him a fighting tournament? Not likely, but it worked for fighting a varying amount of opponents. Ragdoll was no different. This time, he charged at her, cocking his fist back. I win, grinning madly, he dropped to the ground, sliding across the dirt before going into a handspin. Ragdoll was too surprised to react and ended up getting her ankles taken out from underneath her. Bringing his legs together above his twisting body, he dropped into a kick, bringing the airborne Ragdoll to the dirt with a thud. As she laid groaning in pain, he quickly tapped her forehead. All targets captured, falling onto his butt, he grinned, mission accomplished. Barely, you have 2 minutes left, we'll be taking that off the timer tomorrow. He groaned lightly in defiance. Don't try it, kid. We won't bend like Aizawa does. You think I bent Aizawa? Please. I give him his coffee fix. He doesn't challenge me unless he wants to find a new vendor that gives it him cheap like I do. Why you what? For about a year now, I've been serving Aizawa my coffee, free morning pick-me-ups when he's worked night shifts, hero discount with his lunch and a nice decaf if he's got the night off to sleep. Thanks to me he's got an actual routing instead of going until he passes out in bed. It's why he looks healthier. Who are you? Izuku Midoriya, CEO and owner of Green Tea Coffee. Nice to meet ya. Now onto the $1,000,000 question. What's that? What's for dinner? You gotta make it again tonight, Ragdoll laughed. What? But we cooked last night, and we made ourselves breakfast, plus lunch. And now you're making yourselves dinner again. His groan of annoyance and suffering was paired with her cackles of delight and minor sadism. Sitting down in the hot spring, he groaned at the soothing feeling agonized his sore muscles. The women were the other side of a wooden partition he currently had his back against. Ooh man. Denki let out a low moan. Tiger and Pixie Bob had us working to the bone. And it's only day one, Mezzo spoke as he leant back against the rock edge of the spring. He had a towel over his face to act as his mask while he bathed. Hey Shoji, how come you never show us your mouth? Because he was bullied for it, right? Katsuki grunted. He's self-conscious about it, don't press him red. It's alright Baku, you guys were bound to ask about it eventually. If you want I'd be willing to show you. Only if you're comfortable with it dude. Shinso nodded at Izuku's words. The man nodded and slowly lifted one of his hands, taking the mask away from his face. A lot of people told me it's scary or weird, so I won't get offended if. His mouth was longer than a normal mouth, about halfway into each cheek. A tooth on each line of his lower jaw protruded from his mouth, stopping at the top of his cheeks. In the middle of his mouth he had teeth like a saber-toothed tiger, the upper teeth going halfway to his chin and the lower pair reaching the bottom of his nose. Cool, Izuku smiled. Dude, that's fucking sick. You look like a vampiric saber-tooth. What? Oh my god, does your quirk get stronger if you eat meat? Teeth like that are more carnivorous than normal. Have you ever craved like, raw meat? I normally have a rare steak, yeah. Why? Try raw meat, Katsuki grunted. Fangs like that mean that you'll probably get a boost of power or something when you eat it. I'll try that, he smiled, showing off the rest of his sharp teeth. Thanks guys. Everyone shared a smile before relaxing again. That was, until cold water was thrown over them from the partition. A second later they heard the girls scream before beating the wall. Himura, if that was you, Momo shouted. What? Dumping that ice-cold water on us, it's not funny. We didn't do anything, he responded, we've just been dunked too. Right, sure. The wall began shaking as there was thumping from the other side. Wah-ah, ah, Izuku looked to the top to see Kota losing his balance at the top. In slow motion the boy began falling. The greenette jumped up to move. "Izuku!" Shoto yelled, followed by a crackling of ice. "Himura!" Tokiyami shouted. Dark shadow whirled around them. He caught the boy before his head could hit the stone. He looked back at the guys to see Himura had frozen his towel to preserve his dignity. The bicolored man had been forced to leave the pool or freeze the others. Dark shadow had moved to cover his dignity as Tokiyami stood up. His own towel remained fast around his waist. Kota remained silent in Izuku's arms as he used one hand to tie his towel around his waist. "Right, you guys can relax again. Kota and I are going to speak to Mandalay once I've gotten dressed." The boy brooked no argument, remaining silent at his side as they walked to the office. "Mandalay? You in here?" "Yeah? What can I do for?" "Kota, watch him closer please. He nearly had his head bashed in from falling from the hot spring partition." Are you really trying to peep Kota? No, in his defense. No, he just dunked both groups with ice-cold water. "Kota, so what? It's not like anyone cares about what I do." "I care, you're my family Kota, if they were here your parents would care too." "If they cared then why did they leave?" Both stopped to look at Izuku's hard face. "Well, why'd she leave if she cared?" "Thank you Midoriya Mandalay began. "That's what you want to say isn't? That no one cares right? Because it's is hurts." Kneeling down, he looked Kota in the eye again. "I lost someone important to me when I was younger, not as young as you. But still young enough to not entirely understand what happened. She was very important to me." "So what? She's dead now anyway." Kota, apologize right? "Yes, she is, but that doesn't mean she's gone. She's here with me. Every day, whenever I cook, when I clean, when I'm stressed over paperwork, she's there with me. Just like your parents are there with you." "No they're not, they're dead. They're never going to be here again. They left me on my own and are never coming back." Kota yelled at him. "They left me behind and no one else gets it. Your parents were incredible heroes. They died honorably. Where's the honor in leaving their only son behind Huh? Where's the honor in that? They protected people. Mandalay, for the love of God, do everyone here a favor and shut up." Izuku barked. "You call him family but can't even comfort him? No wonder he feels like he's alone? Christ knows you haven't been there for him." Looking at Kota again, he smiled. I know it hurts. You want to scream and punch and kick and just hurt the world. I get it, believe me I do, because there is nothing like the pain in your heart right now. Your parents died, yes, but I know for a fact that they haven't left your side. They're still dead, I know, and the fact that you can't undo it tears you apart every time you think about it. So you avoid thinking about it. You stop caring about anything because at least then you just get the pain to stop. I've been there Kota. And it took someone very close to me dragging me almost by my hair back into the world to realize that yeah, it hurts. You feel like everything in life sucks. But there's more to life than the pain. It takes a while sure, but once you accept it and let it run its course, the world is so much brighter than it is now. I don't want it to be brighter, I just want my parents back." I know, come here." Gently he opened his arms and Kota willing walked into a hug, holding onto him as he cried, loudly and painfully. Gently hushing him, Izuku picked the boy up and rocked him slowly. Quiet reassurances as the boy wailed into his shoulder. The four pussycats just stared in twofold shock, the first being the fact someone had told Mandalay off for scolding Kota, the second being the fact that Kota was hugging someone, willingly and openly crying. "Where's his room? He'll tire himself out after this." "Down the hall, there's a name tag on the door." Mandalay responded numbly as he gave her a small glare before turning around and carrying her family away from her. Eventually he arrived at the room and opened it slowly. His room was devoid of color, only a desk and a PC were decorating the space. Even his small bed was just a plain wooden frame. You'd think they'd have enough money to splurge and get you a race car bed. "Those are real?" Kota whispered tiredly as he wiped his eyes. "I thought they were a joke?" "No, absolutely not. You know the blonde explosive boy? Why yeah? He had a race car bed until he was 13, it's a secret though, so you can't tell anyone." The small giggle he got from the boy was worth the risk of Katsuki's wrath. Having to face him in a spicy food eating competition. "Tell you what, if you ever decide to visit us at our home, we'll get a race car bed special for you." "Really? My daughter loves her princess bed. My partners say she's got too many cuddly dragons on it, but between you and me. He leant in close as he tucked Koda in. You can never have enough dragons. Never ever, dragons are awesome, I know right? Now, you should get to sleep, champ. Otherwise you can't grow up big and strong. But I'm not. His defiance was cut short by a yawn. Close your eyes for 5 minutes, if you're still up, we can go hunt for dragons in the forest. You mean it? Of course, but we'll need to keep it a secret. We can use my hideout. I'll show you after diner tomorrow. Sleep, claimed the boy as Izuku smiled, sitting on the edge of his bed for a moment. A small sigh and a smile, he stood up and walked to the door. Midoriya, he turned to look at the boy, barely able to keep himself awake. Thank you. It's alright, Koda, just doing what anyone should have done. Good night. Ganit. Koda once again passed out as Izuku turned the light off and closed the door. The pussycats were all stood outside waiting for him, ready to fight. What did you do to him? Midoriya did nothing, Mandalay. What he's gone through is none of your concern, but he went through something similar and saw you were handing it incorrectly. Aizawa grunted as he walked down the corridor to them. Everyone reacts to grief and loss differently. I threw myself into my work. Thanks to Midoriya's help I've been able to finally claw my way through it all. Not that he knew until now, but as he said yesterday when we arrived, the words you've given Koda mean nothing to him. They never did, and all it's done is make the divide between you bigger. Midoriya knew what to do because he's been in the same place, so there was never a divide there. Standing between the Greenet and the hero group, he frowned. Just because my student has done a better job comforting your family than you did, does not mean you get to accuse him of doing something, especially something as illegal and disgusting as that. Understand me? He might be a smartass, but his heart is in the right place. Remember, you accuse him of something and you're insulting me too. You don't know everything about your students, Aizawa, plus he's the one giving you your caffeine fix. We can't. Let me get this straight. Izuku gently made his way past Aizawa. You've practically ignored the pain your remaining family has been suffering through, instead forcing him to go through it alone. But now someone who is able to actually comfort him as a person and not a hero. You think I'm some sort of pedo? Standing directly in front of Mandalay, he snarled. Is that really what you think? Koda doesn't hug. She was quickly shut up as Izuku punched her face, breaking her nose. Koda doesn't hug you, he growled. He doesn't hug the one woman who never lets him grieve. Who chooses to make him feel bad for missing them instead. Shaking his hand, he cracked his knuckles. I lost my mother when I was 13. I went through a hell just like he did. The only difference was I had people who told me it was okay to be angry, it was okay to be hurt and upset. People who understood why I lashed out and were more patient than saints. What I didn't have was somebody who just yelled at me whenever I tried coping with my pain. Don't train me tomorrow. Any of you, I'll train myself. I'll take your training. Aizawa volunteered as the Greenet walked to the men's dorm room. You were asking for that, Shino. As far as I'm concerned, after these 2 weeks are over, Ua is done coming to you for training. If that's how you treat someone comforting a traumatized child, I'd hate to see how you comfort one. Oh, wait, you don't. So this is the base? Yeah, I know it's just a cave, but it's my secret base. Koda sat down at the edge, dangling his feet. Izuku handed him the small plate of curry and rice the classes had prepared together. In his other hand he held his own larger portion. Who left you? My mom. She was the last family I had left. What about your dad? He left us when he found out I was quirkless. After my success he's come back to try and leech off me. When I denied him he turned to intimidation and forcing me to give him the business. He's never really been my family. Oh, sorry, it's fine, little tyke. At least he's shown me how to be a good dad. Just be better than him and I should be alright. Do you hate him? All the time. Sometimes I even hate mom. Koda nodded silently. It's not fair that I hate her. I mean, she didn't know she was gonna die. She didn't want to die. She sure as hell didn't do up and she died. A sigh. When she died I was just, so. I shut down, ignored the world, my responsibilities. I didn't eat, sleep or bathe. I just sat there, in my chair staring at a blank screen, hoping, praying that she'd come into my room and tell me to get off the computer and go to bed, or that she'd burst in and be mad because she's called me for dinner 5 times, or that she'd just be there. And I know you went through sometimes similar. I waited by the door. After every mission, they'd come home with McDonald's. I get a cheeseburger Happy Meal. I like cheeseburgers. I'll tell you what. Izuku swiped the red-horned cap from the boy and ruffled his hair. When Nezu and I get you out of this place, we'll treat you to all the cheeseburgers you want, sound good? As many as I want? There was stars in his eyes. So many you'll feel like you're gonna pop, alright? But you gotta behave until then, alright? Eat your fruits and vegetables. Make a note of what those 4 give you. Just the name and the weight should do alright? Wait. How much food they're giving you? You're a growing boy, so giving you too little means you're gonna stay small forever. No, he gasped. I wanna be tall, tall like the toothy man. Shoji, you wanna be as tall as him? Yeah, he's so cool, he's like a human dragon. You're gonna have to eat lots, alright. If they just give you microwave meals, it's not enough food. Have they signed you up for school yet? What school? Right, okay. School is a place where they tell you all these things, like kanji, maths, history, all that jazz. You should have started this year, since you're 5 and all. Sounds boring, it is, sometimes, Izuku admitted, but if there's something that takes your interest, it's suddenly a lot more fun. Plus you get to make friends and go to things like parties, sleepovers, the works. Nothing makes school better than having a teacher that you can look up to. If we can, I'll get you into the same school my daughter goes to. She says it's fun there. Alright. Does that mean I'd leave here? Well, to be honest, I don't know. Nezu and I will do what we can, because clearly they've not been taking care of you, which in the world of adults is a no-no. Whether you come to me or someone's comes to you isn't up to me. It's up to you. But just remember, I'll have the doors unlocked and a light on for you, no matter what. So if you get lost, you can find your way back to the people that care about you. Oh God, they both froze. If you keep talking, I'm going to be fucking sick. Turning to look into the cave, they saw a looming figure trudge towards them. You. A large hand pointed to Izuku. You're the green one we're meant to take. We? There was more than one of them? Wait, take? There were people here not by chance? Quickly he moved in front of Koda. That means I get to kill the pipsqueak. The figure tore off their cloak, getting a whimper from the small boy. What is it, Koda? It's him. Fear was the only thing in his being right now as he hid behind Izuku's legs. The one who killed my parents. An evil sadistic smirk glinted in the moonlight. Muscular, I killed you parents. Muscular grinned. You'll have to be more specific than that, squirt. I killed a lot of people's folks. Izuku's hand drifted to his back. Running into Hasashi and Monoma had proven a good thing now, as his hand gripped the gun he kept strapped on his back. To Muscular it just looked like he was reaching to grab a terrified Koda. The water hose duo, they did nothing and you killed them. Oh, those two? Yeah, they sure bled a lot when they died, Muscular laughed. Koda, when I say, I want you to run, alright? Back to the base, okay? You run and you don't look back, understand? Base? Oh yeah. The wild pussies are here, aren't they? Why, think I can get them to do the thing if I don't kill the brat? What's it called? Oh yeah. The Nico Ni? Why, think they do that to save the brat's life? Keep acting tough and I'll take your fucking Nico kneecaps. Koda, run. No, I'm not running. You'll just leave like the rest if I do. Izuku grit his teeth. Fucking damn it, alright. Nezu had him brush up on his criminals before his exams. A red herring but still useful. Muscular, quirk. Muscle augmentation difficult but not unbeatable. Psychopath believing in victory makes right. Often said it was his will to kill overpowering his opponent's will to survive. Water hose duo took his left eye and he had an artificial one implanted. Preferred using his quirk on his arms. Turning and grabbing the boy, he ran into the cave, confusing Muscular as he passed the villain. You must be stupid, running into a dead end like that. Izuku stopped once the light began fading, putting Koda down by the wall and pulling out his face mask from a pocket. Monoma and Hasashi made him paranoid. Izuku would never go anywhere without at least one weapon in his mask ever again. Putting it over Koda's face, he grinned. You face the wall, do not turn around, do not move, stay small and stay quiet. I'll be right back, okay? Oh okay, I'm not leaving you, Koda. I swear it. The mask covered his ears, preventing him from hearing the gunshots that would come. Running again, he weaved past Muscular and put his back to the cliff. Leaving the kid in there? What's stopping me from going in there and killing him now? I didn't realize such a big strong villain could be such a pussy. What? You heard me, coward. You came to fight the UA students, but you're too much of a pussy to fight them, so you gotta go after a 5-year-old. Yeah, real dangerous man there. What? Did you steal the credit for killing those heroes? Big dog all bark no bite, huh? You little, We were told to bring you in alive, but that doesn't mean I can't beat you before we go." Bang! Muscular's knee exploded as he went to charge forwards. As he roared in pain, Izuku didn't hesitate to shoot out the other one. "Yeah, really beating me, aren't you? Aren't you? You little shit, you'll what? You'll kill me? Huh? You think you're the first to try? Police? I've been pushed downstairs. Locked in cupboards, told to kill myself. I've had fuckers try ruin my reputation. Go after my family. My own father wants me dead and you think you scare me?" Izuku snarled as he shot Muscular's hands. "I knew you weren't the sharpest Amasuji, but I didn't think you were just stupid." Some more shots and sickening cracking and Muscular's elbows were useless. Just you wait, Rugrat. I'll make you bleed yet," he yelled through the pain as Izuku grabbed the back of his red vest. "No, you won't, you're not gonna make anyone bleed again, Muscular. You can't kill me, little prick. You're a hero student," he argued as the greenette held him over the edge of the cliff, anger burning behind his viridian eyes. "At a training camp that's just been ambushed by villains, I'm defending the only child in the area that his actual carers lost track of. What you just did, Muscular, was give me everything I needed to get Kota somewhere he'll be properly cared for. Why you still won't kill me? Don't test me, murderer. You think killing me will change anything? You'll just take my place, the number of killers will be the same. Then I'll kill another one. I don't care. You see, my mother was killed by a bastard who thought it was fun to torture her, so I have an issue with fuckers like you. As far as I'm concerned, the world is better off without dicks like you that think your strength makes you right." Muscular's eyes widened. "Give me one reason, Muscular, and you won't live to regret it, are we clear?" C crystal clear, sir." He was dropped roughly back on the rocks next to the cliff, a gun put to his crotch. "Your knees and elbows will heal. I wonder if you balls would. Now, you're going to tell me everything about this attack. Now." The sweating villain complied, spilling everything. He was visibly relieved when the pistol was pulled away from his groin until he was pistol whipped and collapsed unconscious. Walking back into the cave, he slowly made his way to Kota, a hand gently on his shoulder. "Gah! Stay back," the boy screamed, dousing Izuku with water from his palms. Kota, it's me, it's just me." Izuku knelt down, tapping the mask so Kota could hear him. "Muscular's out there. He's down for the count. Okay. There's a lot of bad people nearby right now, so we're going to head straight for the base, alright? I want you to hold on to me and keep your eyes closed, okay? Do you want the mask back? Keep it on. There's a bad guy that's using gas to knock people out." "What's gas? Like stuff in the air. Shouldn't you use it then?" Izuku grinned and ripped a sleeve from his shirt. "Nope, thanks to you I have something that should last until we get to safety." Sure, the sleeve was stretched as he pulled it over his head and covered his mouth and nose with it, but at least it wouldn't slip. "Now, piggyback her arms." They reached the main site and moved into the building. Eraser, Izuku shouted, moving into the building. The scruffy sensei had told him that he'd be leading the supplementary courses with Vlad while the pussycats oversaw the recreational game. He snuck away from to talk to Kota. A door opened and he darted in. Situation: immediately the teachers were in hero mode. Villain attack, numbers unsure, duplicator quirk in play. Muscular is disabled, GSWs to both hands, elbows and knees, unconscious about 2.8 clicks northeast-east, Moden top next to a cave. Kota and I were there. Targets are me, Momo, Itsuka, Katsuki and Tokiyami. Order of priority respectively. Ringleader is some guy through a screen into the bar. Kurogiri is involved. He nodded as Izuku gave him information, picking up the subtle AFO hint. Gently he put Kota down. "Alright buddy, here's what's gonna happen. I've gotta go and save my people. But when this is all over and everything is done, Aizawa here, Nezu and I are gonna get you out of this place and I'll take you to get as many Happy Meal burgers as you want, okay? Why, you'll come back, right?" Kota's eyes watered as he sniffed. "You promise?" Izuku held out his hand, lifting his pinky finger. "Copy what I do, alright." They locked pinkies and Izuku stuck his index finger out. Kota copied and they rapped together. Finally they lifted thumbs and pressed them together. "I pinky promise to come back. I'm not leaving you, okay? I may be a while but I'll come back. Swear it on my vigilante honor, and since it's a pinky promise I can't break it." The mask clipped into place as Kota let his hand go and stepped back. "Now, Jade's got a job to do." "Midoriya, all you've got is a mask and a gun. You're dangerously ill-equipped." That's what you think, Eraser, but Daddy Dearest gave me some paranoia. Let me stop by the dorm and I'll show you what I'm really packing. The other student stood up. We're with you, boss, Mina announced, getting nods from the others. No, you're not. You guys are staying here, Vanguard style. I'm going to run interference. Eraser, you get the other targets back here and do not let them come after me. Clear? Getting numb and upset, nods he and Aishin to the sleeping area. Frequency to call back. Aizawa watched him grab a single case, one that looked eerily similar to the costume cases Ua provided. 9. Secure line, untraceable signal. He spoke as he pressed a button on the side. Things hissed as some pins fired from the handle. Swinging it up, he slammed it into his chest and felt the mechanics as it began unfurling into his armor. Powerloader had let May help him adapt the costume to deploy like this, and it wasn't going to explode anytime soon. They were running again before it had fully deployed. Let's hope this isn't the USJ again. They leapt into the trees. A Nomu, wasn't that just peachy? And if it couldn't be worse, this motherfucker had a chainsaw for a hand. Izuku had to give all for one props for creativity at least. Kaminari. He called out to the group running from it, is Kaminari with you? Izuku? Momo yelled as he leapt between branches above them. Thank God you're alright. Where did you go? To talk to Kota. We got attacked by a villain that's now asleep by the cave he was hiding in. Kota's at the compound. Is Denki with you? No, he was got by the gas. Shit, can you make a taser? Does it look like I can make a taser right now? The Nomu growled as it lugged after them. Ready anytime, boss. Awase screeched as they kept running. I didn't want to have to lose another one, he grumbled before dropping down to their level and landing on the Nomu's shoulders. Awase, I could use a hand here, buddy. Are you crazy? It's got a chainsaw hand. It's gonna kill. Izuku just stabbed his taser into the exposed brain and fired it at full power. The body of the Nomu convulsed as the chainsaw smoked before popping in several places and coming to a stop. He toppled to the floor as the body fell over. Us? He fought something like this in the USJ and in Hosu with Stendhal. Electricity to the brain causes them to factory reset. Momo panted. They won't do anything until their boss orders them to, and since they don't know it's doing nothing and aren't within hearing range. Keep it stuck down, please, always say, B, but we aren't. 3, 2, all students, the camp is being attacked. You are authorized by a Razorhead to use your quirk and retreat to the compound. Yayorozu, Kendo, Bakugo and Tokiyami are targets. Get all other, please work together to help them to safety. If you see Midoriya, do not go near, he is priority target, running distraction. Please all students retreat. Mandalay's voice spoke directly into their minds. No, what? You are not risking your life on a stupid distraction. Momo, we do not have time to argue, you are going back now. Do you want Eri to grow up without a dad? Is that it? Would you rather she grew up with one parent? He snapped, because what I'm trying to do is keep everyone alive, including myself. You're a target, they're trying to get to me, through you. You don't know, my dad is involved. Do not underestimate what that sea bastard will do. Now get back to the base. Not without you. You don't have a choice, Momo. If it's me they want, it's me they'll chase, and they'll leave you all well alone. You are not sacrificing yourself, not now, not ever. I do not plan on dying. I'm not going to use this as a way to die. Then what are you doing? Trying to keep you all safe from the bastards that are my fucking family. Now move. He jumped away into the trees, bouncing between branches as they turned to flee. Soon he found his way into the purple gas cloud. All he had to do was head in a straight line and he'd find the source. His mask filtered the noxious stuff out anyway, but he'd prefer to stop it before the others had a lethal dose. A metal ping and he rebounded from a tree into a small clearing. Tetsu had steeled up and blocked a bullet for Itsuka. Izuku pulled out his own and shot the hand of the gunslinger. They cried in pain as they dropped the gun. Not nice when it's being pointed at you, is it? He hissed. Tetsu. You heard it right? Get her out of here for me. If you run into Momo, do whatever you need to get her to safety. They're here for me, bozo, don't you move. A warning shot between their feet as he closed in. We aren't going anywhere without you, Izuku. I already had this argument with Momo. Just get back to the compound, I'll meet you there. Come, now. No, not until everyone else is safe. Get moving. The villain was slowly reaching for the gun. I said don't move, bastard. Another gunshot and they collapsed to one knee. Tetsu now. Sorry Itsuka, orders from above. The Iron Man picked her up over his shoulder and began running. Izuku. She hollered at him, beating Tetsu's back. No, Izuku. Taking a deep breath, he stood over the villain and slammed the bottom of his gun against the back of their face, causing them to drop immediately. Movement above him, and he looked up to see a man flying across the forest as Katsuko chased him. You give Beakbrain back, bastard. Running off again, he took to the branches, keeping as close to the treetops as he could. Katsuki, you're a target too. Get back to the compound. Not until stage show gives me back our friends. He's trapped them in blue spheres. Fastball me. Swinging into the air, he landed in Katsuki's hands. The blonde threw him with an explosion before catching himself mid-air and flying after them. He crashed into the villain with ease and they tumbled to the ground. The man landed on his stomach and several little blue marbles were sent sprawling around the area. Lifting the man's head, he forced open his mouth and checked under his tongue. A classic magician's sleight of hand. Nothing was there though. Which ones are my friends in? Shouldn't you be more worried about yours? The villain was cut short by a fist to his face, launching his head into the ground. Cut the bullshit. Release them. Another punch to the face. Now. Why you can't do anything to me, hero? You've got to play the goody two-shoes. You really want to test that theory? I've left muscular crippled on a cliffside. Now knees, no elbows and a nice hole in each hand. Now, the handgun was cocked and shoved directly into the villain's crotch. Let's play chicken. You don't release them in 5 seconds. I release a bullet into your testicles. 5, 4, 3, 2. Alright, just don't shoo-ah. He screamed in pain as the hand reaching for Izuku went limp, now bleeding profusely from the elbow. Round 2, 5, 4, 3. Fine, you win. I'll let them go. In a blue flash, Tokiyami, Mezzo, Shoto and Eijiro were all released. Katsuki landed nearby and helped them all to their feet. Izuku punched him in the head one more time to knock him out cold before they all got up. Cats, Tokiyami, you two are the last targets. We are getting you back to the compound now. The 7 of them formed a chevron formation and took off running through the woods. Izuku kept up the rear guard as a man in black and gray dropped from the trees. Gotach. We should get out of here. He spoke in 2 different tones as the men ran past him. You keep going, I'll hold him off. You think you're tough? Please don't hurt me. Staring in confusion for a moment, he shook his head and walked over to the man. 1 punch to the face and he was down for the count. Turning back to charge to the compound, Izuku hoped the rest of the forest was safe and just kept running. Somehow he lucked out and made it to the clearing around the compound. Everyone else was getting inside while Aizawa and Vlad King guarded them. The wild pussycats were closer to him, acting as the first line of defense. Guys, is everyone okay? All other students are accounted for. Midoriya, Tiger nodded as Izuku emerged. Just waiting on you. Thank God, he smiled. Everyone was safe. He took 1 step into the clearing. That's when everything went purple. Fuck, he dropped into a bar. Ow, hardwood was not comfortable to land on. Ooh, that stings. Midoriya, Sobi, Monoma sneered as the greenette got to his feet, though we were expecting more company. That's what you get for attacking us. Muscular is disabled, your gas man is in the middle of his own cloud. Magician is clean out in the forest somewhere and black and gray dude went down easy. Shame, but we still ended up with you. The blonde shook his head from his seat in a booth. Now, you're going to be a good little boy and you don't let me out right now, I'll be taking those kneecaps. Something pressed against the back of his head. I insist, son, take a seat, Hasashi growled. We don't want to kill you, but I'd still get the company if you died. My second hire gets it if you shoot me now, and he'd never let it get into your hands. Not even for a Klondike bar? I'm going to kill you for that reference alone. Drop the gun, disarm yourself and take a seat. I prefer it if you didn't treat our guest so thuggishly. A screen clicked to life, showing audio only as a voice spoke through it. All for one, Izuku growled. All this effort to capture little old me and you don't even bother showing your face. I would if I could, Izuku, however your little mentor did some lasting damage to me in our fight. I wish I could say the same about him, but unfortunately, you and your little troop but a spanner in that work. Don't badmouth my family. Especially when you tried brainwashing the grandson of the woman you killed. The woman I killed? Oh, I'm sorry, was that not precise enough? Let me narrow it down. Nana Shimura. The seventh, you killed her, plain and simple. I didn't kill her. Yes you did. You killed her and the rest of them. Even your own brother, because you're nothing but a. I did not kill him, All for One barked, before a light shuffling could be heard and his voice returned to normal. I have never killed a single one of them. I wanted my brother back, my family back. My underlings misunderstood this as out of the picture and took it upon themselves to kill him. A group of them against the frail man. I made sure they died slowly. Second I. No second I did kill because he was a prick. Brother didn't choose him at leisure. More of a last-minute thing when my underlings got him, bad-mouthed him afterwards and tried flaunting his powered-up quirk. Third died in an earthquake. Horrible way to go. His quirk didn't sense the debris as a threat thanks to the situation. I think I sent some underlings to aid relief effort actually. Thinking about it, they could have killed him and then said they found the body, but I never gave the. What? I never wanted him dead. No, you ate it after an earthquake. I'm a villain, Izuku, not a savage. A silence as a few eyes looked to Hasashi. A natural disaster is a horrible event. It'd be remiss for me to not aid the people in need. How do you think I built my empire? But you're a villain? Yes I am. It's like the term gangster back in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. In the beginning a gangster was a man. He was courteous, arrived on time, would normally have an organized method, talking, intimidation, and if you disrespected him, he wouldn't hesitate to kill you. Gangsters were the men who used to be lower class that finally achieved high-class luxuries. They respected power, knew what they were doing, took part in their community, they wore suits, kept themselves presentable for God's sake. Then it was teenagers, boys, who walked around with a gun in their pockets and a knife in their pants, spitting in your face, acting tough but would run at the first sign of danger. A true gangster never hit his woman, but one of the children would abuse not only his wife but other people too. I'm an old-fashioned villain. I help my community in public and break the law in private. I'm the man who'd run the speakeasy, brew the moonshine, run the alcohol. That's who I am. Like Al Capone? Yes, exactly. All for One agreed immediately. A villain requires class, intelligence, sophistication. But no, they just throw the name out willy-nilly at any street thug that uses their quirk. But where was I? Oh yes, fourth, once again a rush choice, but he seemed better than second. I don't think my thugs ever got to him. No, he got his melf. What? Yes, I remember. Number 4 killed himself because he thought we were close to finding him, and 5. Truth be told, we had no idea of his whereabouts until an insider gave us the location of the crime scene. It was a clean, quick and painless death. Number 5. Now let me think. Number 5. What happened to him? Daigoro. I believe it was a heart attack that got him. Rather upsetting way to go, I'll be honest, but he was just so unhealthy. I mean 4 fast food dinners a week. He was just begging to have his arteries clogged at that point. 6 was. That's it. N. Smokescreen quirk. Slippery guy, I'll admit that much. I didn't get him either. In fact, once I only learned he'd passed it on to Nana when she debuted. His own quirk killed him. How? I'm guessing that when he inherited it, it powered up his quirk to higher levels. His body was adapted to handle the regular smoke inhalation from smokescreen. But once he powered it up, a small silence, lung cancer, I was able to find him in the hospital, where I explained everything to him. Sadly, Nana never visited him, or the whole situation could have been sorted out. How did Nana die? Nana? Truly I don't know. In our final fight, I was forced to retreat. I had an anniversary to get to. No, All Might said you killed her. He said you. Did he tell you about the whole fight? How Gran Torino ended up knocking him out and carrying him away because he swore to kill me, even while Nana still lived and breathed? Why would you take a wife? You're an immortal crime lord. Izuku, I gave up that quirk when I fell in love. I've been aging since then. I was forever 21. Where are you, AHND? I'm so sorry. Everyone ignored Hasashi's input. When I met her, and when I gave away the quirk, my body began aging again, so I'm nearly 80 now, young. You don't look a day over 90, pops. Hasashi laughed at his own joke. Now, Izuku, you're going to be doing as we say for a little while, alright? Or what? You gonna threaten me some more? Izuku snarled. It'd be a shame if we had to get Inko involved. Leave her out of this. All for One snapped. The greenette looked between his father and the crime lord slowly. I mean, I prefer to leave her out of this too, Hasashi shrugged, but if we need to get Izuku to behave, honey dearest may be our best chance. You want to get his mother involved? Monoma smirked. I'm sure he's already shipped her off to some care home the other side of the country considering how he treats you, Hasashi. Izuku remained silent. See? He admits it. Nah, he's too soft for that, he's a mama's boy. How would you know? You weren't there long enough to see me get into school, let alone grow up. I've seen how you act nowadays, squirreling her away so she doesn't get mixed up in all of this. It reeks of a mama's boy, overprotective, people pleaser. What's next? You're going to hurt us just for bringing her up. In my personal opinion, yeah, you should keep her name out of your fucking mouth. Ooh, strong language from a little man. How's your foot, Monoma? That shut the blonde up rather quickly. Don't think I didn't notice your limp either, old man. Now Izuku. Here's what's going to happen. Hasashi ignored him. You're going to give the old codger one for all. You're going to sign over the company to me and you're going to leave Ua, requesting they replace you with Monoma. You're also going to leave that pretty red head and that doll you keep on yours arms for good measure, and we won't get mommy dearest involved. Capiche? Izuku sighed as he kept his gun trained in the standoff. Issue number 1, he growled, I don't have it, All Might's kept it. The quirk dies with him, so fuck you there, all for 1 or 2. I'm not signing over shit to an absentee, wank-stained failure of a father. Especially not something I built with my own 2 hands in spite of you and your fuckhead ways. Number 3. Even if I did manage to leave Ua without them investigating my circumstances, Monoma sure as hell wouldn't get into general ed, let alone be good enough to take my place. Number 4. Itsuka and Momo are my partners. You don't tell me what to do with or without them. And number 4. I can't tell if you're bluffing or not. You don't. Hasashi paused, processing what was just said. Izuku took the moment his arm was lowered and shot out his shoulder. The man yelped as he dropped the gun. Monoma scrambled for it, only to receive a shot to his hand, causing him to throw himself back in his seat. You lit Gurk. Hasashi's opened mouth was quickly occupied by the business end of Izuku's pistol. Now I can't tell if you're trying to bluff me about the wellness of my mother, or if you're just that chronically stupid, but if you haven't guessed by now, Inko Midoriya is dead. She had been for 5 years. Silence reigned for several seconds. So, give me one reason to not turn myself into a real orphan, oh daddy dearest. His eyes turned to slits as he stared his father down. A bead of sweat trickled down the older man's forehead as Monoma silently cried nearby, holding his wounded hand. It took a few minutes for the silence to be broken as a low, rolling thunderous anger filled the room. Izuku looked over to see a man dressed in a black and white suit, scruffy white hair and grass-green eyes staring quietly at both men. Izuku realized he was now staring at All for One as the man bared his fangs towards them both. Terror he'd never felt before took hold of Izuku's spine as the older man growled out. My daughter is. What, you're what? Izuku sputtered, his hand dropping the gun as he stepped backwards. No, 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 you're supposed to be his dad, not mom's, not her. You said Inko is dead. What happened to her? Inko isn't dead. Hasashi laughed nervously, jumping up. He's just trying to get a rise out of me. She's alive and well, isn't that right, Izuku? How are you even here? You're supposed to be stuck to a cocktail of devices that keep you alive. Always on the key topics I see, All for One side. Finding the right quirks to heal me was child's play. Then finding an illusion quirk to cover it up was just as simple. I was never sure of Tamura's. Tenko, Izuku corrected sharply, his hand now reaching for his second gun. Tenko's convictions, after meeting you and your little friend in the lemonade stand, I wasn't sure if his desire to do right would ever truly disappear. Then he starts visiting your cafe regularly and seeking a therapist to help with his trauma. I was fearful that he would betray, attempt to kill me. So you sent him off to be tortured? Tort? Heavens no, I would never lay a single finger on the boy. I'm a villain, not a sadistic animal. We have standards, Izuku. A true villain would never go after a child, not even as a hostage. Why? What on earth do you think of me? Well, like it or not, he was tortured. By who? 3 sets of eyes landed on Hasashi. Now torture is such a strong word. He smiled, clearly fearful for his life. I prefer the term physical encouragement. Much like dead is not alive, Grandpa. Izuku stopped the man. Leave it alone. What he did he did. At least now we can tell Tenko you're sorry for sending him all the way to America to get hurt. America? He was in Wakanai up in Hokkaido. Hasashi visibly began paling. Time was very clearly different to here, which means he wasn't in Japan. Kurogiri. He snapped to the bartender. Yes, sire? Did you know he was in America? Yes, my lord. Why did you not tell me? I believed you were already in the know, my lord. You also told me not to bother informing you if he moved because you couldn't care less about your damned son-in-law. Another issue is the Nomu. Actually, you're twisting people, regular normal people who haven't done anything, into horrendous, disgusting monsters. That's not me, that is Garaki. While he was keeping me alive I was at his mercy, and he began copying the transfer aspect of my quirk so he could make legions of me. Well, mindless soldier versions of me. But you can't mess with perfection. All for One adjusted his tie. Recently he's gone underground, even to me. Producing Nomu in his eyes is something about furthering human evolution or whatever. Some crackpot theory about fighting the singularity. No one cared about the other singularities. The what? Grandpa, did you not live through history? I figured you would have at least brushed up on the stuff before you were born. Just before the glowing baby was born, the world went through a singularity of other genetics. Too many mutations caused eye colors to beg every color imaginable. Before that, everyone's hair ended up a shade of brown. Go back just before that and everyone's skin color was starting to blend into a single shade. Because genetics are limited, there's only a limited number of bases to use. So eventually people end up with the same thing. Izuku shook his head. Every one of these singularities ended with something called a genetic scramble, wherein the DNA threw itself apart and recombined in a total different order for every single baby in a generation. After the hair singularity, everyone lost their appendix. During the eye singularity, the coccyx disappeared entirely and the skin singularity cost everyone their wisdom teeth. So Garaki's just a madman. Yes, he thinks he's discovered a grave threat in our future when all he needs to do is look at the past. I bet that come the quirk singularity, everyone is gonna lose the vomeronasal organ. With quirks creating pheromone substitutes it's hardly needed anymore. All for One sat down at the bar. What was she like, as a parent? Was she as bad as I was? Izuku sighed and sat down next to him. Kurogiri, can we get 2 drinks please? Just beers should do. You're going to talk to him? Monoma nearly screeched. After all we went through to capture him. You went through nothing. The people you used are all arrested and you have done nothing except make a fool of yourself. Now behave. I am talking to my grandson. They both caught the pint glasses Kurogiri slid over to them. She was the best, always trying hard, loving me. I don't remember doing much with her, since she had to work so much to support us. I remember her being tired a lot, but she loved me. When we could have dinner together, she'd sit next to me at the table. In the night she'd tuck me into bed and remind me that no matter what she would always love me. I had to cook and clean, but Mom was Mom. I could only cook because she earned enough to buy food. I could only clean because she worked to give us a house that needed cleaning. What was she like growing up? The sweetest little girl. Happy to see her parents after school. Worked hard to try and make us proud. Her mother and I loved her every day of her life. Her mother found out about my career while she was in her teens. They were both gone shortly after that. I tried keeping tabs on them to make sure they were safe, that they were happy. I learned she was pregnant through one of my spies, and then she married the disappointment of a criminal. His head tilted over to Hasashi, who cried out, "Hey!" in indignation. I kept an eye on you personally. Obviously I couldn't get involved with Aldera without attracting heroic attention. Once the Bakugos dealt with it, they found a rather nice gift on their porch. Several of the teachers woke up quirkless too. Those screams were probably the most cathartic I've ever heard. I remember hearing them in the morning. The Bakugos, Uncle Masaru was about to go on a run when he nearly tripped over the basket of notes. They had the police check it was all legit and then finally got to go on their honeymoon. Katsuki and I had to hold down the fort during the summer holidays. They were gone for like 3 weeks on a cruise. The rest of it went into trusts funds for both of us. At least they spent the money wisely instead of blowing it on some midlife crisis products. You said Mom was pregnant with me before they got married? Yes, I wasn't aware she was in the relationship until she was married, 3 months pregnant at the time. The bump just barely forming. All for one side, they got married so soon because she was pregnant. I kept a close eye on everyone for years, waiting for the right time to try and come back, beg for her forgiveness. Do you still run it? Run what? The Empire? Oh no, these days it's the legend that makes people afraid of me. I collect on debts and favors owed from families. No army this time, there's no point. I was a third faction, like the MLF. We yearned for equality, not superiority, like them. As far as I'm concerned, I won that war. After that I just wanted my brother back, but then the whole misunderstanding happened and well, you know the story, the full story now. I don't entirely believe you, but you can understand that, if what you're telling me is absolute fact, then I can help you here. Help? Me? Why on earth would I need help? Because in about, Izuku looked at his watch, 16 hours. Heroes are going to come crashing down on this place. The 5 of us are going to be sat here. You 4 will be arrested. I will be able to testify you are the one that prevented me from getting hurt. We can use DNA tests to prove you are my family, and then a friend of mine will interview you about the murders you are accused of. I am aware of the crimes I am blamed for, only a fraction of them are even mine or were ordered by me. I'm a family man. I always have been. Hence why I killed the men that we kept murder to a minimum. People took my parents away from me. Why would I take someone else's away from them? It's bizarre, in another life, you could have easily passed for a hero. I did for a brief moment of my life, shortly after I gave him the quirk. My brother and I fought together, it's where the name of the quirk came from. All for one and one for all, fans of the Three Musketeers you see. We fought together, to try and give the world order. Then we fell apart again about how to go about rebuilding the order. Nowadays it's about showboating and being the best. Endeavor a prime example, you managed to jail him and the threads are still being unwound. In fact you'll find most of the heroes tied to him are part of the MLF survivor cells. Their parents or grandparents took part in the propaganda and brainwashed them. You found yourself in one of them as a child sadly. Though Endeavor was never knowingly part of it, many of those who were often worked with him. Trying to read if he'd be a good addition to the cause. A beat of silence. What you got wrapped up in is bigger than just a web. The Bakugos have started the discovery and disassembling of a terrorist group that's infiltrated some of the highest levels of government. And don't think for a second those rats would go down with it. They'd cut the cords and cover their assess unless you get something concrete on them. Concrete you have? In spades, my dear boy, in spades. You think the heroes are the only ones trying to get rid of these guys? I've been doing it for years. Ever since that upstart Destro wanted to restart a civil war in an already precarious society. He doesn't realize who he's irritating with his little club, so I'm just sat minding my business as I build up the repertoire of dirt he's moved digging his grave. Are we really about to work with their heroes of all people? Hasashi barked behind them. After everything you've done, everything I've done, you're planning on just walking into the cell. Cell? What cell? Izuku laughed. You see, Grandpa here has admitted to several things. Once they're verified, he'll be granted amnesty, which means he'll be put under UA's watch, since All Might is there. Will I have to work with the blonde oaf? No, but you will be working for me if I can get my way. Why what? Monoma stared. Yes, it's rather simple, you see. Nezu and I get on like a duck and water, as any good business partners do. I have nearly 4 classes working for me thanks to the flexi hours I offer. Plus every student I've hired has had a spike in their grades and shows visible improvement. In all aspect of their studies, it's in Nezu's interest to let me hire who I want, and it's in my interest to help him keep track of people. And now we've got the rehab program for villains. I can get the bad guys who felt like they had no way to go and give them another chance. Much like we are with Stendhal once he's done his year in the prison to make sure he won't flip out and start stabbing people again. Stendhal? You should be aware of who that is. Hasashi. All for One shook his head. Stain was his alias after his vigilante adventures came to a close. He returned to the Monkier before fighting the Nomu in Hosu. Okay, now you're just trying to buy time, brat. Izuku laughed at his father's growl. What's so funny? You think I'd buy time when you're right in front of me? That's honestly the funniest thing you've ever said. No, I'm talking to my grandpa, and once I've finished out conversation, I'm killing you for leaving us behind and letting Mom die. So she is dead? No sir, she's not. Hasashi chuckled. Nope, she's definitely alive. Just hidden away so she doesn't get involved. She died 5 years ago, in her sleep, because her heart couldn't cope with the stress. I was 13 and I hated her for leaving me, until I realized that it wasn't her fault. His hand drifted to his second gun. I realized that had you stayed, or even sent money to help, she'd be alive and well, today. Now that's just unfair. I sent money. Where? To what apartment? What street? If you've been sending money for 14 years you should know the address without a thought, Izuku growled, gripping the gun as he pointed it to his father. Come on, you know it. All for One put his hand on it. Calm Izuku, this will solve nothing if you shoot him now, and believe me, I've wanted to for several years. He does like to test my patience. Slowly he made Izuku lower the gun. Just be patient, he'll fail eventually. Izuku huffed before putting the gun away. Thank you. Now Hasashi, do you know the address to Inko's apartment? It's not Inko's anymore. The Bakugos bought it with their share of the pay on the lawsuit. After I saved enough money running green tea, I bought the whole block. Do you know the address? I do, it's I know it, just give me a second. Monoma, I wouldn't relax if I were you. You're the man's partner after all. All for One raised an eyebrow. If he's crossed us, it means you have two by association. The blonde suddenly began sweating, shifting in his seat. Now, Hasashi, be honest with me. How long have you been lying to me? I haven't, honest. Well, you told me that you and Inko were together up until a year ago, which has turned out to be a lie, so what else have you been lying about? The two bolted towards the door. Kurogiri sighed and held out a hand. They ran into the portal and ended up deeper in the bar. I'll ask again, is Inko dead? His running should be answer enough for you, Izuku sighed. No, she's alive. All I have to do is find her and I'll prove it. You can find her in a graveyard because she is dead. Do you have any evidence that she's alive? All for One stared at his son-in-law. And no, he answered in a small voice. I have evidence she's dead. Izuku pulled out his phone and tapped a few buttons. Here we are, the Bakugos vs. Detnirot in the unlawful death of Inko Midoriya. Handing the phone to his grandfather, he was shocked as the man squinted before reaching into a pocket in his suit. The king of the underworld needed reading glasses? Izuku wasn't sure what was worse, the fact he in all of his power suffered from vision problems, or that he looked like he'd be at home in a recliner with a newspaper and a cigar while the radio played sporting results. Oddly specific, sure, but still. Quietly he took the phone back and watched his grandfather take off his glasses. That is some rather unbeatable evidence, so I'm afraid your services will. Wait, Hasashi held up his hands. I can assure you, there is a perfectly reasonable explanation to all of this. Monoma nodded frantically. Well, I'm waiting. All for One growled, silence for several seconds before they both turned and charged towards the door again, this time making it out of the door and running away. Kurogiri? Oh, my apologies, Lord. I was in the back room putting glasses away. The misty man bowed his head. Is there anything to do here to kill time? Izuku looked around. I like listening to the stories, but there's only so many we can tell each other. Tamura had a few game consoles in his room. You could always plug them into the TV here. Would either of you play with me? All for One chuckled. I suppose I could try and play, though I've never been tech savvy. It was always Yoichi that knew what wires to cross. Would you want to join us, Kurogiri? Maybe in time. I have watched Tamura play plenty of them to know the rough controls. However, I wish to finish cleaning the bar beforehand. That's fine. Which is Tenko's room? Izuku walked to the door, not leading outside. Time to kill a few hours. No, Grandpa, no, stop, just, no. Izuku put his head in his hands as his grandfather looked back at him over his shoulder. But it says my bank account has been hacked. He pointed to the email that was clearly fake. What business puts emojis on the subject line? That's not your bank though, it's a virus that'll take your account. Fine, now, which of these buttons do I? Oops, Izuku. I think All for One looked over his shoulder again, glasses back on his nose as Izuku pinched the bridge of his. You just turned it off again, Grandpa. Press the button to turn it back on. The black screen of his laptop blinked back to life. Ooh, now I put in my password, right? Yup, do you still remember it? We only reset it 2 minutes ago, Izuku. I'm old, not stupid. All for One lifted his hands and used his index fingers to type in each character. Izuku looked over his shoulder at Kurogiri, tapped it. Young Master Izuku. Do you know what's happened to the TV? It doesn't seem to respond to the remote. That's because the battery just died. Do you have any AA? For the TV? No, for the remote. Okay. I shall go and retrieve a packet then. Izuku, it said I could win a new car. Don't follow that link, Grandpa. It's a scam. They want your bank details to rob you. Okay, Okay, so, how do I get rid of these emails? Tenko just ignored them for the most part. Alright, so, give me the mouse. There's a rodent in here? Izuku resisted the urge to facepalm. God, he really wasn't lying about his lack of tech skills. It was only thanks to his training that he was able to grab All for One's elbow as he went to put a fist into the machine. We should find the monster responsible for this. No, Grandpa, it's just the thing in your hand. It controls the cursor. Look, hand it here. Leaning over his shoulder, he looked at the screen. Look, so, we left-click this box. All for One snapped his right hand. Did you just snap the fingers on your left hand? Well, you said left-click. I meant on the mouse, Grandpa. So we right-clicked the name, got up to this drop-down menu, hit the All button, and then we go back here, press mark as spam, and his inbox was suddenly empty. What? Where'd they all go? Did you delete them all? No, they were all from scammers and swindlers, some XXX sites that had just let viruses into your laptop. Now any of those email addresses will be sent straight to spam. I have returned with batteries. They turned to Kurogiri, who held up the remote and a pack of. Kurogiri, those are button batteries, they aren't going to fit into the remote. The Misty Man stared at the packet. The ones you want are normal-looking batteries, there's 2 capital A's on the packaging. Ah, I understand, I shall return momentarily. So, we've cleared my inbox. How do I send an email to Detective Tsukachi? Well, you'll need his email address. Let me just, turning the laptop to face him. He quickly typed in the necessary information. Now just write it as if you were writing a letter. Ah, okay then. All for One stared at his keyboard, slowly typing with his pointer fingers. Taking a deep breath, he smiled. I'm just going to call the others, okay? They'll be mounting an armed raid force once they figure out the location. I prefer if this place kept its 4 walls, it's prime space for a rooftop cafe. That's alright. Kurogiri will know how to get your attention without noise. His grandfather nodded. Before you go though, how do I access this? Arrow tube? Izuku swiped the laptop away in a panic and stared with wide eyes. Please tell me you meant the video sharing site, HeroTube? Bah, everything is about heroes these days. Hero this, hero that. How do I access it? Izuku set the website up and handed the laptop back. Thank you. Izuku nodded before wandering away to make his call. 3 rings, come on. Pick up, pick UUUUP. Aye, Izuku. Momo, thank God you picked up. I tried calling Itsuka but she didn't answer. Is everyone okay? Is everyone? What the fuck, Izuku? He quickly pulled the phone away from his ear. You're kidnaped last night and have been missing for over 8 hours, and the first thing you say is everyone okay? Yeah? I mean, I haven't been hurt. You haven't? A sigh? Of course you haven't been hurt badly. No, Momo, I haven't been hurt at all. Sperm donor and Monoma cleared out the second Grandpa hurt Mom died. Grandpa? Oh, right, yeah, I'll explain when we get home. Could you put Nezu on please? C-CC could I put Nezu on? Baby, I'm sorry, alright, but it's really important they relax. The 3 of us are sat here just waiting for you guys to find us. Neither of them know the address and the street looks like any other. 3 of you? Kurogiri is here too. The portal guy. I think he's a Nomu. He shook his head. Please. I know Nezu and Aizawa are going to be planning a rescue with a bunch of top 10. I need to tell them it's okay. Several seconds of silence. Fine. I'm really sorry, baby, I am. I'll make it up to you. No going out for however long, and we can get takeout from your favorite spot, alright? Extra egg fried rice? Twice as much as usual. Fine, but I'm still upset. I'll take what I can get. Tell Itsu I'll do the same for her, alright? You're so lucky, we love you. I know, and I always will be. Smiling to himself, he heard shuffling and some muffled voices. Izuku? Are you okay? I'm fine, Nezu, I promise. Grandpa stopped Hasashi and Monoma doing anything to me. I've been helping him and Kurogiri with tech issues for the past. He looked at his watch. 7 hours or so. I mean, we all went to sleep after I got the TV to work, but he could hear the facepalm. Let me get this straight. You've been unhurt, in a villain's hideout, for the past 8-ish hours, helping him with modern technology? He had 108 tabs open on Chrome and couldn't figure out why it was running slowly. Kurogiri hasn't known how to change the fuse for the storage room lights since they went out a few months ago. Look, I have information. Tsukachi should be getting an email from Gramps now to help his investigation. He's willing to come peacefully if All Might can keep his mouth to himself and his fists down. Peacefully? The king of the underworld will come peacefully? In his defense, he spent a half-hour trying to change channels on and off TV, not gonna lie. A smartphone would probably confuse him long enough to get him to the station. Oh my god, you are kidding me. Nezu whispered. So what do we do? Your entire shop is demanding we get you back ASAP? The teachers are all willing to make a mounted assault. Your high street hires nearly kicked Aizawa's door in so they could go Rouge to rescue you. I understand that, and I am incredibly touched by their concern. But all we need is you, Tsukachi and Aizawa. Look, I'll even send a photo to prove I'm okay. You do know he will be going to prison, right Izuku? I mean, he's been tied to numerous deaths in the last century. He's creating those Nomu. Actually, I have a lead on those. All for One isn't behind it. Come again. No, after his battle with All Might, Grandpa was down for the count. They had to source a few healing quirks from some street urchins to get him back up to shape. Some doctor by the name Garaki kept taking his blood to recreate parts of his quirk to take the quirks and push them into other people. I think Garaki might be connected to Subasa's grandfather somehow. Whether they're the same guy or not I don't know, but it's worth a look into. Garaki, alright. I'll put it through the database, see how many hits we can get. I take it this call serves more than one purpose. Tell the guys to stand down on their illegal rescue mission. I know they're planning it. I don't want Denki walking in here claiming he got lost getting a glass of water because I know that is how they'd spring the trap. You can trace this phone call to my location and come get us. On the note of Nomu, I believe Kurogiri may be one. If we revert him, he may have more info on where Garaki operates. I'll get Eri and Chisaki ready, then we'll be on our way. Got it, and please knock. The bar is gorgeous and I prefer it got to stay standing with all four walls. I'll tell all, but if he listens is up to him. If he doesn't listen I'll make his injury look like a playground scrape. And you can tell him as much too. Izuku spoke darkly. I understand who he is. But this is my elderly grandpa. The last legitimate part of my family I have left. A gun cocked in his offhand. He hear that? See crystal young Midoriya. The hero's voice floated through from nearby. Great, he cheered. So I'll see you guys in a few? Okay, cool. Toodles. Walking back over, he quickly helped Kurogiri put the batteries in the remote and watched as he switched over to the football, crying in dismay as Japan let the score tie up. All for One was angrily hammering buttons with his fingers as his laptop was turned off, again. Slowly he slid the device away before the man could break it. Say Grandpa, do you have any board games we could play? The man seemed to light up. Do you know shogi? Not well, but Nezu taught me the basics. Sometimes he plays against me because I beat him at chess too much. Oh brilliant, let me get out the boards and we can play both. Izuku sighed as he checked his phone. They had plenty of time before Nezu would knock. Maybe Grandpa had Monopoly or Clue as well.